Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lost Planning the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta, Rekieta Law, small law firm in central Minnesota. Just finishing getting set up. Odyssey is taking a second to get loaded. There we go. I've now got Odyssey going. Jeez. So I need to update the post. And we'll get Law and Crime pulled up in just a second. Is anything even happening? I don't know. I don't know why I'm asking. I can't actually see your chats yet. But let me get that pulled up straight away. Woo! We have a fun night last night. I don't know about you guys, actually. I did, though. I'm in low on serotonin in these empty moments. Oh, hey, here we go. It's actually on. He's there. Jeez, I'm missing it. Here we go. You guys can at least hear it while I get my headphones set up. Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm still very concerned.
Let's see if you can. I'm very concerned about what subject matter jurisdiction grounds.
Fully.
Oh, he's concerned about the Reddit thing. Oh yeah.
Language that's in it.
Here we go. They're gonna show the post where they said it was a prank. Hopefully they got that somewhere.
That's why there's an investigation, sir. It's anytime there's an allegation that the integrity of this judicial process has been compromised, especially with a juror, I take that incredibly seriously, which is why I turned it over to the sheriff's department.
I would like Your Honor to, if it pleases the court, and if it pleases Your Honor, I would like to look at some alternatives. If I may bring up the in regards to the language, I also want to state that
here I am yakking into this stupid thing. Sorry.
This did not come about from the prosecution side, from the defensive side, and certainly not from.
Sorry, I had the wrong mic on.
This is something that just pretty much sprang up.
I was on my singing mic.
A lot of my concern, though, just not from just the language and the actual post, but
oh shit! I gotta send out some invites, huh? Copy.
I was kind of concerned that I was the last one to learn of this information. I've been known. I wasn't aware of it until after 6:30 last night, or around that time, because I don't want to misquote the record, but somewhere around that time.
It was shortly after 7.
Oh, so it was after. I didn't know. I thought it was. I knew it was after 6:30, but I didn't want to incorrectly state.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to do that. I mean, that'd be almost as bad as killing 6 people.
Your
I can
Honor,
address that for you right now if you would like.
yeah. If it pleases Your Honor, I would like to request
Two things that pleases Your Honor
to this issue.
Okay.
What's your specific request?
My specific request.
No, I want to know your specific request.
Look into a mistrial and also any alternatives.
Let's look into a mistrial. Hey, speaking of that, what's up, Jeff?
Congratulations there, my brother. Well done.
We're doing it. We're doing it, man.
I was going to have to look into a mistrial.
Yesterday was very, very long for everybody.
Yeah, yesterday was really long for everybody. He was very concerned about everybody's well-being.
Because of my status here.
What did he see? I
The
didn't miss the
Reddit
beginning
post.
of this.
The Reddit post.
Okay.
The one that
to a certain
also has said it was complete prank.
Per jail policy.
The one who panicked when the feds got involved.
Able to find a few different things that I wanted to bring to Your Honor's attention, if I may.
Go ahead.
One being United States versus Perez, 22 U.S. 579, and that specifically, I think it's referenced because that one is pretty old in itself, but it's referenced in a lot of the other
This one is Pacific. It's not Tackett.
case laws that I actually found. I think,
Dude, he said Tacit yesterday, and I
could be
lost.
interpreting this incorrectly. I apologize.
We were all cheering.
They kind of use that as kind of like the benchmark.
Megan Fox
for
just
what
about
they're
started
referring to as
crying because he pronounced it
manifest
correctly.
necessity. That's kind of like one of the leading cases that each one references in regards to issues similar to things like this when it comes into play. And it specifically points to trial judge's discretion. And
Oh man,
I think that's kind of like the leading one.
I
Also,
think I have
looked
my
at,
screen set up just about almost. I
Brown
need
versus
one more.
Rushton, 572 F.3
F.3.
198, which speaks to the language is basically
Okay,
speaks
guys,
to
we're
the
gonna do
same
it
thing.
straight
It
away.
Speaks about
Hit the damn Rumble
manifest
Plus button.
necessity,
Hit the
speaks
damn
about,
Rumble Plus button.
if there's an issue of exculpatory evidence, things of that nature. Also, United States versus Bates. That's Bates. 917 F2D 388.
Face Brain 2003 says the subreddit got banned yesterday.
And
Yep, we covered all that.
speaks of,
What's up, Aussie? How you doing, buddy?
Morning.
potential for
Good, yourself?
verdict.
We're all
Specifically,
echoey again.
I'll fix it. StreamYard is
along the lines
pissing
of
me off.
impartial verdict, if an impartial verdict can be reached, or if a verdict of conviction could be reached, but would
Get
have
Aussie
to
real
be
quick.
reversed on appeal due to an obvious procedural error in the trial.
You're an obvious procedural error in biology.
Main issues
And
that-
the trial.
that speaks to.
We're still echoey.
I also looked at Arizona versus Washington, 434 U.S.
Let's see.
497.
Maybe this will
And
fix it.
That speaks to what I was stating before.
Perhaps. Yep.
Neither
Nope.
party
Yes. Yes.
case
Yeah.
has the right
Fixed.
Sounds good.
case decided by a jury, which may be tainted by bias, and I say that because it certainly wasn't anything dealing with the prosecution. They had nothing to do with this.
No,
The
they
defense
did
had
it.
nothing to do with
Actually,
this, and
they posted the
certainly
fake Reddit post.
had nothing to do
Don't
with
believe
this,
their
but
lies.
just for the concern factor, the language, it's pretty clear that this
Godzilla mode says, thanks for working your
not
ass off.
directly
Oh,
came
wow.
from a juror who sits on this panel. It came from someone who sits in this courtroom every single day.
I can't wait till I can.
The
I'm going to get
language
a standing desk
is
so I can sit and stand throughout the day.
directed towards you, Your Honor.
Mm,
directed
yeah.
towards,
It's been hell on the lower back.
their bias towards the defense. Some of the things that
Oh, yeah.
they
I forgot
quoted
my overlay. Thank you.
of having knowledge of is
we go.
extremely concerning. Extremely concerning. And then
What? They quoted having knowledge
going
of.
back to some of these
They didn't quote having knowledge of anything.
case laws that I
They offered
cited,
some
it talks
opinions that
about,
were complete bogus nonsense. Speaking of, what's up, Steve?
something to the effect of
Steve in the house.
you know, the ends of public justice. But I think that
What about private justice?
is leaning more so towards the judge's
He doesn't want
discretion,
that.
I would say.
It involves
At least
ball
how
torsion.
I was interpreting it.
We got the echo again.
Speaking of ball torsion, we have echo again.
Obviously, I'm not
Fuck.
educated in a lot of the laws.
At least
in
you guys
itself,
can hear
but
it.
how
Hold
I
on.
was interpreting it.
Well, I'd prefer not to.
I mean, but at least you guys can actually
This
hear
is
it so that I can fix it.
definitely a
Is what I'm saying.
concerning
Yeah,
issue.
yeah.
It's definitely something that
One
I
at a
would
time
request Your Honor to
through these
take
echo
a-
cancellations. By the way, if you guys
along
run
with
into
that,
this, I've been fixing it by turning off and turning back on the
look
echo
at some
cancellation
options,
on
look at some
StreamYard
alternatives.
For each
individually.
person.
And those case laws I cited talks specifically about that options that you, Your Honor, can look at and use your discretion to.
Yeah, it's the new
see if
users
it's
joining fucking the
appropriate
settings.
in any way,
But
Steve's fault.
yeah,
extremely concerned about this.
But
It's
we're
just
still echoey.
You are
still,
echoing.
it might be me again. Hold on.
If
Oh, I see much
Okay.
better.
Maybe this fixed it. Did this fix it?
cautionary reasons,
Check one.
Yes.
I believe, Your Honor, that you definitely should take a look at everything I'm saying
my goodness.
here in these case laws.
So I haven't gotten a chance to say it.
Yeah.
Good morning, Rumble, Odyssey, and most importantly,
What's
locals.
the request,
How you
though,
doing,
that you're
guys?
making based upon the case law that you cite? I heard in there mistrial, but I want to make sure I understand your request for relief and what it is.
You say request for
Relief. Like,
relief.
what are you asking me?
That means you have to go to the bathroom, Darrell Brooks.
I don't
The
want her to do this.
information
Like, hold him to the
that we-
hyper technical thing. Say, so you're
limited
moving for a
information we have about
mistrial.
the Reddit
You
post.
want the court to declare this a
A
mistrial.
mistrial.
I just want to be clear. Yeah, Your
I guess
Honors,
my
that's what I
request would
want.
be,
Okay, denied.
because of the concern of this, to look at
Can I turn up the stream? Is the stream quiet?
trial.
I can turn it up a bit.
A little
Or
bit,
at
yeah.
Very least,
I haven't
a
done any
discharge of
adjustments, so
the jury at this time.
usually
So-
have it right around.
This can be
Here.
resolved. This is alarming, to say the
Alarming.
least.
Say the least.
The very
Yes.
least.
Post and I don't know what Reddit is, to be honest. I've
Then why is it alarming?
used it, so I don't know the extent of. It's almost like this could be like a snowball. It's
I'm
like
watching
it
R
can-
make my
it
coffin
can
right
start
now.
with
You're
something
on it, Darrell.
That's this small, and it can snowball out of control into something totally different. I don't know the extent of this website. I don't know who. Well, I think the name of the person who sent the to who alerted the clerk, of course, to this post. I think his name is in the email. But then that even begs the question of how did this person come across this site? What is their significance to this? What is their role in it?
How did they learn about Reddit?
Those are the questions, and I mean, clearly this points at the court's integrity. It points at your integrity, Your Honor.
What?
It's alarming. It's very alarming. And if there's
Guys,
a chance that
Can you fucking
there can
not?
be hidden bias in this jury, it needs
Please?
to be addressed now rather than later.
Like, post that shit in the Discord, please.
This is very concerning.
Very concerning.
Locals going off again?
What?
Is locals going off again?
Oh yeah, no, just someone
Thank you for
posted
bringing up your concerns. Let me turn to the
a
state.
pornographic
Respond,
image.
and then see
in
what other
locals.
issues they want to cover.
There's
Yeah.
one rule. One rule. Stop,
Because the
please.
original post was on a subreddit thread called Justice for Darrell. That's the copy that the defendant has in front of him. That post was edited last night, claiming that it was a prank from the start and that the original poster didn't think it would get that far out of hand. The way that Reddit works, the only person who can modify the content of
like
the original
this.
post is the original poster. And because the jurors have no access to any electronic devices, I think it's safe to say that our 12 jurors back there
Wasn't me.
are not the original poster. So I think that puts that issue pretty much to bed. It's still obviously under investigation because the court takes it so seriously, but there really is
Somebody got caught tampering with the trial. Wasn't me.
actionable or any real
This
reason
book, The
why
Grounds of Hope.
we should doubt jury, being unbiased in this case.
I object to that on the grounds, Your Honor, that
Grounds.
like you just stated, it's an investigation going on. And if there's an investigation, and that clearly says that something is amiss.
What?
No. We have 15. We have 15 jurors. There's still too many questions that we don't know. Too many. I don't think anything's put to bed because we don't know. It's unfair to say that the issue was put to bed when there's still
This
so
is
many
the
questions
motto
left
of the
out there. I'm
locals
sure
chat
you
right
review
here.
yourself, Your Honor. You see the language in this, whatever it is, thread. I don't know. I don't know what this is. It's clearly a post from someone who has intimate knowledge of the trial and what's going on in the
Yes.
trial.
So does everybody watching it.
Yeah.
Mm.
And,
I mean,
and my
common
daughter,
sense
she likes to print,
tell
and
you that
cursive's
this
not
is-
very good.
Someone who's very close to the case, whether they were intending to be funny, whether they were intending to try to prank the court or anything like that, we don't know. That could be anybody's guess.
Very close to the case. Anyone who
Language
covered
in this,
who
the
watched
way that
any of the
way
media
it's
coverage of the last few
formatted,
days could have
lay
written that.
out 4 specific points of what
I don't
what
watch
they
media
think.
coverage of anything.
They
D. Hurst
point
says,
to
"Hell yeah,
certain
let's get this
language
grift
in the
started."
case.
You are media coverage, Nick.
Yeah, that's sort of what I meant. I mean, anyone that's been watching any of the YouTube stuff could have written that post.
Oh yeah,
They got certain feelings from when
I'm thinking the jury can be deliberating while they're talking about this.
I think they are.
Mm.
They are
they
good.
specifically refer
Unless
to
they brought them
themselves
in
and a group. That would be we.
and haven't let them and won't let them
Plural.
deliberate until they have them enter the court first, maybe.
That's what I'm fearing.
Ugh.
I don't know. I hope that's not. I hope they're deliberating.
They say, and I have to admit, I am biased against the defendant for the horrible acts he did, and they attack you, Your Honor. They clearly attack you. This is if this is someone's idea of fun, is anybody's guess, but I don't believe that it is.
And they've
Clearly,
said it was.
by the way it's formatted.
I
and
cannot
by the
believe the
language that is in
prosecutors
it.
have not followed up with that. They
This is
edited the
clearly
post to say
someone
this
with
was this was a
Intimate
prank.
knowledge of the case and what's going on.
This should never have been
Clearly.
brought. I've got a story, a trial story about this very
There's no
issue.
other way. There's no other way
Ooh,
to interpret this.
Yes.
There's a lot
You
of
can
ways
tell
to
by
interpret
just by
this.
what they're laying out in the language that they're speaking with. That this is clearly someone close to the case, and because of that, it
Shoehorn
still
says,
has to be.
Rekieta Law, Gosney is amazing.
I'm
If you can
informed
get him
in
on
the
the Dumpster Bros
investigation, but
trial,
there's
he
still
would be
too many
invaluable for
questions
legal
left in the air
analysis.
just from this. How can we say anything's put
That's
to bed when
next
there's
year.
still an investigation?
Go ahead.
I mean, just
All
looking
we
at it,
know
it's
is
obviously fake
it
because the
turns
jury.
out that it was
You know, I'm a member of the jury, and then the very first thing
turns
says
out-
how she treated the how he treated him when the jury was out of the room.
That
Oh,
more
that's
people are
ooh,
involved in it
deductive
than just
reasoning.
whoever this
Hey, my
Out of the-
$120,000 education in
person
law
was left
wasn't
alone.
for nothing.
It's too many questions and it's too concerning. What if something like this springs up again at the last minute? We've been going
Oh, the
through
prosecutor said it was edited
the
to say it
trial
was a
now
prank.
for
Sorry, I was
Yeah.
messing
basically
with
3
shit, so I
weeks, the
missed
better
him
part of
saying
3
that.
weeks. And
I thought they
even-
just said that it was
even in
closed down or
court
whatever.
days leading up to the trial, we've never had anything like this happen. Nothing like this has been brought to your attention. Nothing like this has been brought before the court's attention. This just came out of the blue, and now all of a sudden it's being labeled a prank. Is that because they were found out? I mean, it begs so many questions. It's too uncertain. It's too concerning, and it's too alarming. It's too alarming to just overlook and say, "Oh well, we'll just set it to the side and let them." No, this there has to be some type of alternatives, and something has to be done. Something, and if that's a mistrial, if that's discharging a jury, if that's some other type of alternatives that can be looked at, I'm sure that these case law speaks to other options that could come into play. They deserve to at least be looked at. if anything, to protect the integrity of the trial. I find it very hard to believe that this close to the trial being over, and all of a sudden these issues are being raised.
all
So
of a
this
sudden.
is obviously not a prank, and it's obvious
It's
that
obvious.
this is someone with intimate
Obviously.
knowledge.
Intimate knowledge.
It's very clear to me.
They know my loins, Judge.
Well, let me address your concerns, sir. I cannot make conclusions at this point
Damn, Judge
about
Mommy not wearing the glasses this
whether
morning.
this is legitimate or prank. What I know is as follows. I received the information about the subreddit post at approximately 9:30, 9:40 yesterday morning. I alone made the decision to withhold advising the parties because of where we were at in the trial, because there was nothing in that post. It was an anonymous post that would lend credibility to that it was in fact one of these jurors. But out of an abundance of caution, I referred it to law enforcement because it is very serious if the integrity of these proceedings were to be put at issue by a juror. I'd remind you though, every single day these jurors were read
I like her hair today.
the
Good job,
bulk
Judge.
of jury instruction 50. They all took an oath. And I have no reason to doubt that they would violate that oath at this time. So I took and I made the decision to withhold telling the parties because we were in the middle of instructing the jury. I was in the middle of instructing the jury. And I wasn't going to delay the proceedings.
She made
because
the
it was
Reddit
so
post.
speculative and remains speculative at this point. As you know, the case went to the jury. I brought this up. I waited about a half an hour once the case went to the jury. Frankly, we had had a long day. I wanted to get a bit to eat, and then I wanted to come back out and make a record of what I had.
She looks better today than she
Once
has.
again, the forensic
say it.
unit with the
She
sheriff's
sees the end of this
department has
trial.
taken lead of this investigation.
It's
I'm
radiant.
not a part of that investigation. Law enforcement will handle it. From my perspective, not only did the clerk of court's office receive emails regarding this, it sounds like the district attorney received emails. I may have even gotten one. I don't remember the time. It was later regarding the post. Frankly, people figure out my email all the time. It was not solicited by me in any way, and I did not respond to it. And I simply forwarded that email on to law enforcement. So it's pretty clear to me that a lot of people have access to Reddit. I personally am not a user of Reddit, so I don't know the ins and outs of it, other than it is a social media site where people can create accounts and post, and there can be like chat rooms, for example, or just various, as this is called, subreddits. And at this point, you've requested a mistrial. You've requested that I discharge the jury. I'm declining to do that at this time, sir. Again,
she knows today
I
is
need to
picture
make
day.
decisions
there you
based
go.
upon the record that's before me.
Oh boy, that's
Is speculative.
great.
There are no facts to support a mistrial or discharging the jury. I trust the parties will continue in their own independent investigations, that you will continue reviewing case law, make whatever requests that you deem appropriate. I certainly will take time to look at the
Shredder
cases you
62
have
says,
cited.
Nick, you're reacting to the
To
judge
see if
like
there's
it's a movie
anything,
where the nerd
based
girl with
upon the
glasses is
requests
suddenly
that
hot
you
when
have
she
made
takes
that
them
I
off.
would need to further review.
No,
But
I
at
just
this
like her
time,
hair and her
I
eye
do not
makeup
see grounds
today.
for
That's all.
mistrial. I do not see grounds to discharge the jury. That is how I will address it at this point.
And I saw
Hanover
chat mentioning that she looks like she's
State
50.
wanted to
Near as I
address
can tell, she's 41, 42, depending on which website you look at.
You deferred to Mr. Brooks, so go ahead. Is there anything you want me to address or at least bring to the court's attention at this time?
Just a minor point, Your Honor. You had noted the defendant is in his orange jail uniform today. It's my understanding the jail did offer him the ability to put on his street clothes, and he declined. So I just wanted that on the record. There may be occasions where this jury has to be brought into the courtroom for one reason or another, and he should be in civilian clothes if that occurs, if he
Grounds.
chooses to.
It's a good
Well,
point.
it sounds like they don't have to be brought in,
It's
so that's a good
possible
thing.
the jury would need to be brought out if there is any question that I need to answer on the record. If for some reason the technology were not to be working appropriately when videos or other evidence are displayed to them. And so it is possible that the jury would need to come out. Of course, they'll come out if and when a verdict is reached. So I would certainly give you the opportunity, sir, if you want to change into the street clothes, that I would certainly direct the Sheriff's Department to make that available for you, should you choose.
Isn't it my choice?
Yes.
Yeah,
it is.
that's
So
what
why
she
do,
said.
why do I need to be in street clothes? Why does that need to be on the record? That
Your choice should be placed on the record. sir.
if not, I was offered to be in street clothes. If I made it the choice,
Do you dispute that, sir?
yes, I dispute it because it's my choice.
Well, no.
At
Do
this
you
point-
dispute that you were
at this
given
point,
the
there's
choice
no-
this morning?
At this point, there's no reason why that should be on the record. That if I
Just
was not
stop
offered
entertaining him.
street clothes, what relevancy does that have to?
Say-
Could have potential relevancy later on if
Why?
you were to challenge that you and claim that you are required to wear your jail uniform or jail attire. You're
I didn't-
not required.
I
This
didn't
is a
make that
trial. You
request.
have the right to wear street clothes, and I will certainly provide that opportunity should you wish to change at any point in time. But what you're telling me is it's your choice to be in jail attire. I'll respect that choice,
Yeah.
of course.
So why does that need to be stated for the record?
I
She
just
just
indicated
told you.
why, sir. So,
I don't see the relevancy of it.
all right, at this point.
Cool, but it's on the
unless
record
there are
now,
any
so it doesn't
further
matter.
Issues, I am going to go back into my office. The courtroom will remain open and we'll let you know when the jury communicates
There-
with us, either about it.
Okay, so the jury is out and deliberating.
There is something that needs to be addressed. Subject matter jurisdiction.
Oh,
Mine's that I'm stepping off.
Why hasn't it been proven? on
She's
the
stepping
record?
off.
And
I like the cameraman. The cameraman wants to shut him up as bad as anybody else. Hey,
Okay,
guys.
I've got it pulled up here. I've got it up in the background. Got it up here in the background so that anybody can, or once the court comes back, we'll hear it, or I'll hear it at least, but I think we'll all hear it, and then I'll bring it up on stream. So big welcome to my guests, Legal Vices. How's
hey,
it going,
what's
man?
up? Pretty darn good. Got a couple hours sleep. I feel great.
Yeah, me too. Like exactly a couple.
Yeah.
Thanks for holding down so many of these damn days that I've missed. And yesterday morning, you held down jury instructions. What's wrong with you?
It was far and away the most lucrative stream I've ever done on YouTube so far. So hey, no problem.
To
Except
be fair,
you did steal Steven from us though.
I
know.
did.
Well, but I
did.
promised
Well,
Nick
yeah.
I would be here.
Yeah.
I would normally not do that. And the Pope has given me my blessing to go on your channel.
Yeah.
But I would say
Oh,
that.
well, thank you.
But I
You know what I think
promised.
we should do? I think like we should come to some sort of like fee sharing agreement here, like some super chat. sharing.
I'll give you my 10 cents from Rumble that I've heard.
Yeah, I'll give you.
I
I'll
made
give you
0
a cut of
cents
the,
yesterday.
give you a cut of the Rumble rants, and you give me a cut of the YouTube, you super chats. Yeah, it seems good.
Nah,
No, because I have
we had him
not
on loaner.
been. I have not been like Rumble is great, but it still just is missing out on the mobile tipping feature, and so they're lower. But I am very happy about this, by the way. So most people have been joining Locals, which is where I want everybody. Locals is so great, so great. It's been crushing it, and I don't know what I'm gonna do. I think we're gonna get to 10,000 on Locals way sooner than I expected, but I'm okay with that burden. But no, Locals chat is an amazing thing. And by the way, anybody on Rumble or Odyssey who wants in, rekietalaw.locals.com. It has been said that it's the best $5 anyone has spent since that time in Thailand when they found out her name was Peter. Speaking of that, welcome Aussie. How's it going, man?
good, Rex. Can't complain. I don't. You know what? I do just want to say thank you to the chat for being quite. My brain is not yet engaged. Thank you for the warm welcome. I want to say, so people have been very nice today, of all things. And I too fell asleep listening to you serenade the Locals chat last night. So I I too am a member of Locals people. I do highly recommend that you go and follow it. It's funny as fuck. But yeah, I'm running on about 2.5 hours sleep. So.
Wow.
Ooh, you got 30 minutes more than me there, big guy.
You got to be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for the stream, Aussie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I remember when you
Yeah.
checked out last night. You're like, "Well, I better go down just in case you're not up." I was like, "Ye of little faith." And I'll. Huh?
It's 'cause these songs everybody wakes up with songs in their heads. Why aren't they ever good songs?
What are you saying about my singing?
I didn't wake up with your songs in my head, thank God. But I opened my eyes at 7 minutes after the hour, and literally the very first thought that went through my head was, "It's all about the bass." I'm like, what the? Why?
Megan Trainor? You went to Megan Trainor? Oh God, I am sorry for you.
That was literally the first thing that went through my head.
That's
Oh, God.
terrible. So
Yeah.
speaking of people who I wasn't sure if they were going to wake up this morning, what's up, Steve?
Yeah,
How you doing,
no
man?
problem. I'm good. I don't do these late nights. I went to bed. Actually, I finished signing all my books last night, and then I went directly to bed.
Nice.
But Legal Vices, you should be listening to 2112 on my Rumble channel, and then you'll go to sleep with some cool music in your head.
Yeah, that was a plan. I forgot about that until just now. Better write that one down.
So, he's a big fan of Rush 2112, and I actually
Absolutely
do the whole playthrough of 3 parts of that epic piece on bass on my Rumble channel. As Nick has suggested, I start playing some music, and like, that's your first 40 posts. So I've did some music along with some great discussion. I've got some cool interviews up there too. But anyways, that's Legal Vices and I are both 2112 fans.
as rightly we should be, and so should everyone else.
Everyone
Everybody.
should be a 2112 fan.
Excellent, for sure. Ozzy, do you know 2112?
No, look, that one's a new one to me. But honestly, after watching various other streams the last couple of days, I have expanded my musical horizons so much that it's not funny. I've got a running list in a Word document of all the new bands I need to listen to. So
Excellent.
Yeah, the chat
add Rush.
provides.
The chat is
provides.
great. I've got a list too of people that have suggested stuff that I'm not familiar with. So I do listen. I go back and listen because I'm always looking for good music. I love music.
Oh my goodness. Speaking of music, is it time? Is it time for What the Business? I think it might be time for What the Business.
Okay.
We've got so much time for Darrell Brooks here.
Oh my goodness, he needs more time. I got so much stuff. You just tell me when you need me to launch.
Hold on. I gotta find his. Wait, locals. I need the help. Locals. Somebody link me Wood to Business. Somebody link it. We gotta have it. I haven't heard it yet. I know Based Fromars is ready for Wood to Business. I saw her in locals today. Tankrat says no gifting of memberships here. Too bad. No, not on Rumble, but there is a way to do it on locals. There's a way to gift memberships, but it's like a little cumbersome. So I'm gonna talk to them about doing that. So as soon as I get the fucking link, I will play that. Oh, looks like we've got it coming right here.
chat provides.
Yep, there it is. Is he in his mom's kitchen?
Not on our screen.
No, hold on. I'm getting it there. Are you ready for this?
Oh no!
Oh my God, what is this?
He didn't even move the 7-Eleven drink or whatever that was on the counter.
Drink there.
The big gulp.
On the counter here.
The
Couple
Wonder Bread on
phones.
top of the fridge.
Phones laying around over here. Oh boy.
No house would be complete without the red plastic Solo cups either.
Okay, here we go. Here we go.
What's the business? What's the business? Phone jumping off the chain like what's the business?
He's so enthused.
58 like what's the business? Eating lunch with the blood like what's the business? AR double drum like what's the business? 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 What's
At least the lyrics are easy to memorize.
Yeah.
Catch me sliding to the trap like what's the business? Grinding trying to make a stack like what's the business? I'ma pull up on you like what's the business? She gon' give it to the kid like what's the business?
Oh, they got a Mercedes for this one.
Clip like what's the business?
That was
I
somebody
paid to
else's
park
car.
in Vegas. What's the business?
That was somebody else's car. He's just leaning on it.
On the job, what's the business? Trying to rob and you get dropped, what's the business? You a walking stain, what's the business? I'ma hit your chest brain, what's the business?
Darrell Brooks may be the
We
only
running
dude
through a block like
with
what's the
slighter
business?
shoulders than me.
100 shots for a op like what's the business? Gang, gang, phone jumping,
Gang, gang.
chain like what's the business? I'ma pull up with the egg like what's the business? Eating lunch with the blood like what's the business? Hey,
I wonder how many parking lots in Vegas they had to walk through until they found a Mercedes standing alone.
What's the business? What's the business? What's the business?
More to the point, Vegas. Surely there was a nicer car somewhere.
What's the business? What's the
Dude,
business?
I love this
What's the
song. This is
business?
amazing.
What's the business? What's the business? What's the business? Bro say he need them pounds. What's the business? Hit my line when I'm in town like what's the business?
Gang, gang.
Claiming this a drop like what's the business?
I got to get this on my karaoke
Bring
list.
them round them out like what's the business?
It's so repetitive. It's almost like jury instructions.
Or it's like his objections.
For these hoes like what's the business? Never
I
leave
need
without
someone to
that
transcribe
hoe like
these
what's the
lyrics.
business? Blowing Cali out the door, what's the business? Stupid link on the cane, what's the business? I'm a guy, Charlemagne, what's the business? Pouring money, that's my lane, what's the business?
Did he just use Charlemagne in a rap, or was I hearing incorrectly?
Phone jumping up the chain, what's the business? I'ma pull up
How
with
is
you,
this song
like,
so
what's the
long?
business? Eating lunch with the blood,
Aussie looks like he's in pain.
This is cruel and unusual torture for me.
Speaking of eating nuts, he's going to be doing a lot of that in prison.
What's the business? 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 What's the business?
Boom, 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 boom.
Oh my God. With the business.
Eating nuts all day in prison. What the business?
I'm very happy to have seen that.
So you should play my bass playing, man. This guy sucks. Clean that ear
Yeah.
out. Come on.
Tell you what, no, you know what? It's really easy to get your bass video played on Rekieta Law, Steve. All you got to do is run over 6 people and go to trial for it.
Oh my goodness, painful. That was, but at least he's got his repetition down. So when he says grounds, credentials, it's like, what's the business? Credentials?
Oh my God.
Move our Lil John. You got nothing on him.
Look at
Oh, someone in
Ozzy's
chat
a
said
little
that was worse than
confused.
WAP. We're not quite going that far, are we?
Still better than WAP from System on Rumble there.
Ozzy
Dude,
looked like he was stunned.
You know what? I'm gonna say it. If this dude, if that was mixed better, and they brought up the background music a little bit, brought him down a little bit, cleaned up some of the beat. The beat was fine, man. That would have been good. That dropped a minute off the song, been perfect.
There's no Tekashi 69, but
I
he'll get by.
completely disagree, but to each his own.
See, Steve, you're in that weird, stuffy, conservative place called Florida, and you got to go straight to the hood of Waukesha to understand what the business.
I'm just not down with the business. That's it. That's the thing.
Did you see Andrew go off on the police beating video guy, the music that was playing in the background, Steven?
Oh yeah. In fact, I even told Emily about it because it was so funny. Do you know about this, Nick? It's like
No.
Andrew's, he narrates this police video and he goes on for like 3 or 4 minutes about how I'm just telling you, there's some really bad music playing here. I'm just warning the listener, turn it down.
Clearly,
He goes,
the quality
It was
people
quality-
involved.
yeah, it is
Steve's bass video on Rumble in the
No.
background.
No, it was.
no. So he's going and he's ripping on this, and so I'm expecting like what the business, what the rap stuff, right? And he comes on, and it's Master
And it was
of
on a live
Puppets.
stream it was.
Oh, it's Master of Puppets.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
Master of Puppets on a live stream. He ate it hard from the chat in
and
that one.
everybody. And it's funny because I told his wife about it. I said, Emily, have you seen this clip about him dissing Metallica? And she's a Metallica fan, and she was like, she cracked up because she didn't know that he had done that. So
I'll diss Metallica. They can eat shit for all
yeah,
I care.
Master of Puppets. I mean, come on, you can't. That's
Yeah,
even
it
the.
should be Napster of Puppets. Screw Metallica. Hate those guys.
That's why I'm
But
an
they gave us
Anthrax
today's
fan.
streaming platforms. It was an evolution.
It's true. I still hate them. The Dragon's Treasure says, one more day for a grift. God, I hope so. Please. I was telling my wife this morning, I'm like, I can go finish this fucking trial. I
I feel like this is the finishing party right here. This is the group right here, huh?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Fucking
I have
better
invited.
than
I have invited Mindset. I don't know if he's streaming today or what, but oh my god. Let's see. I do have an interview with Brooks, a Jailhouse interview from a while back. It's not very long.
Yeah.
We might watch that in a little bit. Oh yeah, sorry. The Dragon's Treasure. My ADHD. One more day for a grift. Use code DINDONUFFIN at thedragonstreasure.com and get some of the best tea you'll ever find.
Well, how
also,
is nothing spelled?
Nuffin, Nuffin.
Okay.
The only way to spell it. Also, if you buy some tea, you will get sex. Get sex now. Buy my tea. Sex. This is true.
Sex sells.
This is actually a true thing. What is not warranted or promised is where the sex will come from and how much you'll consent to it. Because he does hand deliver the tea. So, I mean, I'm just saying.
And it's cheaper than buying sex to get tea.
Yeah. That's true. Actually, unironically, the dragonstreasure.com is actually really, really terrific tea. Very high quality, good blends. And I recommend it to anybody, honestly. If you like tea at all, it's really great. My camera is extra tilted today. I gotta fix it. I quickly got my camera set up from last night's karaoke stream. Hold on.
I have a couple of tins of the tea working its way across the Pacific to me too, so we'll be able to pass judgment on it here in a week or so.
Oh, and you're in Asia where they know about tea.
Dude, I'm all connoisseur and stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, wait, someone put a picture of me in chat, it looks like.
Yeah. Oh no.
No, that ain't Legal Mindset. That's me.
Let's see. Okay, there we go. To adjust that down. What the business? Oh my god, that's an earworm. It's done. It's done. I'm gonna be thinking about that. Unaware Toaster says $20 for Steve's bass video. Well, I guess that's what we're gonna have to do. Steve, do you want to drop the link to that in the private chat again?
Yeah.
I have your Rumble video somewhere, or your Rumble channel, but
Crime Law. Let's see. Crime Law with Stephen. How do you spell my name?
Do you not know how to do your own?
I don't know. But there's a bunch of them up there. Which one do you want to hear? 2112?
Yeah, that's the one you keep talking about.
Well, that's because Legal Vices. He said that was like one of his favorite songs of all time.
Yeah, it's the best album ever.
Let's see.
There you go.
Watch this video. It's very short. What is that? Hold on. This is about Darrell Brooks too. I said give me the link to the video. But,
okay. I don't. Okay, you want flight? Okay, all right. Jeez. Let me see.
Here we go.
Technology.
I don't know what this is. This is Darrell Brooks admits he's a pedophile. Let's check this one out. This will be good.
Fall out all of a sudden. Now I'm a pedophile. Let me explain that. 10 years ago, 2006, I caught a case with my oldest daughter's mama. Yes, my baby mama. She's from Oakland. I was busting moves in Nevada. I meet the bitch. She says she want to get down, so I'm pimping on the bitch. I'll take her to Nevada. You know what I'm saying? I get cracked. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know the bitch was 16 at the time. She gave a statement to the police and told them, yeah, she was hoeing, that I was pimping, and that she was 16, and that I didn't know that. Okay.
Oh, okay. Well,
Ladies
there
and
you
gentlemen,
go.
this is proof that the internet is forever.
You know what's really bad is he not only did he admit to that, he admitted to like it doesn't matter, I guess, because he got convicted, but that's a sex trafficking crime. Like he brought a minor across state lines for the purposes of engaging in sexual intercourse as well as soliciting sexual intercourse for other people. Like, oh my God, he's lucky he was out. Good job, feds. Way to drop the ball. She gave a statement that she was 16 and he took her to Nevada
To bust some moves, quote unquote.
Bussin'. I was bussing.
We'll
Okay.
segue out of that one, big guy.
Okay, and we've got okay,
This is
I'm gonna
probably
okay,
this-
I'm all right, you start pretty quick. So I've got you at a perfect pause face right here.
uh-oh. This is probably going to be embarrassing. People are going to lose respect for me.
Let's do it. Let's lose all the respect. Where's the volume? Here we go.
Temple the Sea Rinks.
Temple of the Sea Rings.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that
Played
means.
on a Spectre NS4. Stewart Spectre design.
Okay.
NS4. Right? See there?
Play the
This is-
bass, funny man.
There. You people don't think I can really play. This is the thing.
I can't.
This is a good song to cut your chops on, man.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I haven't played in like 20 years, so this is cold, pretty cold, but
You're not even playing. This is all playing in the background. You've got a CD player.
Vice is
Right
making
here.
right.
Give him about 20 seconds here.
There's that intro.
Okay.
Yep. I messed up. Sorry.
You kind of got that. You got that little trill though. You caught the trill. That was good.
I'm not gonna play this whole thing because it's like 6
Wait,
minutes long.
gotta get the.
Yeah.
There we go.
There you go.
Nice. So fucking boomer right now.
What do you think, Vices?
Not bad.
Not too bad.
And the meek shall inherit the
That's right.
All right.
There you go.
Dude,
You got-
that's good. That's good,
There you
man.
go.
I can't play any instruments, so I'm thoroughly impressed.
Yeah, that's a Spectre NS4. That's my number 2. I've got a Spectre NS2, which is a Brooklyn Spectre, which is my number 1. That's one I bought as a backup because the other one got so valuable I couldn't play it out. But anyways, if you want to see the
Nice.
full thing, go to my crime law with Stephen N. Gosney channel. See, it's not really law, but it's like whatever I want to do because I'm making so much money on Rumble.
So yesterday, the update, you were at 17 cents. How
I
you doing
know.
today?
I might
Did you
be
surpass it?
I might have
Baller.
2 dimes, man.
I hope I boosted you to 18 cents with that view.
I don't know. I can check. Let me check real quick. I'll find out exactly what the grand total is here.
I've been doing the Rumble thing for a week now. I've made average 1 penny a day. I can't even afford to support a Sally Struthers child in Africa. That's pennies a day.
man.
I only have 1 penny a day.
I am up to
Pennies a
20
day?
cents. 20 cents earned.
Hmm. Hmm.
What I really want
my biggest day was the 21st on Rumble. The 21st, I made $230.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Damn.
On the on ad revenue specifically. That's not the Rumble rants. Rumble rants are different.
I'd really want to do a live stream. I have a live stream. I have some really good interviews coming up because I don't just play music. I have Stephen Hayward. I don't know if you know Stephen Hayward.
I know the name.
He's agreed to come on and be interviewed, and for as long as I can possibly get him. He's one of my academic heroes. He's a conservative professor at Berkeley who teaches constitutional history and constitutional stuff. He wrote a two-volume account of Reagan, a biography of Reagan. He's a brilliant guy. He's on Powerline blog, and he's actually on the back of my book along with Nick Rekieta for intro, and he's a really neat guy. So I'm going to try to figure out how to live stream so that in December or so, when I interview Steve Hayward, I'll be able to do some chatting with the people. So that's coming up. And then I've also got a doctor who's got an amazing story that I'm going to be interviewing at the end of November. So I've got some cool interviews.
We've got a request, Steve. What would it take to get you to do a cover of What the Business?
It ain't happening. I have my dignity. What the business? What the business?
No, not the song, the bass.
There's no bass on that, is there? It's just rap.
What?
I don't listen to rap.
Oh my god!
There was no
line,
actual bass guitar. There was a bass line. It just
there was a
involved
synth.
guitars.
There's a bass synth, probably.
I don't know about that.
Have you guys ever seen the what's it called? I think it's called the Theory Board. I get this fucking ad on Instagram all the time. I think it's called Theory Board. And it's this musical instrument. I want to buy it for my kids because they're like, they actually understand music and I don't. But in my brain, I want to be like, oh, I could even play this, right? Like, because it's fun. But so it's got like two sets of these LED buttons. And the left side is chords. And when you play it, it automatically picks the notes that work with the chord on the right side. And so then it gives you the individual notes and then the harmony notes with it. And
cool.
That thing looks really fucking cool.
You know, they used to be like, remember Grandma had one of those play along big console organs that you go in and they'd play it and they'd have the multi things and you have the drums and it's sort of like that, but just packaged in a more modern effect, right?
And it had like the big echo wheels spinning really loudly inside the console.
And you just like one finger blind, you know, you'd play it, there's yellow stickers on the keys. Yeah.
Boop, boop. You just hit the button, get the beat from the calypso to the waltz, to the polka, to the trot. Yeah, those are
right. Those old
right.
Those old organs with like the little
Wurlitzer organs.
Yeah.
The fucking like knob valve things that you pull out to get the different sounds. Terrible.
And they had they'd always be in the mall and they'd be like on the corner mall shop and there'd be some guy playing out in front to like lure you in to buy their console organs.
You've been to the mall in my hometown, haven't you? I'm literally picturing the exact corner of the mall that it was on.
Yeah.
Silvertree Consortium says, Nick, thanks for all that you do. Click the plus and like the stream, you degenerates. Also, if you enjoy a good dumpster fire, follow my Rumble channel and join the community at theconsortium.locals.com. So you guys can check that out. But yes, do hit that Rumble Plus button. It really helps push the show up the leaderboard. I think, wait a minute. Why isn't my video from yesterday up the leaderboard? I had 10,000 rumbles on it. The hell? I got just, today's the 26th. It was my video. It's not fair. I'm pissed. Okay, we're going to check this out.
Or something?
No, it's the 25th videos are on. Maybe because I ended it so late. Hold on.
Well, what did you do after the trial? Did you do another video after the trial? After we got done covering there, Nick?
Not on Rumble.
Oh, on Locals?
Yeah, I did. Well, I did a Twitch. I did 2 movies on Twitch and then a Locals live stream. Do you guys realize how much content I put out? It's insane. It's not correct. It's not a good thing at all.
Your whole life is televised, right? Or broadcasted.
Yeah, 11,500 rumbles.
What's
on that
Lee?
video. So that I should be number one. I beat Dan Bongino, but it's not there. Oh, I'm pissed. Oh, Dan Bongino, curse you, you bastard.
Are they promoting Dan, or is this just?
I think Dan's like part owner of the company, I think.
Oh, well, that helps.
But no, this is the meritocracy. I'm going to show it. I'm mad. I'm mad about this. So look at this. Here we go. Here's the leaderboard. Number one, Dan Bongino, 11.3 thousand rumbles. And we know, and the salty cracker. Okay, yeah, cool. Here, let's do this. All videos. This is my video from yesterday. 11.5 thousand rumbles. I'm pissed. I'm mad. I'm calling shenanigans, hooliganry, and tomfoolery.
Uh-oh, what's this? Was there a...
They just changed the camera.
They were just showing that the flag is fringe, so therefore this is actually a maritime court.
Right, and you're an admiralty expert, so you know these things.
Speaking of hooliganry and tomfoolery, what's up?
I thought you were going to say, speaking of seamen.
Hey, there he is.
As he says, all alone in his hotel room. Ew.
Yeah, listen. How do you know what's under this desk, Vices? How do you know?
I don't
know what's under there. I just keep hearing a thumping. It just keeps happening.
How's it going? Rackets, how does it feel to be number one on this platform right now? Like as I was checking in right now, you're
so mad at you. I'm so mad at you.
He's putting salt in the wound. Let's go ahead. Keep going.
No, I thought you're number one right now.
You missed the last 2 minutes.
I'm on the top of the I'm on the front page right now, which is great.
Yeah.
But the battle leaderboard of yesterday's videos, right? I have the most rumbles. I beat Dan Bongino and my video isn't there. I'm furious. I'm so fucking mad. I'm like, this little bald bastard.
Whose dick did he suck? Like how did,
I think his own. I'm coming for you, Bonji. I'm coming for you. I'm gonna wipe your ass off that leaderboard every day until you realize. Bongino will make you work harder. No, he doesn't have to. He got boosted right to the top when mine was beating him.
That was funny. Legal Mindset came in, and it's like he goes right in for the kill, right?
Yeah.
Like, so you're number one, aren't you?
Actually,
I don't tease.
Not even in the top. I'm not even in the top 50, apparently, even though I have the number one video from yesterday. It's cool though. It's fine. Don't even worry about it.
That was pretty good timing.
So how you doing, Andrew?
Shit. Dude, I'm doing fantastic. Having a great time here with the Tokyo Grift. It's absolutely fun. And man, this case has been fucking killing it. I know everybody, everybody, here's been talking about it. Steve, I don't know exactly how much you've streamed on it. Like, I haven't checked your channel.
Me?
But, yeah.
You think I'm a streamer?
Whatever. I mean, bro, it doesn't take much to grift. If fucking bonobos like Nick Rekieta and fucking Jeff and Hayden can do it, anybody can do it.
I have a real job. This is just I'm not really doing this. I'm not really here. This is just ignore me.
You could not even be here and still make money. Trust me, we know people.
Well, thank you very much. You're very good. And actually, I was telling him, like, I'm firmly in the Rekieta Bronca camp, and Bronca said,
you're not siding with Struggle Tube.
Who?
Struggle Tube. That's my term. They're Struggle Tube.
The struggle. Well, the thing is that Bronca said you were his favorite law streamer.
Well, he's very misinformed because I only talk about the law like 10% of the time.
Well,
but
Bronca makes it good.
Bronca is definitely not my possible father. That's why my name is Andrew. He's definitely not. He was definitely not motorcycling through my town. It definitely was not Bronca.
I gotta say, Andrew, every time you come on the show, I have to run through my locals chat with a fucking mop and a bucket. So thank you for that. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And the girls don't mind you either.
Fuck you, Vices. We both were at that BTS concert, faggot. And I can say faggot because we're on Rumble.
You can.
You fucking cocksucking crab.
No, just so wait. Speaking of that, when are you and Vices doing a hot tub stream?
What? Who signed us up for that? Like
You
were
guys
just,
did.
Were you, legal. You were simping for Anna so hard you let her con you into a hot tub stream.
No, somebody when she was on, we were talking actually legit business, and then someone mentioned it, and then that just set her off.
What the
so.
business?
What the business? Yeah, that was an Anna creation. She needs to be put down.
Yeah. Well, unless she's joining, to help that grift, then.
It did help
Yeah.
the grift though. So you
Dude,
can't hate on her
mindset,
for that.
it's embarrassing. I get DMs about you.
Oh, I know. I'm aware.
When they
I
slide into my DMs, they're like, "Hey,
I'm aware.
what's up, Rackets?" And I'm like, "Oh, hi, how's it going? It's nice to talk to you." And they're like, "Can you, you know, I
Well,
don't know,
where is
maybe
mindset?
maybe
Oh,
send my number to Legal Mindset?" I'm like, Jesus.
Where is legal mindset? You said you're in Japan.
Right now I'm in Tokyo, but I'm normally in Seoul, so I'm normally in Korea with
Oh.
Vices
He's here with
over
me.
there. Yeah,
Yeah.
I
yeah, we're
see.
hanging out. We're hanging out. Yeah,
Very
but
cool.
that.
How's the Japanication going?
it's fantastic. It's actually great. Although I will say, Japanese girls are a lot less hot. I was here last in December 2019, Vices, and like maybe it's me just having been a little bit spoiled now, but before I was just excited that they had a BMI that was south of a blue whale. But now I'm like, Korean girls are definitely hotter. Like I put my finger on the scale.
Interesting.
They got the cuteness down, but the hotness is not there. But anyways, the food is really great. Had some amazing sushi. I just ate some whale. That was fantastic. It was great. It was nice and oily, like a little bit fatty. Definitely a couple members of Greenpeace cried when I ate it, and that made it fantastic. I definitely had a half chub as I was eating fucking shamu.
So let's have whale next time you come down to Busan, but now never mind. I don't want you to enjoy it that much.
No. We do the whale and then the hot tub stream in that order, Vices.
Yeah, okay.
Oh no,
boy! I don't think I've never. This is cool, man. You are
sperm whales.
I hope you die in prison as well.
Oh shit! So what's our over under on how long it takes this verdict with Brooks?
It's already well past what I thought it would be. I thought they'd finish out last night. I thought it'd be basically 2 hours of them writing down guilty, but they had
Checking the
questions
box,
and everything. So,
Well, I figured that it's going to take at least 3 hours to fill out the paperwork.
can I bring Emily on? Like Emily Baker, isn't she streaming?
Oh,
I'll send Emily the link. I don't know what she's up to. There's a breeding visa for Japan.
Yes, there is. Look it up.
Yes,
look it up.
Oh no, damn it!
You can't make this shit up, bro. You can't make this shit up.
Oh yeah, because they got the birth rate.
Yeah,
their birth rate's lower than my GPA.
Isn't there like a point where you tip past being able to replenish the species?
They're far below that. They're well below that.
Shit.
Enjoy the decline, brothers. It's going to be great. If you're out there doing what you want, you're out there doing what you love. It doesn't matter if the world's fucking burning because you're sitting back, you're laughing, you're having a whiskey and a cigar, and you don't give a good goddamn.
Dude, I need to get out and have a cigar before it gets too cold. It's this week it like the highest temp this week is 60 or so, and it's like this is my last gasp of not fucking frigid. So I need to do that because I can't. I'm not that much of a degenerate. I'm not gonna sit outside in the snow smoking a cigar. Okay, like
hey, the wife and I had to break out our sweaters yesterday. It was 73, and we had to walk, and I had to put my sweater on. It was actually a cold snap here.
It's freezing. 73. I'm just walking around in a mankini. That's it's too hot.
That's sweater weather here, man.
No, the bad thing is the way Minnesota goes is when it gets down to like 30 to 38 degrees, and you've been like having a nice summer and then suddenly it drops to cold, you're freezing, you like bundle up. By the time it gets back to 30, I'm in sandals and shorts and a short sleeve shirt walking through the snow to the store. And they're like, people look at me and what? And it's like, dude, it's once we get to 30, it's sandals weather. I am done. I hate winter here so much. Ugh.
Have you had snow yet?
No. Well, yes, we had some, but it didn't stick.
Yeah, it's
So-
snowed for
'cause
a
it was
couple days
like-
in Utah, so I figured it would there.
Yeah, it was like 30, 33, 34. My kid had a soccer tournament. It was 38 degrees. I was like,
It snowed here in Busan once about 2 years ago. That was nice for about 15 minutes.
what's the weather like normally in Busan?
Oh, it still gets down to about
It
freezing.
gets cold. It does get cold.
It gets down to about 32 degrees, but it's that bone chilling, just humid. You freeze from the inside out. It gets really cold. It just doesn't snow.
Okay. Yeah. I hate that. Come to the Caribbean. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're going to be going back to Jamaica a couple times, I think, or going wherever, you know. Yeah.
There's a pole with your name on it there somewhere.
Literally the only place I want to go ever again. I have 3 vacations waiting that I bought during COVID, and I don't even want to go on them. I just want to go back. Just take me back.
We could all migrate to Australia during the winter.
It's
That's
not
not
even
great.
real. It's not even real. It's like Atlantis. We're not going to go to Krypton either, buddy. Like it's
No.
not happening.
No,
I have physical proof that it's real. I'm enjoying an artifact from there right now, as a matter of fact.
I went to that. I actually went there
Nice.
to that's why I scuba dived in Bundaberg.
In where?
Bundaberg, where that ginger beer is from. Like that's the southern point, the only point at which that fucking reef is in a dead shell of a husk of itself, with these demon starfish that consume their entire ecosystem. Australia's kind of fucked.
I have
Not
jokes
gonna lie.
about
So
what
wait, you
just said,
fucking
but I
been here
won't
and you're
say
still
them.
saying that I don't exist?
It still doesn't exist. I've been a lot of
He
places
didn't
that don't exist.
navigate
I've
there.
seen-
He got in a plane that said it went there.
Exactly. They
I
claimed
get on a-
there, they
fuck's sake.
pretended, they
When
larped.
I get on a plane and go to Atlanta, like I don't know. Like I just end up in Atlanta. It just looks the same as when I drive through that shitty town.
I've seen Inception. I have doubts.
I've also been to Hyrule. At least that's what that girl told me with the elf ears.
Oh dear God, you sure it was a girl?
If it's a Zelda cosplayer, you cannot be sure. If it is a Zelda cosplayer, you cannot be sure.
Yeah, because the last Zelda cosplayer I saw was literally Lofty.
Oh, get that pussy.
Oh.
Get that pussy.
Should I pull up the picture of him?
Speaking of bussy, like how long is Brooks gonna last in Gen Pop till he's like got the Glock Dookie loaded up?
3 days
he's
at the most.
He can
At
never
most.
set foot in Gen Pop. He's got to be in PC his entire life.
I don't know.
Or send him off to.
I don't know why
Colorado-
they do that. I mean,
Colorado.
just put him in Gen Pop anyway.
They should just put him in Gen Pop.
He'll be in Gen Pop, I think, but I don't know Wisconsin incarcerative classifications. But let's see. I hate to be so academic. You're having so much fun, and I'm throwing this cold water on it. I want to
It's okay,
say
it happens all
legal.
the time.
Yeah, legal mindsets. He is definitely putting some evidence before us that he is actually spawn of Andrew Branca, because with that whale meat politically incorrect sushi session, boy.
And Andrew Branca is the only guy who's like more savage. Like I thought, like I came here, I'm like, I'm gonna be savage, and I'm a stream this pimp cast with Drex. Branca comes on, he's dropping these giant fucking red pills. He's like, you got a girl who's 30, yeah, she can be hot, but there's a 25-year-old version, and I'm banging her.
and he's got the way to do it in like 1 or 2 sentences that just goes like right to the point.
2 drink Branca.
He does not care. He does not care. And I
He didn't even
love it.
take
I'm
his tie
here
off
for it all day.
He didn't take his tie off for your thing last weekend. He was pretty brutal. That was tie on Branca there.
No, he did.
No,
he
it,
took
it,
off
was
once we
sober
got
tie
into it.
off Bronca. It wasn't.
Yeah,
it
yeah.
wasn't two. It
And
wasn't
his-
two whiskeys tie
His
off Bronca.
tweets were fucking savage. I mean, I'm in Japan, but I'm feeling like Hiroshima and Nagasaki when I was reading those. So, I mean, he is good. He is good.
He may have gone a little farther on some of the tweets. No.
I'm not
those,
saying
though. No, not those. I'm talking about the ones he's been doing where he's like blocking everybody. I'm like, oh,
Okay,
well,
that I wouldn't do. That I
calm
don't
down
do.
a little bit, Bronco. Like
Yeah.
you don't need to do this. You're funny enough. Just let it go.
Well, and then some nice person comes on the stream and go, "I really like you, and you're my favorite guy, but you blocked me on Twitter."
Yeah, he's relentless. But I love that. That's a great quality in him, you know. And it's funny because, you know, we need to have somebody to throw out some bombs like this in this culture. Everybody's so uptight, and you got to push the Overton window over a little bit this further, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
That's true.
Yeah, and like just a little bit. Like it doesn't even have to be a lot. But when did just being yourself and having fun become fucking illegal? And you've said that 100 times, Nick. Like it's like literally there's a war on just enjoying yourself and not being a miserable fucking human being. If you are not miserable, they fucking hate you. They hate every fiber of you for not wanting to like yeet yourself at every moment. They want you to be as miserable as they are.
Yes.
And that's where we're at. That's where we're at. That's where the Overton window is.
And
Yep,
there's no fun. It's like no fun and no laughing and no comedy.
Well, yeah, that's the whole thing, because I learned this from my buddy Dick Masterson. He said it on, I think it was on the Biggest Problem podcast, that the original one, where he was like talking about getting canceled from something, and it was like, yeah, it had too much fun. That was the whole problem. You had too much fun on the internet. People found out you were having fun.
Yeah.
They looked at it and were like, that's my favorite sound effect. I had that in one of the videos. I was talking about getting banned because I had to do 3 of those or whatever. But it was like, you could hear them. You could hear them as they saw my Twitter account. They just went, it's like, God, just stop. Just don't like look. Just don't watch. Just go anywhere else. Anywhere on the planet is fine. Just go be. But why do you have to drag everybody into misery? I don't get it, man. I can't imagine walking in and seeing someone having fun and like, you know, not murdering someone or something like that, but just having a good time, being like, I don't like this. It's got to stop. It's got to stop right now.
Right.
But oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say just go do your own thing, right? But they don't have their own thing. That's the point.
True.
Their thing is fucking with other people as a thing.
Exactly.
And as an individual, they don't realize that they are one of 7 billion people. We don't give a fuck. It's when they get
learned that from
together and they
Katy
become
Perry.
like,
Ozzy tries to make a point and he gets bombed.
it's fine. I don't care. I'm half out of it anyway. I'm gonna crack an energy drink.
I actually really like that song. Daisies, it's a good song. It's on my list of inspirational music. There you go.
Dude,
There
I
you
heard your
go.
karaoke was very questionable. I heard you did "Kiss by a Rose" on the grave. Like, I mean, I was hearing things. I did not listen to it, but
What do you mean questionable?
I mean,
Like the
the
song
chat was-
choices?
I mean, they were going. They dropped a lot of 69 for 69s in the chat. All I'm saying is, I didn't watch it. I didn't hear it. I haven't seen it. I'm just saying they were horrified. They were coming to me scared, crying, and showing me where you touched them on the karaoke doll.
Yeah, but you know what? They liked it.
That's true, and you probably made a bunch of money off it, you motherfucker. And I love it. It's the great thing about it. It's like, God damn it, that's another one for the list because I don't complain. I get ideas, right?
No, it was not on Twitch. It was on Locals last night.
Locals, yeah.
No, I was having too much fun. See? And then they went, what did they do? They ran to the manager. Oh, we got to go to legal mindset. We got to shut this down. Can't have someone having fun on the internet.
No, I was they're running to me as I was telling my tale on Locals, which will be deleted in 2 hours, by the way, guys, for anybody who caught that.
Wait, what?
Oh, I promised that on Locals I would tell the story that and it's only on Locals. I would finish the story that you started and give some of the details that you went into with Andrew Branca. And so I gave that on Locals. I gave all the details and stuff like that. I said it's only on Locals. We'll stay on Locals. And I'm going to get rid of it in 24 hours. So anybody who wants that information, if you're on my Locals, you're a supporter, you've got it. If you're not, there you go. Yeah.
Okay.
Chat saying verdict's in.
Verdict's in.
It's not in. I've got it pulled up right here, guys.
The chat's saying it's going to come at 10:45.
Oh, there must be a tweet. Yeah. So like, I'm not on Twitter, but Law and Crime may have tweeted out or something that the verdict is in and the judge has called everybody to come back.
Yeah, that's what happens. The bailiff will notify the judge that a verdict has been reached. Then they will notify all the parties, so that the plaintiff, the defendant, and the anybody else, the media or whoever, and then they'll set a time and they'll come back and review. They'll bring everybody assembled. So there's some time because the prosecutors go off because who knows how long it is. Like this is the time.
It's going to be a long verdict.
Well, you know who doesn't know who what's happening is the fucking chat, because one thing I was learning is you can't trust the judge's back, right? Judge, you never look, you never pay attention to it, no matter how loud they cry. The judge is not actually back.
Well, I think they're saying the verdict will be read at 10:45, but
yeah, which is in just under an hour. So we've got some time to kill still, of course.
Again, we're assuming the chat is knowing what they're talking about.
Let's see. Chanley tweeted.
Oh, okay.
Well, Chanley has never been wrong. She has never ever been wrong. Ever.
To be fair to Cutely Painter.
To be fair, I would smash. Let me be very clear. But yes. But has she been wrong a couple times, right? A couple times.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Her legal analysis is highly suspect. But she is a lawyer, by the way, to anybody who doesn't know. Chanley Painter. Everybody should check out Chanley Painter on Twitter. She's working her butt off for Law and Crime or whatever. She's Law and Crime, right? Not Court TV.
I thought she was Court TV.
Yeah. No, she's Court TV. Court TV.
Yeah. Oh, Chanley, I am so sorry for disparaging your good name and suggesting you might be associated with Law and Crime. Chanley Painter on Twitter. Check her out. She's a good Court TV reporter, and she did serious legwork during Johnny Depp, bringing us hard-hitting tweets and legal analysis
stuff.
Yeah. Look at it this way. She was kind enough to give even a little guppy of a fish like me some time, so I did appreciate that.
Chanley did?
Wow. Well, what'd she do for you, Hayden? What'd she do for you?
I know what she did for Andrew.
Yeah, but
oh no, look, she gave me like 30 minutes of her time, which I appreciated. Like I don't think anything actually ever came of it, but we sat down, we had a conversation, we discussed Johnny Depp, various other bits and pieces. So she's a lovely person.
No, I like her. Like I'm not joking. I think people should check out her Twitter and whatever. But no, she just had some questionable legal analysis during the Depp trial, and I was like, that's not right. That's not right
Who's
at all.
the public defender lady from like Washington or Portland or something? She's really
Andrea
good.
Burkhart.
She's really sharp. I liked her a lot.
Yeah, Andrea's great.
She's based as fuck.
I like Andrea. She's fantastic. I'll send her the link and say, I don't know if she's up yet I'm sure she's actually up because she's not a degenerate like me. Hold on. I'll send it to her and tell her that the verdict's coming in 10:45.
Coming in 12:45.
It's interesting. I had just throw out a legal story. I had a case where I help out the trial division on some of our more difficult cases. They'll come in, I'll second chair them. We had this case. It was a fleeing and eluding, and our defense was that our guy was a passenger, not the driver. And so, and there was 3 people in the car. So, and they all bailed out, and there was a smoke, and there was a big cloud, and our guy was found outside, and there was confusion. And anyways, it was being streamed or something, like there was communications going from the trial courtroom to out into the netherworlds, and the actual driver guy was on the lam and had a warrant out. Well, he's watching our live stream in the trial, and he's commenting to his father saying, oh yeah, he's telling him like, And we wanted that guy to testify. We wanted his information. So in the middle, right just before we sent the jury out, we get this information from the dad that he's getting the communications from the actual driver, that he's admitting to these things. And so we want to stop. We wanted to bring that in, and we wanted to bring it before the court. And we said, we want to give a delay. We want a continuance so we can try to get this driver in so he can testify for our client. And the judge shut me down. So, I mean, this is, we didn't get it in. It was PCA'd on appeal. So I've dealt this very situation. But that was stuff that the defense attorneys actually had tried to put on the record, who is an exculpatory witness who got, I mean, theoretically, we don't know exactly what he was said. He was on a warrant and he was not subject to us getting our hands around him, but we got excluded on this very issue. And so for some Reddit chat to come in and to think that that's going to be relevant, I know this is crazy what she's doing and putting that in the record. I don't know. So I just had a brief little story about a similar experience with this outside this technology in the courtroom broadcasting. We had exculpatory witnesses watching our trial. It was amazing.
Well, that's what happened with Johnny Depp. It was one of the, I mean, not in the criminal capacity, obviously, but the guy who owned the motorhome hotel place, like, he's like, yeah, basically saw what was going on. Like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm this guy who owned that place, and messaged it. I think that was the guy who that happened to. But it was, yeah, they saw the trial coverage and they're like, well, I guess I do have some story to tell about that. So, Surveyor 8587. Let's get this band started. Raggets on vocals, Vices on drums, Mindset lead guitar, the Gazinator on bass, and Ozzy on kazoo. And thank you guys for all you do.
Or didgeridoo.
Didgeridoo.
Disband the EU has this stream figured out. He says 5 gays, 1 stream. Nailed it.
Don't cross the streams.
Well, that's when you get the lineup, the couch lineup with Darrell Brooks sitting on the center. Like, you've got that meme just ready.
Yeah. Don't do that.
Is every woman a lesbian? I'm being asked in the locals. Well, after 2
They don't
Smirnoff
exist.
Ices, yes.
Yeah, 2 or 3 if it gets real dicey. If they've got a high
Depends how
constitution.
tall they are. I shouldn't finish that joke. It's fine.
Listen, we're totally allowed to fetishize midgets on Rumble. They literally do not care. They literally do not care.
You mean
Midgets
free speech is a thing?
Midgets?
Well, no, that's
I wasn't
what
making
you're
a
into.
midget joke. No.
Oh, oh, okay. I wasn't about to midget shame you. Listen, it's all right.
No,
It's
I
all
was.
right, Nick.
So I said 2, you said or 3, and I said depending on how tall they are. But in theory, there would be like a case where they could get wider and require more Smirnoff Ices, but I wouldn't give Smirnoff Ices to wider chicks. That's all. I was being fattest, which is
Yes.
my lot in life.
What was it you were saying about that the Japan, the body mass index is in Japan and Korea?
Steve, it doesn't require a harpoon to take them to the bedroom. That's the standard, right? If I've got to call Captain Ahab to handle business, like, it's a problem.
Jeez.
And by BMI problems, he means like a BMI of 2.
You shut your whore mouth, Vices. Well, oh my God. And then the midget porn gets on locals. And then the fucking midget porn. It's not porn, though.
It's not porn. It's not porn.
It's suggestive. It's suggestive photos.
This needs to stop. This needs to stop.
Off
Everything's
the
wrong.
rails. We're going off the rails
love
like a
it.
crazy train.
I fucking love the locals.
Yeah, there's never
chat.
anything
That's
wrong
the
with that,
best
though.
fucking thing ever, is to have that locals chat running. It's the best grift ever. It's
Yep.
fucking fantastic.
It's
Yeah,
fantastic.
I'm just a poor man chat rumble
It's
chat drift, you know.
It's an infinite meme generator.
Yep. Constant. What are my thoughts on the verdict? Guilty on all counts. Life in prison without the possibility of parole. I don't know if he's going to get guilty with intent on all 6 of the murder counts, but I know he's going to get it on at least 1. And by no, I mean, I strongly suspect, which is all that's needed. So that's,
Yeah. So
that's my
yesterday
thought.
they pulled back some of the exhibits they wanted to rewatch, and the one I think it was 55. I think at the time, chat for me was sort of agreeing that was the video of the dancing grannies, and they wanted to play that back at 40% speed. So people are a little concerned as to whether or not they're looking at the intent for potentially taking out one of the old grannies. Did you have any thoughts on that?
I never know why a jury wants to look at a particular piece of evidence. I think that's certainly reasonable. They could be. Did he stop or slow? Like, is that one from? I don't know what that video actually looks like. Is the problem? But
that's sort of where I was at.
Are they looking for brake lights?
Which video it was?
Yeah. So that's the question: is what are they looking for? Are they 40% speed? Are they trying to find out when the brake lights come on? Is it before or after he hits someone? I don't know. Can only speculate. I think though, the prosecutor made a very good case of, you could have just stopped anytime, like anytime, or gone anywhere, or not gone there, or done anything other than what you did. But you drove over a barricade. You turned towards the parade. You drove into the parade. You didn't do anything to stop it. I mean, sure, he swerved around some groups, but I don't know that is going to be enough to nullify his intent to kill.
No.
It just doesn't seem like it to me. It's like, wait, if you could swerve around some groups, why didn't you swerve around the rest of the groups?
Sort of makes it worse.
Yeah.
It does a little bit.
But
guys, there are 22,000 people watching. Hit the bloody plus button. Nick wants to get back into the battle board.
Bust that plussy. Bust that plussy. Hit that plussy.
The plussy.
The plussy, yes.
But no, I do think
brain's kicking in. That's better.
I do think. Oh, okay. Locals chat need to calm down. I do think.
I'm watching this chat get more and more degenerate. It's great. It's great.
I do think he is going to get life without parole. That's what I think. I think there's going to be at least one intentional murder. Maybe the kid or something. We'll see.
Oh, there's no way he doesn't get the kid, honestly.
But
yeah.
But we'll see.
Oh,
maybe
Christ.
there's maybe there is
the locals chat is completely disrupting this. Right? People are just like stunned. All you're going, oh my god, what's going on here?
I mean, to be fair, they're playing, they're posting pictures of Shanley's Miss America thing. Here we go. Oh my gosh, I didn't. I didn't read that one.
Welcome to Rumble, bitch.
Look, aside from my guess, I'll put that on the night show all day.
I'm gonna build my box barricade out of my book. What else do I have around here I could pile it?
No one else endorses that picture without their own say so. I do, because it was funny. But Jesus, I just saw, because when you post a picture in locals, it actually chops the image down into this square as opposed to the full thing. So I couldn't see what it said. I thought it was going to say, "Don't be a murderer."
It most definitely did not say that.
Did not say that. Not at all.
Just for the record, I'm just sitting here. These people here, they're elsewhere. I have no connection other than being on this. Just for the record, just want to make it clear for the record.
You are platforming us and enabling us, and therefore you sign on to every word coming out of our mouth. It's as if you said it, and we're endorsing it. And not just that, you were amplifying it. You were making it even worse.
That for grounds. I love it. Oh my goodness.
Grounds, Waukesha.
Farmhand Tom says Nick and guests banned 30 seconds. Farmhandtom.com. Mr. Nick, what is this? Oh God.
Oh God, it's the shock.
It is 49 seconds. I cannot believe you did this.
Oh no.
Hold on, little
Oh God.
She said to you, sad little girl, broken heart can't be that bad when it's through. Make the twist of both of you.
Yes, yes, do it.
Let me be the one to show you.
You look like a hot chick. What's going on?
Smash or pass. Smash or pass. That's all I'm gonna say.
Give me two.
That's amazing.
Just to be the next to be with you.
Oh my god.
That is incredible. That is amazing. Who did that? That is
shit.
great.
Oh,
That's so great.
That was
This-
from
this-
Farmhand Tom.
This
By the way-
AI, this AI makes me trust nothing.
Yeah.
All photos are now deepfakes. Every photo is a deepfake. Every one of them.
Don't trust nothing.
Amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, that's Farmhand Tom, guys. Farmhandtom.com. He's got natural cleaning products and stuff like that. Good stuff. He had the Amber Heard bed deodorizing spray you could get. So
does he post those like on the internet somewhere, or where can you watch that? That is great.
that was on YouTube, but it's unlisted. So I don't know. You can find it at farmhandtom.com/Mr. Nick. That was no, I was talking to a Texas state senator about AI and deepfakes because it's he was telling me that's what everyone's scared of. They're trying to expand revenge porn laws to include deepfakes and stuff like that. They're trying to do everything because they know what happens when one of those drops October 30th and they've got an election on November 7th, and it's them with anybody else on the planet. It doesn't matter that the scandal, if the deep fake is good enough, it will ruin a campaign immediately. I mean, imagine if they had Pete Buttigieg deep faked onto a man. And that'd be amazing.
Well, what's that girl, Emma Watson? I remember she was responding. She said that I guess somebody was putting her face on a bunch of porno videos. And she's like, is this even a thing? How can they do this? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Emma. They can. And they have. L. Edwards, 2012. Hello, Jeff and the other degenerates.
Hey,
Jeff is first amongst degenerates.
I am.
No, yeah, I think the deepfake thing is ultimately good. Actually, I think
Good.
once, yeah, because here's what'll happen, right?
You can get the videos you always wanted to have.
Okay, that's farther than I was going.
Oh, that's not what I was
think we're saying.
thinking.
You'll believe nothing. So
Yeah.
so
Yes.
essentially, you'll only believe what you like physically can confirm as evidence in front of you. Everything else is fake. Everything else is bullshit, which is good because you're automatically doubting rather than automatically accepting. Is that kind of the?
Yeah. Yes. That's what we need. We need every politician to be deep faked into oblivion, because that will then make everybody go, okay, we got it. Here we go. Look.
Oh, what a fucking simp! So soft.
What is with that? Oh, that's Darrell Brooks. And he's definitely photoshopped onto my my friend Drexel.
Oh, okay. I haven't met Drex. I hear about him all the time, but I've never
His
actually met him.
sweater means no
That'll
one
be
should
an
meet him.
eye-opener.
Like, what was he doing? I don't.
So in terms of the AI, gents, taking it to another sort of scenario here, I covered an article not long ago about how they're looking at using AI in courts for what they consider straightforward determination. So taking a human judge out of the equation. How do we feel about that?
Actually, I wrote a whole article about that. That's one of my chapters in my book. And I actually spoke
Well,
at the Florida Public Defenders Association on this very topic about artificial intelligence being used as a tool by law enforcement to identify people from video, and about presenting that testimony in court. So that is, I've got it. You can look it up on SSRN. I did it with Dr. Brian Cutler, who's one of the leading experts on identification in eyewitness memory. And he's a brilliant professor and an expert witness. And he asked me to add a legal framework. So if you go to SSRN, you can pull that thing up, or you can buy the book. It's in a chapter in my book on that. The issue is about, can a cop testify as to identity on video that they weren't in? We had that issue in this trial, actually. And then you also have the addition of computer technology, which then says, well, the computer says you did it, right? Which is a pretty frightening level of things. So that's the future. And we're talking about how this talks about how lawyers can deal with that issue in the courtroom. So try to bring some law back to the Law Channel, but there you go.
The Law Channel. So there's, I'm trying to think where I read it.
Oh, so that was the facial recognition. Okay. Yeah, no, see, I was talking about actually submitting documents and whatnot and having it basically, having an AI read over the documents itself and make a determination based on what the its own interpretation of legislation is supposed to be. Like they're taking it to a whole new level where it's literally, so these are supposedly things that are supposed to be routine or whatever, but it's still where there's an error, there's an area there for human error. So why are we not, like, it just seems dangerous to me because there's still a human component to everything.
There was, I was reading an article where they did this with bail hearings. And they did so what they did was the benefit they had was that they had all this bail hearing data from New York and the outcomes, plus they had recidivism data, like, so bail violations that happened. And they had an AI, I guess, go through all of the data for the hearings. And then in hindsight, was able to compare it with the real results, and the AI did way better on predicting who would be an actual risk than judges did, because judges were presumably persuaded by emotions, by prejudices. That doesn't always mean bad prejudices, good or bad, based on how people dress, based on these things, rather than based on existing data points about I don't know what the data they fed in was, but I mean, it wasn't like a little bit better. The AI was shockingly better at predicting who should, how bail hearings should go. And that was really interesting. It made me kind of wonder, but I don't care what anyone says. I don't want my fate being judged by an AI ever. I always want a human judge.
No, exactly. Because I think the issue that I saw with it was that it included clear racial bias, basically, on the empirical evidence they provided, was that there were certain sectors of society that would definitely judge more harshly in terms of what the proposed sentence should be and that sort of thing, because it was using it as a sort of a projector of what an appropriate sentence would be for certain crimes and that sort of thing. And I don't like that in the slightest. I don't think that should be sorted out by any sort of AI. So no, I agree with you on that.
There's another kind of issue, and somebody was talking about the court reporters and how this trial will be punishing the court reporters. And I will say that we recently had a change in Florida here in our local jurisdiction, which I wasn't aware of, but evidently everything's digitized. It's all recorded through the microphones, and the court reporters actually, there's an AI immediate translation that's created by the computer. So the court reporters don't actually transcribe. What they do is they go listen back and follow along and double check the computer. But the computer creates a first draft for the court reporters so they're not just typing every word. It creates it and then they edit it as it goes along as they listen. So that's kind of an interesting thing too.
Well, I mean, it's not too different to the dictation software that I use at the moment. So I use, give them a plug here. Dragon Natural. Yeah, the legal edition of it. It's just that much easier to go through, dictate letters and legal documents and whatnot. I reckon it probably cuts most of my work down by 70% or whatever. But if they're actually able to use something like that in court and then have a transcriptionist read over it and make sure, because I mean, let's face it, we've been watching this video particularly with someone with the same diction as Brooks. The YouTube captions have been hilarious.
Yeah,
so,
they're great.
No, look, if they can make the life easier for the transcriptionist, by all means, have at it.
Let's see.
How's our courtroom?
Long Crime has 96% people saying guilty, 2% saying not guilty, and 2% saying hung jury. You have 76 counts like that. That's the wrong question. You're not going to have a hung jury on this one. You might have a hung jury on one thing.
Well, the fact that they're
but
coming
not
back
this fast.
they're coming back this morning. That means it's not a hung jury, because if there was a holdout, they're not all going to say, "Oh, he's not guilty." We all agree, not guilty, right? They're not. So if somebody was actually a holdout, that would delay it.
But Steve, hold on.
That's why I think he's getting life without parole as well.
But hold on, the moderator for the Justice for Darrell Brooks Reddit confirmed that they had proof that this person was actually there in the jury. So that means, because Reddit confirmed it, it must be real.
Yes, I believe everything that's told to me. Well, who was it?
Wikipedia told me to.
Yeah, who said that it was like the actual text of the Reddit thing was talking about stuff that wasn't in the presence of the jury?
Yeah, the title says, "Oh, I'm in the jury." Then the first paragraph is, "You should see the way she was treating him outside the presence of the jury." I'm like,
right, yeah, that's a little contradictory.
Well, in fairness, the other part of it did say that they were on Reddit and got brought to like seeing videos of the thing. So the presumption would be they saw some of the videos of how the exchanges were going outside the presence of the jury. I guess is maybe the cover. Obviously, that post is completely fake. I'm just saying there would be one way to get to for them to see that, but I don't know how
if they're
much.
going to be posting on Reddit, there's nothing to say that they're not watching us on YouTube. So
yeah,
right.
And they should be watching this channel. What up? Shout out to Based Jury. No one tell Darrell Brooks. I've actually confirmed through my Rumble moderators that all of the jurors have been watching this show the entire time on Rumble. So that's true. That's a real thing that definitely happened. Don't tell Darrell.
It's such a sideshow. Like, you're going to see some streaker running through the courtroom with some shirt or something, right? Like, somebody always uses these kind of events to promote or something like that. I mean, it's the strange world we live in today.
Yes. I like it. God damn it. What the hell is happening?
Shut down Reddit. Why would we do that? They still got the right to have their free speech out there. They just don't have freedom from the consequences of doing stupid shit.
No, well, we should not shut down Reddit because of speech issues. We should shut down Reddit because it's cancer. Just hate Reddit. Okay, here we go. DZYDVL 1776. Dizzy Devil. Oh, okay. Count 17, Eric Teagues. We find defendant Darrell Brooks guilty. He's the son of two good friends from high school. His injuries are too long to list. Oh, damn. Sorry to hear that. I hope he's able to make a recovery. Yeah, I hope Darrell Brooks goes to prison forever. This one's a foregone conclusion.
He's going to get multiple life sentences, and they may be consecutive. I don't know if the law in Wisconsin, but she may just say consecutive. So it'll be like 20,000 years in prison. You know?
If it's not free speech, what is it? Obstruction of justice? Well, I mean, there are things that there is a very limited set of speech that is unlawful. You have true threats. So if you and the reason a true threat is unlawful is less about the speech and more about and this is how the courts kind of reason through this, but it's more about the action that the threat causes itself. It's the act of threatening, not the nature of what's said. The nature of what's said helps inform that it's an act that is intended to cause harm. A threat is a harm to someone when it's a true threat. So that's why that exists. Obviously you have other limits on speech. Posting of child pornography is an infringement where they say, you know what? Porn is speech. We recognize that. However, this limited category, in the interest of protecting children and reducing the proliferation of child trafficking, we're going to make this illegal to try and tame down the potential market that would drive abuse of children. So, but this is, when you're trying to put these restrictions on speech, you have to go through a strict scrutiny analysis. That's what the Supreme Court does. And they go, okay, does this serve a compelling government interest protecting children? The health and safety of children is probably a compelling government interest. And then is this the least restrictive means to achieve that compelling interest? And in this case, stopping child pornography is one way to protect the health of children that is least restrictive. It's not sweeping up other otherwise lawful activity by removing this very limited subset of speech. So that's how you can look at speech restrictions. They do have time, place, and manner restrictions, which are a little bit different, where it's not about what you're saying. It's about you can't say like anything in this particular time and place, or you can't say a specific set of things. I was explaining this to my Constitution class the other day around a voting facility, right? There's like a 50-yard box around them where you can't wear shirts or clothing that endorse a particular candidate, because the idea is to protect the integrity of the voting booth. And yes, we're on Rumble, so I know there is no integrity left in the voting booth. I got it. We don't need to worry about it. Just for the sake of the constitutional argument, let's say there is. The idea is that if you're wearing specific stuff, people could feel pressure about how they're voting. Like if everybody in line shows up with a Trump shirt and the one guy wants to vote for Biden, he might turn around and go home and be pressured out of his right to vote. That's so they restrict political speech specifically in the time, place, and manner of around the voting booth on voting day, and not like particular attire. So there's all sorts of illegal speech that exists that is that goes through a lot of testing before we determine it.
And here's how you trigger American lawyers in one easy sentence. But the law says you can't yell fire in a theater.
I hate you. Not one state. I'm pretty sure it's not one state has a law against yelling fire in a crowded theater. And everybody says it. Ace Brain 2003. I can already see it now. Your Honor, I object to the jury's decision because you haven't determined subject matter jurisdiction. Yeah, that's coming. The meltdown that we're going to see in about 25 minutes. I can't wait.
It's going
to be so good.
What's the predictions of what is he going to stand there stoically with evil eye the jury? Is he going to act out? What's the over under on the actions?
You have violated your oath. This is it's everything. It is absolutely the book of sovereign.
That's my prediction.
Yeah.
That's my prediction right there. Yeah, no, I think we're in for a full on explosion of sovereign citizenry. Yeah.
I'm
complete
thinking
we get the taser,
crying and fainting, perhaps.
If we don't, I'm going to be very disappointed.
This is our last chance to get the shackle tasers going. Yeah, we need the shackle shocker.
Does he have that equipped? Is that
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the shackles are apparently like lit.
I think that once the guilties start getting read, he's going to get all this, and then he's going to start mouthing off and yelling. And then they're gonna say, "Mr. Brock, stay down. I'm gonna remove you from the courtroom." And then she's gonna have to remove him from the courtroom so they can finish reading the verdicts. That's my prediction.
See, I'm still thinking it may hit him that his sovereign citizen bullshit is not working, and he's gonna cry and possibly faint.
That would have happened many moons ago. But he is so committed and so invested in this sovereign citizen BS that it's like. This is what blows my mind is how does somebody find this stupid document? This is so logical, and they've got
somebody in prison. It's not a document. It's other people in prison who tell people when they're locked up. They pass this down. It is broke people giving financial advice. It is
there is a handbook.
There's an actual handbook. We've actually got the handbook. I'll send it to you in the link.
And he's reading from it directly.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
that's how the mispronunciation of tacket came to be. He was just reading from it.
Somebody told him about this shit though. Somebody told him.
Yeah, they tell him, and then he's got the tablet. He can look that stuff up. He can pull it up. But when he was reading yesterday, and he just sat there and went through, like you could see he had the bullet list. I want this. I request this. Well, I request a judicial determination in writing. I want this. Now I want an interlocutory appeal. Now I request a stay during the pendency of my appeal. And he was just reading it off like list by list. It's like, dude, stop.
There's somebody in jail going, no, dude, here, go read this in court. It'll be great. You'll get off. Go ahead, do it.
Oh my goodness.
See you later.
A massive prank by one of the other prisoners because they hated what he did.
Shoehorn says, Lady Rackets, Nick, mind telling me what you're doing on that stream? Me, ma'am, finishing this fight. Okay. That's not what's happening.
That was good. I'll give you that. That was good.
Tankrat says, hey, Drunkita, about time you woke up to cover this debacle. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Right at the end. Kramit says, get potentially criminal on and ask him about toe sucking. I'm serious. Lol. Sean. Look, there's a time, place, and manner of toe sucking.
No.
A crowded theater.
No, Nick. No, do not allow it. Or you'll go full Drexel. Do not allow it. You'll be at a Waffle House before you know it.
Toes do not go in butts.
Toes in the ass and
Mooger Fooger. Steve's like, wait, what?
I don't know what's going on.
It's probably for the best.
It's better for you.
I know. Some things I don't want to know. I understand.
Yeah, it's that unring a bell thing. Just you can't do it.
Mooger Fooger says, what's the business with your locals chat? It lacks courtesy and decorum, and frankly, you haven't shown subject matter jurisdiction over this locals chat whatsoever. Yeah, I know. That's why I like it. Duan says, money for the grift god. Thank you. Thank you. Jensen Zeiger. Real question. Would it not have been an issue if it turned out real and the judge kept the info to herself? Would that not have been an issue? No. If the Reddit post turned out to be real and the judge hadn't put it on the record, the judge, I guess it would be an issue if she didn't come back and declare a mistrial. But I have every confidence that if they actually found a juror posting on Reddit, that the judge would come back and declare a mistrial.
But see, here's the problem, though, is that the problem is she's correct for putting it in the record, right? But what she does, and this is the pathology that this judge is exhibiting to this defendant, we talked a little bit about this last night, is that she says, okay, I'm going to put this on the record, Mr. Brooks, and then she gives him this open forum to vent.
Yeah.
And then she has to respond to well, I did this, and she goes on, and then she looks back to him, and there's silence in the courtroom and leaves this void by which he'll then send some more. And then she has to respond to that. It's like this cycle of pathology where she wants him, she's asking him to give well, what do you have to say, Mr. Brooks? Who cares what he has to say? I mean, this is the thing. It's shut up. Here's what it is. It's on the record. Next. I don't want to hear from you. I mean, this is the problem. She's encouraging him. She's asking for it, and she keeps explaining herself. If I just told it a different way, he would agree. If I just provided a little bit more persuasion, he would come my way, and we could make up. He's never going to do that. And instead, she plays this game. I don't know. It's really a social path. We were talking last night a little bit about this male-female dynamic that a lot of that. It's well, if I could just show him that my greasing, my heart is kind, he will then come my way.
I just want to fix him mentality.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And some people need to be punched in the face. I mean, just straight up, that's the only thing that's going to get them to understand this shit is not working.
Or just shut down. But women also need to recognize that this man is not an alpha male. He is a weak, bully, evil, selfish tyrant, right? But they perceive this as being strong.
Objection.
Yeah.
He was bussing hoes.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Into Nevada.
But they're all focused on if I could just convince him, if I could make him better and use my ways to make him this strong man, right? It's so pathological. I don't know. I mean, do you understand what I'm saying? There's
I had to watch all 3 music videos last night. My chat trolled me into it. They said that you would never do it, Nick, and I was dumb enough to click on all the wrong videos. So we watched all of Math Boy Fly last night.
So jealous.
Well, I've seen there's horrible. 2. What's the other one? There's the one with the.
Oh, there's 3. Oh, there's fucking 3.
Yep, there is. I haven't watched it yet. I was thinking maybe after that. Maybe that'd be the victory lap. I don't know. What's it called? Do you remember?
There's a bunch, right? There's Ticket is the one. Hold on, let me get it.
There's a bunch. There's more than 3.
There's so many. So there's half a ticket. Half a ticket. Okay. Right. And there's I think The Business.
Yeah, we watched What the Business.
Yeah,
I watched that one today. I like that one. That was good.
Let me go back in the history here. I'll find the third one.
My ears are still bleeding from that.
I don't want to hear that again.
I mean, I feel like he got the lyrics off Fiverr. I mean, I'm not gonna lie.
Well, he didn't pay off full 5. He only got
The last one is fly shit.
fly shit. Okay.
Fly shit. Yeah.
Well, I mean, fly shit is probably pretty fly. I mean, I'm thinking.
Shitty.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Louisville courtroom brawl?
I just dropped that in the locals live chat. I also dropped fly shit in the private chat. So you've got it now for your records.
Okay. What is this Louisville courtroom brawl? Oh, this is just the other day.
It is like I watched it on my stream. This is like on a potato cam, and it's actually the whole thing is the whole altercation. So
What is this?
it's in Louisville. It's in a courtroom.
Yeah.
No,
Do I need to lead up to it?
No,
it just turned noon, so good afternoon.
I would go in like maybe a minute.
Standing.
Yeah, like there. Go there.
Go ahead. Thank you, Your Honor. He does have a new charge. Mr. Egger has not been retained yet. I'm standing in for the limited purpose to ask on his behalf for this to go to November 1st for Mr. Egger to possibly be retained.
So hold on, I've got someone who doesn't have a lawyer.
Yes.
Are you going to hire a lawyer?
I don't know.
My financial situation, but I'm
I
trying to
just
hire.
don't want to just keep you hanging out in jail without a lawyer.
You can give me a PD. My man, you.
What?
I said you can give me a PD.
Well, do you qualify?
Yes, ma'am.
What do
I
you
don't
mean?
got a job. I ain't
Well,
got
then
no
how are you
income.
going to hire
Okay.
a lawyer?
That's why I said I don't know right now. I gotta see how my financial situation work out.
All right.
The seriousness of the crime, I don't know if I got enough money for it.
Why don't you have this
Public defender time.
2 revocation cases. Mr. Egger had those previously.
You did have Mr. Eggert previously.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want an opportunity to hire Mr. Eggert?
Yes, ma'am.
You do.
Mr. Ed.
You think it's realistic that will happen?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
And
okay.
I'll give you to November 1st.
Here we go. Okay, when he gets dismissed.
I just can't hold it. Just hold it. Okay. So if it's not here by November 1st, we're going to talk again about the public defender.
Okay.
All right.
Here we go. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Here we go. Okay, watch. He's gonna walk off.
Okay.
Here we go.
Your Honor, I
Help.
What the hell was that?
Objection. Grounds.
Help!
Wow.
Is this it? Is there anything else?
Okay, so like at the end, there's like a little bit more of an altercation, but
Yeah.
you got like the Paul Blart mall cop of security here.
What did this guy do to these
Well,
people?
any idea what the crime is?
I don't know.
Jesus.
Oh, murder hearing. It's a murder hearing.
So
That
they
makes sense.
killed somebody.
Okay,
yeah.
Yeah.
Or it was just an average Friday at McDonald's. One of the two.
They ran out of sandwiches at Popeyes. But,
Ran out of gravy at Dairy Queen.
That was a planned attack, though. They were coordinated.
Oh, yeah.
So when you go into court and there's no friendly faces, you got a
Yeah.
problem.
Well, and in fact, this is one. I mean, people like Brooks should be thanking God there's a state of Wisconsin, because we are offloading our violence to the state. Otherwise, you'd have this kind of victim family attack on the perpetrator, which is kind of lawlessness and law of the West, wild, wild West. But, he's only alive and able to exist because the state of Wisconsin is protecting him from all the people that he hurt and injured.
So locals chat saying he killed his girlfriend and that was her family. So yeah,
That's all of the family.
It makes some sense right there.
Well, what if all of Wisconsin's friends show up? Like Michigan comes in, Illinois comes up from the bottom, and Iowa comes over the punch.
Well, the interesting thing about what you're saying, Steve, is that people tend to forget that the Constitution, the way it works, is that any of the power that goes to the government has to be derived from the inherent rights and powers of the people. So the power of law enforcement is like we call it vigilante justice, but we're taking that right that we have to protect and enforce rules in our communities, and we're giving it to the state, hopefully in a more neutral and impartial system that will mete out justice under a set of rules, rather than do you have the resources to gather a posse to just take baseball bats and bust someone's skull and arms and legs, and that's the idea behind it. But that everybody seems to forget that everything the government does has to be rooted in what we would otherwise be doing. I think Congress forgets that a lot too.
Well, because ultimately these little petty laws that get passed ultimately have the force of violence of the state behind them. So we got to be real careful what we make illegal, because all of a sudden the power of the gun. I remember the guy that was making the cigarettes out, like I think it was in New York, and
Eric
he's selling.
Garner.
Oh,
Yeah, Eric Garner. And all of a sudden the force of the law comes crushing down on him, and it's like he's just selling like illegal cigarettes or something stupid.
Lucy's, baby.
Right, Lucy's, and the cops are all over him. I mean, that was a bad case, an example that be very careful about what we want to make illegal. I mean, we need to I'm a big fan of individual rights, massive individual rights. The state has to be limited power, because this power to kill and to inflict violence on the citizenry is a very dangerous one, and we need to be careful who we give it to.
Someone said, Adam says, explain civil asset forfeiture then. I said Congress forgets too that we would have that the power of enforcement, or the power should come from the people and their inherent rights and powers. Civil asset forfeiture is one of the most offensive things that exists, in my opinion. It is a clear violation of the Fifth Amendment. I can't believe civil asset forfeiture isn't a taking that is compensated.
Well, what was the case? There was and I'm no criminal law now, but back in the day when I was a civil lawyer, civil litigator, there was a case, the Kelo decision, right, where basically they wiped out any distinction between public and private interests.
Kelo versus New London.
Right. So you can get like, okay, we want your hotel. Well, I don't want to sell it. And the big corporation comes in, they want your hotel. Well, I don't want to sell. I don't want to sell. Then the city then gets a deal with Hilton, and then they condemn your property for public use because, well, this will make the economy better to have a nice big Hilton here rather than your little family-run operation. And they do that, and that's a public taking. I mean, the whole private-public thing was wiped out. That's a terrible decision, and eminent domain decision. Are you familiar with that one?
Oh yeah, very much. It was Pfizer was the company
and they never did do what they were supposed to do. They took this person's property for public. They never did what they were supposed to do. Yeah. And it's basically a watering down of our rights drip by drip by drip so that you got nothing.
Right. The idea of eminent domain is we need to put a road, and this one person, the road goes like this, and then there's property here, and they're the holdout, the last one. And so they just run it across the property, and then they compensate them for the loss of use of their property.
Which is fair. Fair.
Yeah. It's not my favorite system, but it's a system that makes sense. And I'm not sure what the better system would be if you need to do things like put roads, lay cables, and all that stuff. You have to have some way to make it not the most cumbersome thing in the world. But there's a big difference between we're going to make a road go through this property and make that happen to Pfizer wants to buy all of this property.
Yes.
And the government wants to give Pfizer a sweetheart tax deal to promote the local economy. And there's one holdout that won't sell. And so they go to take that person's home, because it was a home too. It wasn't just like a personal business property.
A vacant lot.
Yeah. And so they take the person's home, and they're supposed to receive just compensation, which at least in fairness, they were compensated. With civil asset forfeiture, what I'm talking about is there's a crime called criminal conversion, where theft is if I take your thing and it's mine and you don't have it. Criminal conversion is where I deprive you of the right of use of your thing for some amount of time. The damage, it might be a theft, it might be a borrowing, it might be a damage thing where you take away their ability to use it. But if you do it intentionally, it becomes criminal conversion. Civil asset forfeiture, they convert property, sometimes for a year to 2 years at a time. If you imagine, like, if they convert $100,000 of your money, like, that money could have been put to really productive use, and it's not. So that, to me, that's a taking. Even if you get the money back, the lost opportunity of that $100,000 should be a taking. And it's not treated that way, to my knowledge.
And you should also be in eminent domain cases, which I actually did some eminent domain way back when I did eminent domain cases. And the state pays for your lawyer to defend your property rights. And there's a whole system about that. There's a 12-person jury required, so it's taken very seriously in Florida, at least. But the problem is, what you're saying is a good proposal. They need to also have that provision when there's this civil asset forfeiture. So if you're driving along, you got $10,000 in your briefcase, and they pull you over and they say, "Oh, what's this? That sounds," and then we're going to put it in evidence. And now you've got to fight to get it back. They should pay your lawyer. And if they should pay your lawyer, not only that, but also be entitled to damages if they're wrong.
Well, there was the one guy who was, I read a story about him. He was flying to somewhere to buy gaming machines, but they're gambling machines. So some casino or something was going out of business. They had an auction, and he owned like a casino, like in a different state. So he flew, and he had, I think, $116,000 in cash, and they civil asset forfeitured it, said it was drug money. He was not charged with a drug crime. There's no evidence of a drug crime. They just took it, and he had to fight for it. And it took him like 2 years, I think, to get that money back. And it's like they've criminalized cash.
Well, and they want to criminalize cash.
Yes,
that's a big problem. And there's so many things. The social credit system and the cashless economy are very much threats to individual liberty.
Yeah, that's the one thing. They never have to charge you with the crime, ever, for you to still forfeit your assets related to a criminal act that you are not charged with, much less convicted of. I hate it. I hate it. And then the other day, the FBI raided a Beverly Hills like safe deposit box place, took $86 million worth of property from it. And it turns out the warrant was based on a lie. And the judge just said, "Yeah, it's fine though. Harmless error." Like, wait, what?
There's a real, I'm looking up in my own book. I remember the case here. The United States versus Bajikican, I think it's called. It's 524 US.
You had Bajirkis yesterday. Now you got Bajikican.
Bajikican, yes. It's a 1998 Thomas decision that talks about excessive fines in the context of civil forfeitures. And Thomas laid out a really good analysis on because what they do is they arrest you for some paperwork violation, and then they take your car or your house.
Mm-hmm.
And Thomas gives an explication of why that is a violation of excessive fines in the excessive fines clause. So there are some constitutional limitations to this, but what happens when it's less money? And it's, is it worth fighting for? If they paid for your lawyer, at least you would have the ability to go after him without costing you more money out of pocket to recover your loss, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's insane what you have to do to get it back, and lawyers cost a lot. And sometimes, it's a specialized area of law as well, and it shouldn't be hard.
It's very hard. If you had $10,000 seized, what lawyer is going to take that, and how much would they charge you? It's basically a no-go.
Right. Because if it's more than a letter, you lose the money.
Unless you're pro per.
Right. Then you can do it. Really quick, speaking of pro per, we have over 28,000 people watching here on Rumble. This is officially the largest Rumble stream I've had so far.
I would make,
Make sure you hit
just
that
one
plussy
note that Mr. Brooks is now
while you're
present
here.
that-
in a suit.
Judge Mommy has the
And I
hair
will
today.
also advise that
Oh,
at
she brought the
9:40
glasses out now.
a.m. this morning, I was advised that
Are
the
they different
jury reached
glasses?
verdicts in this matter. And without anything
Maybe it's
further,
just
I'll
the
have
hair.
it brought
Yeah,
out.
she looks different to me. I'm weirded.
Your Honor,
She
I-
did
I'm
the.
here for it.
Yeah,
I'm here for it.
Again, I would like to address subject matter jurisdiction for the
Dude,
record.
it's too late for
Yeah,
that.
here it is. Any predictions on
Objection
outbursts? Additional we want to get in before it gets rolling?
Please bring the jury out.
Would it be proven for the record, Your Honor?
It is already on the record. She wrote an opinion. She gave it to you. You tore it up.
Just a reminder to everyone that I do expect everyone in the courtroom to demonstrate appropriate decorum and courtesy as the verdicts are read and refrain from
You know,
audible
we were talking earlier.
responses.
She has good hair
Any
today.
disruptions may result in removal from the courtroom.
Oh,
She wasn't wearing her
don't phrase
glasses
it like that.
earlier,
Just
though.
tell him to behave.
I'll behave.
Your Honor, is that a tacit agreement not to address subject matter jurisdiction for the record?
Jury's coming in. All rise, please.
I respectfully object to that ruling, Your Honor, and request the legal reconsideration of your ruling.
It's denied.
Just
the record.
accept the freight train that's coming at you now.
Noted, sir. We'll not be addressing that further.
For the record, may I respectfully reject that ruling and take exception to that ruling, Your Honor?
He didn't say anything other than I reject and doesn't take
Is that a
exception.
tacit
She doesn't have to
agreement and
answer.
judicial determination that
Don't
you have
answer
to
him.
Answer that question as a public servant, Your Honor.
She answers him way too much.
Just don't answer him. There's nothing to say. He's not made an
For the
objection.
record, may I
He's not made a
request
motion.
the legal or factual basis for your ruling, Your Honor?
QT, I've got a
Just
counter. It's just
stonewall
not
him.
going to be on screen.
It might have been a false alarm.
For the record, may I respectfully request a written judicial finding of fact and conclusion
Who do we
of
have
law
here?
on this issue, Your Honor?
Hey, what's up, Andrea?
All rise. Jury's coming in.
For the record, may I respectfully move for an interlocutory declaratory appeal on this matter, Your Honor?
Not to her.
For the record, may I move to
Send the link for the document, Steve.
matter
I'm looking for it.
Crap, I got
Actually.
the echo again.
jurisdiction
Denied.
based on what law or fact, Your Honor?
All of it.
Based on what large vacuum?
Or echoing.
Is that a tacit agreement that you don't have to answer that question? For the record, Your Honor, as a public servant?
Technically, yes. It is a tacit agreement that she doesn't have to answer the question. By not answering the question, she has tacitly agreed that she doesn't have to.
Law, if this court is operating under admiralty
Officer
law.
Tackleberry's like, hey, this is my last chance. Give me one go at it. It's just one punch, Judge. Just
Thank
one
you,
punch.
everyone. Please be seated.
Damn echo.
Ladies
Is
and
it echoing
gentlemen of the
again?
jury,
Yeah, it's echoing.
Yeah.
Okay, no,
your
I'll fix
belongings
it. I'll
to
fix
the
it.
foreperson. All right, and I see it's your number 11.
Okay.
You've reached verdicts on
Hopefully,
all charges.
maybe that'll fix it straight out, but I'll go through
Please
everybody.
hand all of
Check
the
it.
forms to the bailiff.
Just takes a second. Like, and by a second, I mean several minutes. I go through and click literally every setting, every person individually. StreamYard, what are they doing? Besides everything wrong. Okay. Now let's turn it back on for everyone. Hopefully this will fix.
No, you sound weird.
I sound weird?
Yeah, bro.
She's going to take some time to read through make sure the verdict are in the proper form. So what she'll do now is she'll read through every verdict form to make sure that they're filled out correctly. If they aren't filled out correctly, if there's something that's improperly filled out, like if they checked every box, you can actually send it back to the jury to have them correct that before that she reads the verdict.
Do I still sound weird?
You're good now.
No, you're good.
Okay. All right, got it. Hopefully that should fix the echo. Oh my goodness.
Trying to find the sovereign citizen document that I
Well,
can't.
clearly you're not as smart as
Your Honor,
Brooks.
seeing is that we reached the verdict, is it necessary that I have these shock devices on my ankles?
It's more necessary now than ever.
Yeah, right. This is exactly the time that we put them on you for.
Oh, here it is.
Thank you. This is a gold mine.
Oh yeah, there it is. Aussie got it.
Oh, what, the Sovsit doc?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry, I put it in private chat.
Oh God. Yeah. I don't know if I want to pull it up.
Maybe
We'll wait till after the verdict.
Oh yeah, no, don't pull it up now. We're way too entrenched in this.
Copyright, sovereignty,
Oh, no.
education, and defense ministry.
Don't do that to poor Andrea. That's rude. Hold on. Andrea, do you want to explain what's happening here? Are you okay? Do you need to be saved?
Damn, look at the lift they gave me. Thank you, bro.
They definitely pumped you up. They definitely pumped you up.
I didn't even notice that.
See, we know that's fake.
I noticed.
Lies. We know that's all the first thing y'all noticed.
No, because I saw the picture earlier that didn't have the lift. I was like, oh, someone reposted it. Put it in here.
Yep.
I'm not
I
having
was just
a
looking at
great
the picture
today.
and thinking, oh, Biden's in the picture. Okay. I get it.
We
now.
know that's fake because he doesn't go for women that have breasts.
Yeah.
Say I'm a little too old for his.
Yeah.
Oh damn!
Once they start
One of the
running-
advantages of the over 40.
Yeah.
14 over 14.
He still calls babyface Hayden Ashley. It's okay.
Wait, what?
Oh my god. Andrea, is there a
It's
picture
fine, I
of
don't
you
exist.
with a double-barreled drum-fed machine gun, or is that not you?
Show me. I want to see if I want it to be me or not.
It looks deep fake. It honestly looks like a deep fake, Andrea. Like it really does, but it may not be.
Damn.
Wow, that's impressive. No, that's unfortunately not me.
Okay. I was like, I don't trust
It's the
it.
face. It's the face. The face is off.
Yeah,
I don't trust it, but
I
I hope
stretched
it's
my
not
neck. I've got like one of those African ring neck, kind of things going on.
How are you, by the way? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm great. I'm having a blast. Sitting here watching this weirdo about to get a whole lot of jail time coming his way. It might take a while for them to calculate the total number of years. But yeah, no, I'm just here with 30,000 of my friends.
We're just, the number 2 Rumble stream.
Yeah, after Bongino. The thing is that will they go right into
I'm sending a
sentencing?
nuke to Japan.
There was some
again.
Is she?
First
There are
two
76
were not
signed
enough.
verdicts and
Oh, here we go.
76 unsigned verdicts.
Unsigned.
Which would be what I would expect. Right,
Well,
I
they'll-
will read each one into the record.
My dad will read
My
each one
dad
of the
will
record.
read-
I love
Leave the
the
jury. Find the
subtitles or
defendant.
the captions.
Here we go.
Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 1 of the information. Dated this 26th
Bye.
day of October.
So that's it, isn't it?
It's
Isn't
over.
that mandatory life?
Life without
Number
parole.
11. If you find the defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, answer the following question, yes or no. Did the defendant commit first-degree intentional homicide while using a dangerous weapon? Answer yes.
Fort Brooks ain't gonna save him now.
Find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 2 of the information. Did the defendant commit first-degree intentional homicide while using a dangerous weapon? Answer yes. Hey, you are to be removed.
Oh.
Will not do that.
Send him the link. Send him the link.
Yeah. To that guy, email
Leave the
me
jury.
now.
Find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 3 of the information.
That was awesome.
And I
Is that a
should-
smile on Tackleberry's face?
Signed
Yep.
and dated.
I think Officer Tackleberry may be smiling.
Same as to count 3.
He's the one who
Did the
said it. He
defendant
was
commit
ventriloquating.
First-degree intentional homicide while using a dangerous weapon? Answer yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 4 of the information. Dated this 26th day of October 2022, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree intentional homicide while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 5 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree intentional homicide while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes.
Get used to hearing
We, the
that
jury,
guilty word,
find the
Darrell.
defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty
Yeah.
first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 6 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson.
He's taking it well.
Burn hell, you fucker. That was the kid.
Intentional homicide while using.
See, my prediction was he cries and perhaps passes out. Looks like I may be right.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 7 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes.
I don't think they're going to answer any of the dangerous weapon questions as no
Darrell
if they
E.
answered
Brooks,
one of them yes.
guilty of first-degree
Mm.
recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 8 of the information. Dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as
Do you
charged in
consent to
count
the use of
9
that name
the
yet, you piece
information.
of garbage?
Dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 10 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 11 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 12 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering?
Is it just me, or is she looking particularly smooth and well rested today?
No, I like the hair. I'm
We,
a
the
fan of
jury,
the hair.
find the
Andrew.
defendant, Darrell E.
We've
Brooks,
all commented on that. Everyone else.
as charged in count 15 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 14 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree
Is she
recklessly
crying?
endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon?
Yeah.
Answer,
Probably a relief.
Yeah.
we, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell
That's
E.
got to
Brooks,
feel good.
guilty
Actually,
of
like
first-degree recklessly
not
endangering
always
safety
do I
as
think
charged in
prosecutors
count
should feel
15 of
good
the
about
information,
themselves. Usually the
dated today's
opposite.
date,
But
signed by the
when they
foreperson.
really put
Did
put
the
away a
defendant
piece of
commit
garbage like
first-degree
him,
recklessly endangering safety
like, yeah,
while
we did
using
it.
a dangerous weapon?
We didn't let anybody down.
Yes.
we did it, Reddit.
We,
And the
jury, find the
prosecution was
Darrell E.
gold
Brooks,
in this one,
guilty
and the state of
first-degree
Wisconsin and all the
recklessly endangering
people
safety as charged
acquitted
in
themselves
count
very
15
well.
information,
I'm proud of
dated
Wisconsin
today's
and
date,
this
signed by the
DA,
foreperson.
which is a lot for me to say.
Defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 17 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson.
Oh my God.
Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 18 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 19 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 20 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes.
So the question is, will there be one not guilty
We, the jury,
curveball in
find
there?
the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks,
No.
guilty of first
I
degree.
doubt it.
I mean, which one?
safety as charged in count 21 of the information.
One of those last ones,
Today's
because they
date,
looked at a
signed
video,
by the
but I don't think so.
Yeah.
Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 22 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 23 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 24 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 25 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson.
Adler
Did the
says,
defendant
my
commit
thought is that
first
he
degree
wants the
recklessly
shackle
endangering
removed so he
safety
can have a
while
suicide
using
by
a
cop.
dangerous weapon?
I don't think so.
Answer, yes.
I don't think he's suicidal. I think he's
We, the jury,
narcissistic.
find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks.
Yeah, he loves himself
guilty
too much for
of
that.
first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 26 of the information, dated today's
50 to
date,
go,
signed
guys.
by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes.
Given that he's got life without parole, what are your opinions on witness impact statements for this?
Guilty of first degree recklessly
The
endangering
prosecutor's going to have
Charged
asked
in
all the
count
witnesses if anybody does want to speak or if they can go
Dated
right to
today's date,
sentencing.
signed by the foreperson.
If anybody
Hmm.
wants to speak,
Did
they're
the
going to set off
defendant commit
sentencing.
first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged.
So one of the things I'm interested in is that a lot of times with a conviction like this, a serious violent offense,
Did the
maybe
defendant
it's
commit
different because the sentencing is mandatory. Often they'll do what's called a pre-sentence investigation. They'll have some,
We, the jury, find the
Right, he's not.
probation type
They addressed that earlier. He's not
Guilty.
entitled to one.
first degree.
So
Okay.
it's up to the witnesses because it is mandatory life. It's up to the
Yeah.
victims whether they want to
Dated
speak.
today's date, signed by the foreperson.
Okay.
Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering?
The only reason I'm disappointed because I was hoping we might get a little more something official about what his
We, the
actual
jury,
mental
find
condition
the
is.
defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty
Yeah, that would be very
of first
interesting.
degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 30 of the information, dated today's date.
Because all
signed
we
by the
know is he has
foreperson.
some unnamed
Did the
personality
defendant
disorder,
commit
right?
First degree recklessly
Yeah.
endangering safety.
And I mean, it doesn't surprise me that they don't release a psych eval. I mean, I think that's fairly normal.
We, the jury,
But
find the defendant
definitely inquiring minds find that an intriguing detail.
recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 31 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 32 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety. As
I actually
charged in
predicted
count
this on my
33
local
of the
stream last
information.
night.
Dated
See?
today's date. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 34 of the information. Dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 35 of the information. Dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 36 of the information. Dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 37.
God, I
of the
wish I had one of
information.
those We Vibe
Dated
things
today's
that
date,
the
signed by the
OnlyFans
foreperson.
chicks have.
Did the
Where like
defendant
people
commit
send in the
first degree
donations and it
recklessly
vibrates,
endangering
except
safety
not that.
while
I want it
using
for
a
his
dangerous
shock
weapon?
collar on his foot.
Answer,
I was gonna say, like, can we put it in his anus?
we, the jury,
Anyway,
find the
Like every
defendant, Darrell E.
$200
Brooks,
just
guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 38 of the information. Dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes.
Answer, of course.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 39 of the information. Dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 40 of the information. Dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 41 of the information. Dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 42 of the information.
Whew.
Dated today's date and signed by the
We're
foreperson.
getting there.
Did the
We're
defendant
getting
commit
there.
first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 43 of the information. Dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit
He's
first
got the
degree
enhancer
recklessly
on
endangering
everything
safety
too. It's
while using a
like
dangerous
it's
weapon?
so many years.
Answer, we, the jury, find the
I
defendant,
think he faced up to
Darrell
like
E. Brooks,
2,000 years or something
guilty
like that.
of first degree
It's amazing to
recklessly
think that your
endangering
sentence
safety
would be
as
as
charged
long
in
as it's
count
been since
44 of the
Christ was
information.
around.
Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 45 of the information. Dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit
Do you think he hears
first
any of
degree
this, or is he just
recklessly
shut down
endangering
after the
safety
first like
while using
3?
a dangerous weapon?
Oh, he hears it.
Answer, yes.
It's just that
I still think he's
been-
staring intently at the sovereign citizen guide, trying to work out what to do next.
Darrell E. Brooks,
he's been wronged.
If you just bring up subject matter
recklessly
jurisdiction
endangering
one
safety
more
as
time, you
charged in
got
count
it. You
46
got
of
it.
the
This last time's gonna be the doozy.
I just got to wait to bring this up till we're outside the
Did the
presence of the
defendant
jury.
commit first degree recklessly endangering
So I can
safety
go now. I didn't consent to joinder.
weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 47 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety?
I will say the fact that they can't like
Answer, yes.
collate these is
We,
odd.
the jury, find the defendant,
It's annoying.
Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first
I mean,
degree.
each one of them is a separate
endangering
charge, a
safety
separate human
charged in
being, a
count
separate
48
entity. You kind of have to.
dated
Right,
today.
and that's the thing that
I
we
don't
need.
think you have to, but I think
Did
that
the
I
defendant
understand
commit
why.
first
Is what,
degree
Yeah.
I understand the
endangering
It
purpose.
shows the respect for what happened.
Right,
Absolutely.
right. I get that. I get that. Yeah.
Yeah, every one of these names she's reading, this is somebody that was hit and
We, the
struck and
jury,
injured by
find the
this
defendant,
vehicle.
Darrell E. Brooks, guilty.
And each one was hit, injured, and killed under a different set of
charged in count
events
49
and
of the
facts.
information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks,
But we did have the question, could you just pre-record everything and then play it at 1.5 speed?
50 information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering
Let's go,
safety
Brandon. No, she's not reading the names.
dangerous weapon? Answer, yes.
I kind of would like to have read the names. Instead of just
Yeah.
saying the count,
The
it would have
jury
been better, I
find the
think, if she
defendant,
said.
Darrell E.
I
Brooks,
think it would have hit home a little bit more, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think just for the families that are in the courtroom and
charged in count
watching.
51 of the information.
Or just go like old school Superman, Christopher Reeves movie, just have all the jurors that go
Did the
guilty,
defendant commit
guilty,
first-degree
and then sentence them to the
recklessly
Twilight
endangering
Zone.
safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant.
I'm going to cop crap if I don't
Darrell
fix you on
E.
that. That's the Phantom Zone.
guilty of first degree.
Phantom Zone. Yes, you're right.
recklessly
I said
endangering
Twilight
safety
Zone.
is charged in count 52 of the information. Dated today's
So who
date,
thinks he's going to do his appeal pro se, or will he go ahead and let a lawyer handle that for him?
endangering
Well,
safety.
I hope he figures out how to do it if he plans on doing it alone. That's
I
his
think-
first hurdle.
If he does get a
Wait.
lawyer, I bet you they do an
Defendant,
Anders brief.
Darrell E. Brooks,
Do we?
guilty of first
damn
degree
it.
recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 53.
One
of the
rule,
information.
guys. Come on.
Dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the
Do
defendant
we think
commit
he's going to
first
try and
degree
make his
recklessly
appeal
endangering
to the
safety
judge
while
right
using a
after this?
dangerous weapon?
I'd like
Oh,
to
yeah.
file an appeal.
Answer,
Oh yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
He'll probably get a mandatory
jury
notice of
find the
appeal
defendant
based on the life
Darrell E.
sentence, I
Brooks
might expect.
guilty of first degree.
They'll file it. He'll get a notice of appeal. Public
Yeah.
defender will get appointed.
4 of the information
They'll probably file an Anders,
and signed by the foreperson.
and then he'll file
Did
his
the
own
defendant
brief.
commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon?
I disagree that they'll file an Anders, but they will definitely file a brief that they know is not a winning brief.
Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree.
There's just too much here for them to nitpick at.
Charged in count 50.
The judge was mean. There was evident bias,
The foreperson.
evidentiary rulings. She abused her discretion with the removals from the courtroom. They're bullshit arguments. They aren't winning arguments, but they clear the merits bar, so he'll make them.
But even if they did that, if the public defender did that, he won't be satisfied with that brief. So he will fire them
Oh, no.
and file his own brief.
Endangering safety.
Possibly, yeah, good point.
Dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree?
I can't wait to read his statement of the facts.
Using a dangerous
Darrell
weapon?
Brooks was peacefully abiding.
We, the jury.
Darrell Brooks, who is not me, by the way.
Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree.
Yeah, he's going to do the
recklessly
appeal as
endangering
third-party
safety
intervener on
charged in
behalf of
count
Darrell Brooks.
57.
The trust that is Darrell Brooks. Yes.
Signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant,
Guilty
Darrell E.
or
Brooks,
innocent.
guilty of first
Sorry.
degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 58.
Memes in the chat. Going back to my childhood.
Dated today's date and signed by
Oh,
the
yeah.
person. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury,
That good test on. That was good.
Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 59 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while
Come on,
using
big
a
man. You were flexing so hard throughout this trial. Where are you now?
Yes.
Don't
You
call
wanna
him
see the
big,
taser?
though.
Jury,
He's not
find the
big.
defendant,
He's actually a
Darrell E.
little
Brooks,
guy.
guilty
He is gonna get split
first
wide
degree
open.
recklessly endangering
Damn
safety
straight.
as charged
No,
in
I was using it in every derogatory sense of the manner. I wasn't
today's
trying to
date
compliment him.
and by the foreperson.
No, he's full of self-pity and self-reference. He's just thinking that the world's got me wrong and I've been wronged, and it's all about him. I don't think
Yeah.
that he thinks
We,
about
the jury,
anybody
find the
he hurt.
defendant, Darrell E.
No,
Brooks,
he's just sitting here stewing in his
of first
pain right
degree
now.
recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 61 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 62 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 63
If the
of
camera
the information.
would back up just a bit, we could see
Dated
what
today's date
what
and
verse of the
signed by the
Bible he's
foreperson.
reading today.
Did the
Over and
defendant
over and
commit
over
first
without
degree
ever turning the
recklessly
page.
endangering safety
I don't think he's
while
reading the
using a
Bible.
dangerous weapon? Answer, yes.
He's reading his little pro se handbook.
We, the jury,
Hmm.
find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 64 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 65 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 66 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson.
10 to go.
Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous
I just want the
weapon?
bailiff to walk up and say,
Answer,
"Lol, get wrecked."
yes.
Just-
We, the jury,
I can't wait
find
till the
defendant,
internet speak
Darrell E.
permeates
Brooks,
society enough for that
guilty
to happen.
of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 67 of the information, dated today's date and signed by
We, the
the
jury, find him. Lol, get wrecked.
Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of hit and run as charged in count 68 of the information. Did the accident involve death to Virginia Sorensen? Answer, yes. Dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of hit and run as charged in count 69 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the accident involve death to Leanna Owen? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of hit and run as charged in count 70 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson.
So guilty of hit and run and
Did the accident
murder
involve
for
death
each one.
to Tamara Durand? Answer, yes.
So you can have
We, the jury,
multiple
find the
charges or
defendant,
multiple
Darrell
convictions on the
Ebert,
same
guilty of hit and run
on the same
as
thing,
charged in
so
count
long as the
71 of the
factual
information. Dated
or
today's
so long as the
date
elements of the
and signed by
crime are
foreperson.
sufficiently different.
Did the accident involve death?
It's double jeopardy under Blockburger, but these are
Answer,
separate counts because one involved the fleeing, I think, involving death, right?
Yeah.
An additional fact that
We, the
wasn't
jury,
necessary to be
find the
proved for the
defendant,
murder is
Darrell
enough to get it out of
Ebert,
out of a
guilty of hit
Blockburger.
and run as charged in count 72 of the information.
This is the first test that he's ever made a perfect score on.
Oh, shit. Damn.
That was a chat joke, so I thought it was great.
Darrell Ebert,
I'm not that
guilty
clever.
of hit and run,
Shots fired.
count 73 of the information. Dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the accident involve death to Jackson Sparks? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of bail jumping as charged in count 74 of the information. Dated today's date and signed by
He's
the
getting
foreperson.
all of it. He's getting all the
We,
business.
the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of bail jumping as charged in count 75 of the information. Dated today's date and signed by the foreperson.
I mean, they're literally just thinking of things to throw
We, the
at
jury,
him. It's like, what else can
find
we
the
get him with?
defendant,
Bail jumping. Let's just throw that in there
guilty
too.
of battery as charged in count 76 of the
This is
information.
good.
Dated today's date and signed by the foreperson.
It's not half a ticket, it's a full ticket, bitch.
Mr. Brooks, would you like me to poll the jury?
Oh,
He doesn't know what that means.
no. Oh.
Members
okay,
of the jury, I'm going to ask each one of you individually to stand up, identify
What if
your
she-
number.
What if she
for the
asked him
record,
to
and then
individually
state whether
verify
the verdict's
each of the
read,
76
No.
counts?
God.
No.
I'll
I
start
must
with-
admit that thought crossed my mind.
I'll read your number.
Yeah, I mentioned that yesterday.
Jump to number 11.
Side eye.
Were the verdicts read in open court, or are the verdicts, let me rephrase that. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 3. The verdicts read in open court.
Or are we waiting for
those
the
your true verdicts?
curveball?
Thank you.
No,
Juror
I
number
was
6.
pressured. I
at
filed
the
under
hatred.
duress.
In open court.
The
are
hatred in
those
this
your
guy's
true verdicts?
eyes.
It is.
Thank you. Juror number 14. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 19. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 27. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 34. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 41. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 45. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number
It's
46.
remarkably
The
composed. His
verdicts
hands
read
aren't
in
shaking.
open court, are those your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 48. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
They are, Your Honor.
Thank you. Juror number 51. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. I should state for the record, I did have the alternates brought back in. Obviously, they did not deliberate, but it was important to have them because there are certain instructions I give at the end. All right, Mr. Brooks, are you satisfied with the polling of the jurors?
No.
No, of course he's
No.
not.
The court is still satisfied with the polling of the jurors.
What are you not satisfied with?
Now accept the verdict.
How is that even a question?
I didn't like it.
Ladies
I've
and gentlemen,
I've never heard a judge ask a defense
On
or be
behalf
satisfied the polling. Have you
myself,
heard that,
the
Angela?
citizens of Waukesha County
Audrey?
and both parties here,
Not that I can think of.
for the time and attention that you've spent on this case. Your service in this case is now
Smooth
concluded.
brain ops. Big
There's
chat.
no
Thank you. Says
requirement
Brooks
that you
deserves
maintain
the meal
secrecy
ticket
concerning what
ending
happened
from
in the
Ballad
jury
of
room,
Buster Scruggs.
but you do not have to discuss the case with anyone or answer any questions
Oof.
about it. On behalf, again, of the court and all of the parties, we thank you for your service over the last 3.5 weeks. You are discharged and free to go. All rise for the jury, please.
Solid.
Oh, he stood for him.
Come on, shenanigans. Come on, and
You just want the
It's
entertainment.
100% happening. It's
I want
guaranteed.
this man tased so badly.
I'm still expecting the gunshots from the back of the room.
I'll bet you this jury talks to the media too.
Oh, hell
they're
yeah.
probably
Oh yeah.
looking for cameras,
This
right?
There's going
is
to
a
be book
book.
deals. It's going to be.
Yeah.
They can talk to
Anything
me.
from the state at this
Hey,
time?
jury, if you happen to
Your Honor,
see
the
this,
state moves for judgment on the verdict as to each and every count.
What's that?
Anything from you, Mr. Brooks?
What is judgment?
Well, so they're looking to get him out of here.
Given the verdicts from the jury here today, the court will enter judgments of conviction based upon the verdicts on all 76 counts. Court will also revoke bond. In this case, I plan on bringing the case in Monday, this coming Monday, the 31st at 1 p.m. to address further scheduling. What I would ask the parties to do between now and then is to determine how long you think each side will need to present their sentencing remarks, whether you anticipate anyone speaking on your behalf. If so, how many, how long, so that I can then look at my calendar and adjust and make sure that I have the appropriate amount of time to do that. I'm not going to sentencing on Monday. It is just for further scheduling at 1 p.m. before my afternoon case.
Judge, would you be willing to consider persons appearing by Zoom for sentencing?
oh God,
Yes, I would not do anything different than what I've been doing.
how
since
long
we
of a
started
sentencing hearing
utilizing
are
Zoom,
they
and that is
going to
make it
have?
available for both
It's really just hearing
victims
from the
and family
victims.
members of the
Yeah,
defendant if they so choose to make
76
statements over
victims
Zoom.
or whatever, or
Thank you.
60,
That
66
helps us in our
victims.
planning.
All right. All right, then. Thank you, everyone. We are adjourned for today. We'll see you all on Monday.
There we go.
That's it.
Just say it.
The hands behind the
Say
back.
it. Say we have an adjust subject matter jurisdiction on the record. It hadn't been proven for the
No.
record. Oh, what a coward.
Damn it.
Oh, I was hoping for fun. Oh, jeez.
No, the ego blow was too devastating. That was a gut shot. It dropped him. He couldn't get back out of the corner.
Yeah, it's
Wow.
well, thoughts anyone on what just happened? I mean, it's kind of the expected outcome.
Surprise, wasn't
I
it?
wonder,
I was shocked.
I wonder if his conscience is still clear.
Oh, no regrets.
Yeah.
Absolutely. What the fuck?
It was the will of Jesus that everybody died.
I still
What
can't
can we
believe you
let
said
the
that.
healing
Seriously.
begin? We just need who. I love the Monty Python, you know. Let's not argue about who killed who.
Oh my God.
Well,
No,
it is.
I-
I mean, the greatest injustice to him in all of this is that the jury didn't manage to see through, these murders to the truly good and decent person he really is inside.
I know. How did they miss it? Like, that's the real question here. It's like,
And he
so
spoke
many
from the
redeeming
heart and everything
qualities.
as well. Just
I think what's being overlooked is that this is actually a tragedy. And I don't think enough time has been spent on that. When he was doing that during his closing or his opening, I don't even remember. I'm like, what? Where are you going with this line of talk? It doesn't make any sense. Like, it is a tragedy. Yeah. You
Like
caused it.
everyone has been saying from day one.
Only all of it. Only all of it's a tragedy. And speaking of tragedies, you know what, guys, is a tragedy? It's when your IRA and 401k are subject to the Biden economy driving a red SUV right through the parade of your investments. And here to stop that is the Birch Gold Group. Yes, the Birch Gold Group can help you get your gold and silver into your IRA or 401k. It's a hedge against inflation. Traditionally, it's a hedge against market volatility, and it may even stop, better than a plastic police barricade, a red SUV from barreling into your investments and crushing and maiming your future. Is this okay? Is this an okay ad, Birch Gold Group? Can I compare your services to that of stopping a horrific criminal act? It's stopping the criminal act, so I think it's good. I think it's okay. Anyways, guys, go to birchgold.com/knows. Click on one of these green buttons, and they'll get you a free information kit on how you can go ahead and potentially protect some of those assets you worked very, very hard for. Birch Gold will allow me to do an ad that involves murder. So I love them very much. Check them out, please, for my sake. Help me. Help me. My children gonna starve. Anyway, there we go. Sorry for the brief grift interruption, guys, but I'm contractually obligated to do so.
I need to learn how to grift like you. Honestly, that was amazing.
Oh my God. Silvertree 88, 100% disabled vet here. Our pressure tank is ruptured in our last place. The landlord just emailed saying they're keeping our security deposit and charging us extra. Thanks. And he's got a GoFundMe here, which I'll share in the chat, in the chats. If you people want to check it out, you certainly can do that. As always with GoFundMes, I tend to not have any, I can't really endorse them. I don't know anything about them, but I encourage people to check them out. And if that's something that you feel led to deal with, go ahead and do so. Okay. So
that was amazing. That was like it was like right from tragedy right into grift. Like, okay, that's a lawyer at work right there.
That's how it should be.
Yes.
Well, I learned from Congress that dancing on the graves of children is how you get everything done. Like that's how it goes.
That's we're just following the lead.
Exactly.
Well, there is some law things. I don't know if you care, but the Apprendi decision is what we deal with a lot in. The reason she has to have the factual finding about the deadly weapon is because that's a fact that the jury has to find. Like she found that, did you find that this person actually died? Because a death is an enhancement. Now, these charges are so overwhelming, but that's part of a normal course of operation. The jury must be the fact, like he talked about, the jury nullification idea comes out of this idea that the jury is a fact finder. So if the jury says it didn't happen as a matter of law, and he can't be punished for it. Same thing if the jury doesn't find it like the fact of death, then that cannot be used as an enhancement for the court. So that's kind of what's going on there. Again, this case is very unusual in a lot of ways, but I'm trying to draw some life or some real law lessons from the train wreck that was the Brooks trial.
I mean, I guess if you want to do that.
One of my questions was because I've missed out on quite a lot of this trial. And so I'm not sure what the conversations have been so far about the timing of the sentencing. Have they explained why they're going to set it off? And the reason why I asked, just by way of background, is that a lot of states, including mine, I have no idea about Wisconsin, have specific legal protections for victims of crimes. In Washington, ours is constitutional. And so that gives victims of crimes certain rights to notification, opportunity to be heard, things like that. So I'm just wondering if those types of things are at play here, and that's why we're not getting an immediate sentencing, even though the sentence is a foregone conclusion, because of that need to notify and have the victims be allowed to speak.
That's exactly what's going to go on. So the victims have a right to speak, even though the sentence is going to be life. There's no discretion on the judge. The victims have a right to speak. So what's going to happen now? There needs to be a delay in time between now and that next scheduling hearing. The state's going to go back and ask every victim and every family member, anybody who wants to speak, and they're going to have a discussion with them. How much time? What do you want to say? Do you want to do it in writing? Do you want to do it video phone? And they're going to organize that and count up all the time. So it could be a whole day, it could be 2 days, who knows? And then they're going to come back on Monday and say, we want a day for the state. And then, of course, Mr. Brooks, even though he's sentenced to life, he can speak on his own behalf, and he can have family members come and speak on his own behalf. He can present mitigation, even though the sentence is life. So that's why. Now, it could have been if everybody in this, because somebody's going to want to talk. So if everybody came back and said, we don't, they could have asked, we want to go right into sentencing. But I think this is the smart move for the judge. It's the fair move. It allows the victims a chance to speak, because none of them, very few of them spoke at the trial. So this gives them a chance to have their voice heard and speak about the loved one that they lost.
Unbreaded crap bag in my locals chat says that the judge was originally going to have the sentencing this week, but Brooks requested to move it out. So there you go. I mean,
of course, he rules the courtroom, of course, so we got to obey him.
I don't know why
Just
that
giving people time
request
to stew,
would
and it's a
be
good thing.
granted. Like, maybe it's possible that his mom that would be coming in to speak for him, or would come to give a statement on his behalf at sentencing. And so maybe that's how he got to it. He said, she's not available this week or something. Can we push it out? But I don't know if that's the case. It's just the only thing I can think of why the court would bother waiting any longer to sentence this guy, unless the state just didn't object to his request, which is possible too. Yeah, the state agreed with moving it, is what I'm being told now. So plans to cover the sentencing. If it's streamed, it'll be streamed. I mean, I guess that's going to be a long hearing, because like you guys said, a lot of the families are going to want to talk, because most of them have not gotten a chance to speak. I would imagine families of all the 6 deceased will definitely want to speak. And you can imagine many of the 60 other victims would be interested in speaking as well.
Now, there's another interesting point, and you saw his behavior. Is one of the things here is that he could request counsel for the purposes of sentencing. So this point, he waived his counsel for trial, but I think the court needs to reinitiate that and to say, do you want counsel appointed for your sentencing? So he has an opportunity now to get back the public defender. And I know the public defender's office is saying, no. But he does have that right to ask to renew his request for counsel at this point, because this is at every, what's the word? Angie will know.
Critical stage.
Critical stage, right, exactly. Every critical stage of the proceeding, he has a right to reinitiate. So when he gets, he'll have a right to counsel at sentencing, and independently, a right to counsel at appeal. And then that's it. And then that's it. So that's where we are.
One of the things that I expect is going to come up at sentencing, that's going to be one of the perhaps more boring parts of it, is restitution. Typically when you commit a crime, you can be held responsible for the financial consequences that imposes on people. And so in a situation like this, you've got major, obviously, loss of life, funeral costs, hospital costs, pain and suffering, a lot of things like that. And so people might wonder, well, why would you bother to do that with somebody like Darrell Brooks, who's going to be going to prison, and, absolutely no realistic prospect that any of that would be paid off. And the reason why is because in prison, typically you are required to work. If you're going to have certain privileges that can, make your stay there a little bit more comfortable, then you need to have a job. You need to go work in the kitchen. You need to go work in the warehouse. You need to do something like that. You get your, 25 cents an hour or whatever it is the state pays you, which is not much, but that's what these guys rely on for commissary, so that they can get their top ramen and their deodorant and things like that. So it's basically just a way to make Darrell Brooks's stay in prison more uncomfortable, because typically with fines and restitution and things like that, they may not be able to seize all of his earnings, but they can typically seize at least a percentage of that and use it to pay down those obligations. So it won't have a lot of practical benefit to the victims, at a 25 cent an hour rate, but it will make his stay a little bit more unpleasant.
Well, actually, I have something to add to that, because you're right about that as far as it goes, but there's a much bigger reason why they want to go for big restitution. And that is that he cannot profit from his story. So if he becomes a hero to some crazy nationalist, Moorish, sovereign citizen community and gets $1 million contract to sell his story, profit off his victims, then the state can lean that and take that and make sure he does not profit from his story or anything, his rap videos or anything else that he's doing. So there's a bigger elephant in the room. The reason they'll want to go first, get some big restitution against him.
Yeah, excellent point.
I've got to pop off here for just a little bit, take care of some things. I'll be back. They said there's a press conference scheduled for about an hour and a half from now too.
Okay, so this is
what is that?
Unfortunate pause.
No, this is right outside the courtroom. They're interviewing some person who's yelling animatedly. Oh wait, I have it muted.
Oh yeah, all the cameras, right?
This
is this the Burn in Hell guy? Is this the Burn in Hell guy getting interviewed?
I hope so. It's just happened a few minutes ago, but I had it
in
paused.
here so you all can see.
Whole case and just her professionalism. She needs a month's vacation. I think Waukesha County should pay for a month's vacation just to be able to
Guys, it's so Wisconsin.
sit back and just
I'll be back as soon as I can.
Breath in.
Sounds good, buddy.
And for you, why come today? It's obviously still fresh for you. Why come?
Because I needed to see. Well, I didn't see firsthand, but because outside of the courtroom, but saw it on my phone and that stuff, that justice is served for all the people that were injured and, the families that lost a loved one in this tragic event.
I love it. People in Wisconsin are beautiful, man. I love it.
Yes, were you at the parade when this happened?
I was 2 blocks away.
Oh, here's the alleged hero
do deliveries,
who
so I'm
yelled,
able to
"Burn in
I work for
hell, you
myself,
piece of
and
shit."
I was on Park Avenue when I heard the parade going on. I knew the parade was going on. I had several friends that were down there. Several of them got injured. 3 of them are dead. So like I said, I was 2 blocks away doing a delivery, and I heard the bands and everything else. And, I was delivering, and all of a sudden the blood curdling screams. And I'm like, what is going on? I'm like, okay, I logged off my apps. I went home, turned on the TV, and I was like, I was utter shock that this happened.
Yeah, ma'am, your initial reaction to the verdict. You were in the court.
I was not in the courtroom. I was outside the courtroom, and I knew he was guilty.
Who is this person?
For him to deny
There's somebody out there to talk to the press.
A brief moment of relief, but then all the pain comes back.
She's a representative of the community that got
Yes,
hurt,
there's a
really.
little
I mean,
closure,
that's her
but
friends.
not
And
much, because we have to go through our daily lives.
Comic book guy,
Not
come
being
on
around the
now.
ones that we care about. And
Worst verdict ever.
No, I mean, the mother of Jackson will never be able to hold her son, where Brooks was whining about him not holding his newborn baby. What about Jackson?
Yeah, what about Jackson?
It's hard
I
for
agree.
all of us.
Can you describe kind of what it felt like, what it sounded like, looked like as soon as they read those guilty verdicts? Even outside the courtroom.
Justice! Justice has been served. Justice.
Well, that's a soundbite.
The reaction from the people you were surrounded by when
The same as mine to justice. And they're questioning a lot on why do they have to read through it? And I was like, because each one of those person means something. Their lives matter. Anybody that that is not here, the state was presenting in those that could not speak for themselves because they're no longer with us. So justice was served.
We know this trial has
Damn
been very
kids.
emotional. It's almost been a month long. How did you all with the Waukesha community stay strong, get through it?
We just hold each other up and help each other when we can. We set up a lot of GoFundMes and that stuff, and part of a Waukesha Strong community, which I am part of. We're all together in this. We're
Waukesha
trying
Strong.
to uplift and spread hope that, and we do have new barriers for this not to happen again, but it shouldn't have happened in the first place. He could have went down Pleasant Street. Simply. I was doing deliveries. I knew that I didn't realize that the parade was going on. I'm like, oh wait, the parade is today because I saw the barriers. You see the barriers, something's going on. Like in the summertime, we have Friday Night Live. The same streets are blocked off for Friday Night Live. Go down a separate street.
Seems
I was
like
driving down
coming in on
Waukesha,
Saturday Night Live
during
territory.
the
I
parade
don't know
and
if they
that
want to try.
It's
and
easy to
compete
go
with
around
that.
there, but the barriers,
What is your first and last name in this building?
Lori Hoagland, Lauriehoagland.
You mentioned you had new dozens who were injured, and you had 3 friends who were killed. Do you mind sharing who your 3 friends are?
Tamara Durand.
Oh, she had 3
Jimmy
friends
Bush,
who were killed. Okay,
and
now it
I knew
makes
the family
sense.
of Jackson Sparks. So,
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh.
We are getting more reaction as the verdicts
Okay.
have been read.
So there we go. Who is this guy?
Burn in Hell is a Judas Priest song from Demolition. Gotta burn in hell. Just to let you know for the metalhead side of things.
Oh, wait,
So
did
he
they
was
bring
just
oh,
quoting
God.
Priest, that's all.
They brought in an attorney to analyze the verdict.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Look at all of his papers behind him. He's a very good attorney. He's very important.
The more he's got, is his desk mahogany?
How good could he be? I don't see a single
You know,
piranha.
there was not a lot
Oh,
of
scales of
issues
justice
regarding
behind him, too.
the ability of the case, in my opinion. And from a technical standpoint, I don't think that there was an issue with regard to ID. And
This
that-
guy was in
I think
Fargo,
that,
remember?
This was a logistical challenge for the state.
Gee, I'm just so lonely, you
So many
know.
counts that were charged, so many witnesses and victims that they needed to account for and manage during the course of this trial. They needed to work with a lot.
I put my
of evidence,
credentials on the wall,
hundreds,
too.
if not thousands, of reports and they did a really nice job compiling the case together and presenting the case in a very logical way. I thought that one exhibit with all of the victims' names on them
Nice
along the
fake
parade route was
plants.
very effective.
Called out.
I thought that
Very
the way they presented the
effectively
case
called out. Those are
was
definitely
effective,
not alive.
and
Terrible fake plants.
Chronologically, it was easy for the jury to understand. So kudos to the state for doing a good job in terms of
Out of curiosity, do any of you guys have your graduation photo on your wall in your office either?
And in your closing arguments, not over prosecuting the case.
Do I even have a graduation photo?
Trial, they didn't over prosecute.
You're not a real lawyer. So.
The case getting to the
I mean, I
jury
have
longer
like
than they
random
to.
photos
As we
with family
continue to
who
get
came to my
reaction
graduation
from those who were
ceremony.
in the
but-
courtroom, those
Well,
who
he that was the right. He gave good analysis there, so that was a good
I wasn't
succinct
listening.
analysis. He was praising the prosecution for keeping it organized and playing fair, and so I agree with him. So see there
Yeah.
occasionally, of course, that's local news. It's not national news. Local news
Yeah.
is going to find somebody that's actually in the community.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, do they just get like, if you're now acknowledging, I know who I am, okay, everybody, don't worry about that. But if you're going to bring on someone for the legal analysis for a news station, do you at least get someone who is in the practice area of the case? Because so many times, like when they were doing the Depp analysis, they'd bring in like a criminal law professor from UCLA. It's like, why is this guy on the national news talking about a civil case in Virginia? Like, what are you doing? Can you get anybody at all close to this? Anybody who does defamation law, even California? But no, they could never do it. God, that's what I hate about the national news. They get someone that's like, well, let's comment on this criminal case. And we've now got 30-year veteran tort attorney. It's like, what? Why? You couldn't find a criminal defense attorney to talk to? Just one?
Well, look, I can't really talk because I've already been told a couple of times now that being an Australian, I can't even comment on this case. So people need to get
It's true.
fucked. But it's just
If it doesn't involve a box jellyfish or a camel spider or whatever, I don't want to hear from you.
The cassowary.
Oh, God.
John Moas says, I really wanted to see the electric shock ankle restraints used. Oh, well, me too, man.
I think everyone did.
I'm actually very, very, I was hoping for the outburst. The
He'll
question
probably
will
still be there for sentencing.
Yeah. Yeah. Very possible that he would have something when it hits home that he's going away forever.
Well, he'll probably act up so he could be in the other courtroom so he doesn't have to face all the victims that he hit.
Yeah, that could be. That could be. The sentencings that I've had, the guilty verdicts aren't what did the people in. It was when the sentences hit. It's like, oh, I'm actually going to prison now. That was when they.
Of course, that would be the time for Illinois v. Allen for him to say, you know what, you're right. You need to be bound and gagged, and you need to listen to these victims and sit them down there. That would be the time to do the binding and gagging. You're in the courtroom and you have to look these victims in the eye.
But is that lawful law?
It is lawful law. That's under UV Allen, right? He's always complaining. Nowhere in the court, nowhere in this case is can you remove me into this separate courtroom based on technology because it's an older case. But she's like, you know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to choose option number 2 under Allen.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, since we've got the interview apparently coming up, with I would assume with the prosecution, I'm letting this run in the background. Fox 6 is going to do the press conference. I'm going to let that run. I'm going to read chats and that have been sent in, and if anybody has anything to say, of course, go ahead and interject and derail it because we've got time till that happens, like an hour or something.
Who gave the $150 Rumble?
That was Smooth Brain Ops. And again, he said Brooks deserves the meal ticket ending from Ballad of Buster Scruggs. So B-Jams, I'm not going to read that one. Also, it's less than 1,000th of a penny. I hate you. Maddie P 7705. I didn't know Penn and Teller were in Wisconsin. Okay. Mooney 66. Andrea, as a fellow Washingtonian, where are you practicing? I'm stuck in the King County area and I need to get the fuck out of here. Rackets, I love you. I just signed up for locals just for you. Thank you.
Yes, you do need to get the hell out of there. I am over on the fine side of the state, over here east of the Cascades in the lovely community of Kennewick. And I practice in all of Division 3, which is basically all of the counties east of the Cascades.
Ah, that's beautiful part of the country right there.
Yes, the channeled scablands, it's called. Yes, lovely. I appreciate you boosting us like that. Not sure many would agree with you, but
is that a part of the state that's trying to secede? Like, are they?
Yes.
Are they okay? Yeah,
it's been for many years. There have been talks about, Eastern Washington needs to split off with the Idaho Panhandle, with Western Montana, with Eastern Oregon. Yeah, there's a bit of a political divide.
The future state of Franklin.
There's a political divide between Seattle and the rest of Washington?
No. Yeah, those of us over here that are growing the food and, producing the energy.
It's like Minnesota. You could just take a hole punch and snap out the Twin Cities and then hit Duluth, and then the rest of the state is glorious.
Mm-hmm.
But it's those two areas are so overpoweringly communist.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's just the urban rural thing, really, because on the west side of the state, even outside of, King County, Tacoma, Olympia, Bellingham, most of your communities are still rural communities and are fairly conservative.
Same with Colorado, Denver, Colorado, and the rest of Colorado.
Yeah, I like the rest of Colorado quite a bit. But man, when the population is so imbalanced that it overpowers everything else in the state, it is absolutely maddening.
Well, even New York City overpowers the central part of New York State. A lot of my friend Derek was from New York City. He's as conservative as they come, from the Finger Lakes area, and all that part is a beautiful part of the country, but they get overwhelmed by the population center.
Okay, next we've got Fire PA 498 says, cheers to a guilty verdict. Enjoy the whole, Brooks. You will now endure true pain. May the ghosts of all his victims haunt him all of his days. And I don't know if I should wish him a long life or hope something terrible happens to him. I don't know which one's worse. I wouldn't want to be in prison forever. God, that would suck.
People are remarkably adaptable. It's going to be normal to
yeah.
him in not very much time.
12 inches in the shower is going to become like oatmeal on a Tuesday.
How did you know what I eat on Tuesdays? Incidentally, how did you know what I eat on Wednesdays?
No comment.
Wait.
That was a dick joke.
I was going to say, yeah, nobody's eating 12 inches on Wednesday or any day.
T. Lewis 007. I bet each juror took a stack of papers, checked all yes and guilty boxes, and the foreman signed each one upon completion. Oh yeah,
possible.
so each juror, yeah, they divvied them up. It was like 8 pages each, I think.
Get this done.
Spatula guy says the judge deserves a good rogering tonight. She's earned it. What? Oh my God. I'm not the biggest fan of the judge. I think she did fine on the legal aspects of the case. I think she just gave him way too much control over the courtroom. And it was a little bit embarrassing at the end of the day when she's just sitting there bickering with him back and forth for 10 minutes at a time, all the time. That needed to end. Let's see. B Frederick 78 just sent a bunch of question marks. Oh wait, he also has, there's some, what is this tweet? Oh, it's just saying that the verdict has been reached. Okay. Yeah. So that was sent a while back. Not so Paso says, you aren't the boss of me. I am actually. Wilcox MD. How can a jury member say what happens when the jury isn't present? Well, again, we talked about this. Theoretically, they could have watched YouTube or something else to see what was happening when the jury's not present. Specifically, Law and Crime has clipped out a bunch of little segments of outbursts and exchanges, but the Reddit thing was a complete joke. It was always a joke. It never looked credible at all. And I can't believe it was given the time of day that it was.
I reviewed that live before it ever became a thing. I became aware of that. I reviewed it live, and like clearly, just based on the wording of literally the wording of the post, there's no way this is an actual juror. They're using very specific language. They're focusing on words. I mean, the fact that look, most lawyers can't spell sequestering right.
That's a good
Much
point.
less, let alone know what it actually is. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. This is bullshit. And then when the mod confirmed it was real, that's how you knew it was really fake.
Yeah, exactly.
And saying,
yeah. Oh,
saying that
we've
they
got
learned what
lots
jury
of info.
nullification is from a freaking Reddit post.
But no, that whole thing, yeah, that screamed fake in the first paragraph, just the first couple lines of it. I was like, yeah, this is bogus. But people were sending me so many. They're like, this Reddit thing, juror. Like, you can almost always assume that, especially in a case like this, because they're not going to risk the mistrial on it. Barb loves Alaska. I better delete my comment on locals I made a few minutes ago after watching last night's video. You made it. Great to see you. Lol. I did make it. Genkin, we all know the supposed juror on Reddit could have said they saw the prosecution team do a line dance while the judge yodeled, and Brooks would still be concerned and want a mistrial. Inoscope JFK3X, she should say, where in that case did they cite Reddit and see him melt down? That would have been funny. Hans Gruber, Judge Mommy opened the door to this Reddit bullshit. She did. Just one of the many things where she did not have control of the courtroom and the narrative. Pittsburgh Conservative, it was edited while the jury was sequestered. Now, to be fair, before they said it was a joke, what they said was that the guy who was their inside man was made into an alternate. And I don't know if the alternates' phones were sequestered.
They would be. If
They would be?
Yeah, they'd be the same boat. If any alternates, and it's interesting. Do you have the lotto
Here,
alternate?
just
thing?
real quick, I figured I should probably show the victims and
Thank you.
That died since they popped up here. Important to remember, like the actual names of the important people here. Darrell Brooks is a piece of garbage, but these people were just out doing their thing, and it's always unfortunate that his name's going to be remembered more than any of theirs. So that sucks. Oh, hey. This is the press conference room. So just so everybody knows, I am watching this. I don't know if I can take the Wisconsin accent from that prosecutor giving a speech, though. We're very proud to have put Darrell Brooks behind bars. Like, that's coming. That's going to be for like 10 minutes. Ugh. Thorium, how old is she if you look at Pornhub? Wait. What are you talking about? Oh, that was probably when we were discussing the judge's age. Reform. I think someone said she's 41. She's born 1980. No, 42. She's born in 80. Reform Section 230 says, I am so proud Stevie from Eastbound and Down turned his life around and became public defender. Kudos.
Thank you. Yes, we public defenders. Andre is public defender. We're both happy public defenders. It's a good calling, and we have a great office in the 7th Circuit, which is Daytona Beach, Florida area, and St. Augustine, Flagler County. So if anybody is a law student and wants to learn from some great lawyers, we have a great team of training. So send your app down our way and work in the beautiful state of Florida.
Speaking of the beautiful state of Florida and not having anything to do with that, Andrea, you have to get going, right?
I do. Yes, I have to head out. Thank you.
So where can people find you? You have excellent insight and analysis. And where's the best place for people to follow your legal commentary, your analysis, and also all the fun stuff you post?
So the main places to find me, I am on YouTube. I have a channel there. It's just my name. You can find me that way, or it's Abercart Law. I'm also Abercart Law on Twitter and also on Rumble.
Oh, there you go. You got the Rumble channel too? Awesome.
I did get the Rumble channel.
Well, there's a whole bunch of people in the audience here who should check out that Rumble channel. There's only 26,000 of you watching, so make sure you check her out over there. Thank you as always for joining. It's always great to have your commentary.
My pleasure. Appreciate the company for undertakings like this. So.
All right. Have a good one.
Take care.
All right. Finally, no chicks allowed. Jeez.
Yes. Dicks out for Harambe. Let's do this.
It was really gay in here for a minute, but now it's full hetero.
You gotta be on your best behavior when the ladies show up, right?
Not with Andrea.
And let it all hang out.
Not with Andrea.
No, she's fantastic. Wait, people are saying she's 54. The judge is 54. I don't know. I saw someone say it was 1980, but I'm not sure what the judge's age is. Okay, let's see. Just Gen T. What? No, I didn't want to press that. Oh my God. I think I'd learn how to do this at some point. Just Gen T. He may get his wish of a mistrial because all that is being proven is how stupid and inept he is. He clearly should have never been allowed to represent himself. This is horrifically lame. No, I mean, as far as legal competency goes, he represented himself in a fully legally competent way. He didn't effectively represent himself, but that doesn't mean that you get to a do-over. Like that doesn't mean that he would get a mistrial on this thing. He engaged the questions. He asked intelligible questions. Sometimes he even asked relevant and intelligent questions. He made objections, many of which were wrong, but some of which were right. He didn't miss a ton of objections. The prosecution didn't do too much that was objectionable. So, I mean, he did the case, and he did, frankly, about as well as any other defense attorney would do at the result.
Well, I don't know. I would agree with the result, but I don't, he did everything wrong. Now, if you had a defense attorney that did everything right in this case, I don't think there would have been much difference in the verdict. So, really all he did was delay and annoy everybody and cause additional misery to the world and show himself for what he was. I don't think the best lawyer in the world would have had any difference in verdict. There's really no defenses here. And a good prosecutor will keep a defense attorney in their chair. And these prosecutors were playing their A game. So I hope that they do that in every case, because my biggest gripe about prosecutors is that they cheat on the marginal cases, and they advocate for guilt rather than upholding the law by following the law, which is what these people did.
Oh, hey, we cracked 90,000 Rumble subscribers. Very, very cool.
Holy shit, nice.
Congrats.
Nice.
Very, very cool. I'm coming for that bussy bunch, No, don't ask.
I just let it go.
You're gonna learn about the bussy. Don't worry, you'll learn.
Cat Rux 88 says, "Is that Kanye?" No, don't do that to Kanye. Kanye's a king right now. That dude is he is tearing it up.
He's tearing up the news right now. He's everywhere.
He's tearing up the Jews right now too.
Well, I mean, they own the news, so yeah, that's what I said. I mean, we're on the same page here. We're on the same page here, Rackets.
The most banned queen says, "Crazy. We are still waiting for a verdict." I mean, we talked about this last night. It was a lot of paperwork that they have to go through, and the juries are from what I've seen, there's a lot of cynicism around them, but they're actually pretty diligent in taking their duties responsibly, or taking their responsibilities seriously. That's what I meant to say. They end up doing that, and it's refreshing to see, because a lot of times, you know, the juries could go cheat, right? Like they could go watch stuff. And then what you find out is when they do accidentally encounter stuff, they tend to self-report. Like it's weird that people go, I'm on a jury, this is really important, and they actually treat it seriously. So I don't know. Do any of you guys have a different opinion on that? But that's been what I've observed.
Yeah, I agree.
Thanks for the backup on that one.
Yeah, no,
it's like I want substantive analysis. I'm like, word up, bro. You know, it's like,
yeah, no, it's good.
No, here. Okay, a little bit more.
I mean, I'm sorry. I know you like to hear the words, you're right, Nick. You were fucking right all along, okay?
Thank you. Oh,
Does that
my
feel
God.
good? Does it feel good? Can you stroke yourself to that, Nick?
Well, a lesson that the prosecutors need to learn out there in the world is to trust your jury. You know, you have a role to perform, which is to follow the law, and the jury has a role to perform, and they're going to fulfill. It's a system. It's not one person. They don't need to control everything. The judge doesn't need to control everything. The defense attorney has a role. It's a system, and through that system, justice comes out the other end. Hopefully, the best we can do in our limited means. So the prosecutors trusted this jury. That's what we have to do as a society, and we need to have reasonable people in our society so that they can make reasonable jury verdicts.
There you go. Thank you. I liked the other one too.
And I agree with everything Nick said.
Yeah. Okay, so this is from Wombat Mommy, but since I said it wrong, I want to call her Wombat Tommy all the time now. Wombat Mommy says, I don't know if the link will work, but the Kids in the Hall skit reminds me of this case. I don't want to play the Kids in the Hall skit, but thank you. JK4412, I've never seen anyone lie straight to a jury like yesterday during closing. He said he takes that Bible everywhere because that's how he was raised. Lol, I hope they can see through it. Well, I like the giant like Wisconsin thing printed on the side of the Bible. It's like the property of the court. Yeah, I don't think they're buying it. Penny Whitbroad.
I guess they delivered their message. We have the ultimate finding of fact. You have the power, and they exercise their power.
Mm-hmm. Penny Whitbroad says, Steve, that was great, especially cold. So inspiring that you're keeping up with your first love. So that was from your bass video.
Oh yeah. I'm getting back because my son is off to college. You know, I'm married, but he's whoever gets that guy is going to be he's my gift to the world. He's the most beautiful kid ever. He's my only child, and he's a wonderful guy. And I wish him all the best, but he's at college. And so I'm like an empty nester. So that's what I've been doing. I've been like, do a book, and I'm going to write an article, and I'm going to go teach, and I'm keeping myself busy from,
you're such a dad. Listen to this good dad. Look how much he likes his kid. So
he's
proud of him.
Great. I've got the best kid in the world. And the ladies out there, they're always like, you know, some lady is going to hit the jackpot with my son because he is the best, most good-hearted person you'll ever meet. I'm so proud of him. Sorry, I just like my son. I am a good dad because I love him.
I'm not complaining.
Okay, all right. Well, everybody's looking at me like, you know,
just letting you talk, man. Because no, I think that's critically important. I think one of the things I try to do is tell my kids how proud I am of them all the time. Like, let them know that I'm proud of who they are, how they act, what their achievements are. I think a lot of times it's easy to kind of let them coast through. And I don't want to leave ambiguity for them.
Well, and I was raised, you know, I didn't have a dad. I should say I was a single parent, you know, whatever kid I had. It's a long story, but one thing I never wanted my son to have to deal with is that. And so I think I've achieved my mission in life. If I do nothing else in life, I've achieved my goals, right? If I died right now, my life is happy because he's a great kid.
That's good.
Erebus, MMXXII. I don't remember the Roman numerals that well. I can't believe we are going to get Shannon Brandt also defending himself. Yeah, that's the guy who ran over that's the guy who killed the the Trump kid.
Republican teen. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that one is going to be a great case because it's been buried, and bringing that to light is going to be glorious. Like getting that out there, the story that really nobody has heard. Social media covered it, but everybody else, mainstream media, completely ignored that one.
Which I'm even follow. Which one?
Yeah, exactly, Stephen. The fact that you don't know about this case is a problem.
So the case, it involves there was a political rally or something. There was some event, and this like 20-year-old MAGA kid or something got into an argument with a 40 or 50-year-old man, something like that.
A deranged Democrat, yes.
Yeah, and the kid's walking down a road or whatever, and this guy just runs him down. And the last phone call the kid made was to his mom and said, "Hey, there's this guy following me. Can you come pick me up?" type thing. And by the time she got there, he was already he was killed.
Ran him down with a vehicle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the guy said that he was acting in self-defense because the kid was using his phone to call people to come kill him. Is what he said. That's his
okay. I think
theory.
I think I do know about this guy. I'm not 100%. Where is this location?
North Dakota, I think.
North Dakota. North Dakota.
Yeah.
Farmhand Tom sent another video in. This is Nick interviewing Steven. So
oh no. Oh my goodness.
Let's see what we got here.
Do you like being a man?
Yeah.
You do like being a man, but thinking like a woman.
I don't think I think like a woman. I think like a man.
No, you don't. I'm here to
Oh shit! They did you dirty.
I got to tell you guys, one of the highlights of my YouTube career was being interviewed by Jesse Lee Peterson. That was so much fun. I love that guy. He's amazing. I know there's a bunch of stuff going on or like allegations about him. I don't even care. I don't even care. Do you love black people? This is from my interview, actually, right here. One of my favorite clips of him.
I just need you to be black and a female.
We were talking about Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson or whatever, and that was the criteria that Biden laid out for picking a Supreme Court justice. I just need you to be black and a female. Oh my God.
Thank you for that. That made my day. I'm going to definitely share that widely.
Do you want me to send you the link?
No, I'll find it. I can find those things. That's great.
I think it's unlisted here.
That's the Farmhand Tom guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll put the link in the private chat just so you have it.
Thank you very much. I'm flattered.
Let's see. Soul Logic says, how much for a cover, Steve? How much for a cover of Oakland Stroke?
What's that?
I don't know. I'll post the link to Oakland Stroke in the chat here as well.
Oakland Stroke.
The Oakland Stroke is something different in my book than whatever this is. But SRen30 says Brooks meth interview yet? Oh no, I haven't done that. We can.
Oh, the Tower of Power. Oh, okay. Well, those guys are real musicians. I'm just a hacker. But maybe I'll look at it. I don't know how much. I guess I can be paid, but I don't know. I have my little wheelhouse. Maiden, Police, Rush.
Okay, here we go. So this is Darrell Brooks's interview.
Ooh, crystal meth, huh?
I didn't think about, I got this beautiful kid who's going without my time.
Legs. Oh, no.
I thought I would just be this wonderful father, just be the greatest dad ever. The vision is just like, I'm gonna give him everything that I didn't have.
Why didn't you do that?
But then it's like reality set in.
Oh.
You actually become the drug. not even a human being.
I am the meth.
Basically, that's how I felt. Like I wasn't a human anymore. I was just something vile, disgusting, despicable. I could go on. I could use a lot of words, but
I mean, they're all working for me
that's
still,
what I
brother.
became.
Yeah.
No lies.
It's really what I became. What you're doing when you enter this life is basically you're signing a contract. It's very fine line. You pass
consideration.
Now
He accepted for value in return for value the
You're-
contract with life.
druggy. Oh man, if I was 15 again, if I was 15 and had
does listen to
most of the
Taylor Swift.
opportunities that these kids have now, I would probably be doing flips down this thing here.
Okay.
Amazing, isn't it? What happened?
What happened is that he was a dirtbag then, and I don't think he changed. I think he just did an interview, right?
Yeah, he wants attention. Self-centered attention. It's amazing, though. I mean, how do you sort these people out? I don't know.
Pissin' Bullets, as a fellow grifter that snowboarded Spirit Mountain, may I please invite your community to my YouTube channel, Pissin' Bullets. That's PISN Bullets. It's a fun place where you'll enjoy my drumming rock covers. Request a song and it will be done. All hail the nose. Wait, have you done Hoots Force? That's what you need to do. You need to do some Hoots Force by Glory Hammer. That's my request. Official. Pope has deemed it so. Talking Trash and Truths. They didn't have you on the leaderboard page at all yesterday. I forgot to tell you. 2, I'm streaming you through my channel. I need subs. You're the best. Well, go for it. I hope it works for you. Lugmeister says whale meat is the best meat.
It's delicious.
Tell me about
Wow.
this.
Really?
Tell me
Yeah,
about this whale meat.
fatty, oily. I had it as a nigiri. It was great.
What's the closest thing you can compare it to?
Did you buy the nigiri?
Yeah, it's at a little conveyor belt sushi place that's right around the corner. Yeah. It's $3.25. If anyone wants to PayPal me that, I'll go eat some more whale so I can, have some more Greenpeace tears. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's legal. It's totally legal in Japan, right?
Is it
in Korea,
hum-
you can only
humpback
get it
whale?
dead. In Korea, you
Humpback?
can only get it dead. It's got to already be like dead and beached. But like Japan, they go out there and they get those whales.
I was gonna make an amendment joke.
Blue
Oh,
whale.
I thought you were gonna make a fat girl joke because I mean
No.
I saw enough of those in locals and they got savage. They got real savage in locals.
No, I was buying a nigiri. Never mind. This is probably an inappropriate joke, okay? It's definitely not acceptable in polite society.
We're
I
on
shouldn't say
fucking
it.
Rumble. It's like Sparta. There's no rules here, Rekieta. You know this.
It's a
There,
lawless environment.
there are some rules that have nothing to do with being on Rumble.
Well, the meme generator is going to get cranking up, and all the jokes that you want to make will be generated into memes.
They're already in the locals chat. It takes 2 seconds for them to be posting these photos, and they're already
They're
in there.
so fast. It's insane. Quebecistan says lawful law, subject matter jurisdiction, grounds, objection, subject matter jurisdiction. Are you the plaintiff? Subject matter jurisdiction, state of Wisconsin, subject matter jurisdiction.
I'm not going to miss that.
Jacob McQuaid. What are the requirements for obtaining a temporary restraining order? Asking for a friend who just received one on false domestic violence claims. I mean, it depends. There's a bunch of different ways to get temporary restraining orders, but the easiest way is to just go apply for one and articulate a reasonable fear for your safety. But you have to have that reasonable fear. But if you've got a domestic violence claim, lots of times if there's an arrest made, the court will obtain a temporary restraining order during the pendency of at least the initial part of the action as part of the proceedings. So you should check and see if that's happening already. But if you can just go get one, you have to file a police report usually, but you probably already have a police report. So, but yeah, petition for a domestic violence restraining order. You may want to get an attorney to do so. It would be recommended because there are elements that you need to meet.
No, I think they were concerned that their friend had been already served one.
Oh, wait.
So they were asking what the grounds were.
Asking for, okay. Sorry. Requirements for obtaining a temporary restraining order. Okay, well, someone had to articulate a reasonable fear to a judge, and then they get a temporary restraining order. In Minnesota, how this works is you then have, once it's served on you, you have a couple days. I think it's five days to immediately request a hearing on the restraining order. You go in and then argue why it's bogus or whatever. Again, I recommend an attorney for this. If you don't do it within the 5 days, you can still motion for a vacation of the order or motion to vacate the order, but you're going to have to wait till the court has hearing time. So it could be a month or so, especially if you have guns and stuff like that. It's in your immediate interest to contest that restraining order. So, but yeah, they hand them out as long as you articulate reasonable fear, and the person is not typically able to give a response to that, to the request. So they're ex parte temporary orders. That's what makes them temporary. And then if they want to impose like a longer restraining order, they'll have to have a full hearing where you're served the order, you're served notice of the hearing, and you have your opportunity to respond. But if you want to contest it, at least in Minnesota, you got to do so within 5 days to get it done quick. Ms. D. Holmes, verdict read at 10:45 Central. Yes. Sherilyn, 67. You guys were talking last night and missed him saying it was God's will that it happened, and we can't understand his will. Oh, God.
That was such bullshit.
He's just a monster. B. Frederick, 78. Not Brooks related, but I'm from Wisconsin and found you during Rittenhouse. I owe you way more than $10. Yes.
Yes.
Watching your streams put me in the correct mindset to represent myself, not by choice. My lawyer had surgery. My ex-wife capitalized and put a BS restraining order on me during divorce. Judge wouldn't postpone it, and I won. It was poetic justice crossing her for 45 minutes and impeaching the sheriff's deputy that falsified, probably accidentally, his police report. Well, good job, man.
Congratulations.
Glad you're able to turn that around. That's a nightmare scenario with all the stuff that was going on with you. Yeah, I had a call the other day from someone whose lawyer was working on his case for years and then got cancer. And they're having a lot of trouble replacing the lawyer that far into this case. And like, what do you do with it? Miscellaneous says this judge is also presiding over a case of a teenager who sexually assaulted an 87-year-old woman in Waukesha. He is the Milwaukee mayor's nephew.
Fuck.
Wow.
She can't catch a break, can she?
Gross.
Well, like I said, with the presence of good counsel in front of her, she might be a completely different thing. It's the fact that she didn't have the tools to deal with this craziness that came in. This is unusual. So it's easy. I mean, and I'm very critical of her at this point, but you also have to put it in context of the order that she did get it to the jury. She got the jury verdict. It may have taken longer. It may have annoyed everybody, but it did happen. She could have done better, but this is going to be an unusual case in her career. She may be perfectly fine. I don't want to say that she's bad across the board when we don't know how she practices every day. Same thing with the prosecutor. She did great on this one, but they could be completely evil on the misdemeanor cases. I don't know, but you just have to say this case, thumbs up on the prosecutor, and the judge, not so much. And the people of Wisconsin, though, came through by every witness was great. Though, I did watch, there was a video of the guy. Remember the guy that was on the stand that was rescuing the girls from me? He was like, I'm lucky I didn't get my hands on him. He actually did an interview outside the courthouse after he testified. It was pretty good. It was short, and he was really even that guy who's kind of a tough guy. He came across as great. I mean, like even the average kind of like tough guy in Wisconsin was like, yeah, I'd like to hang out with that guy. It was a really good interview with him. Do you remember that guy? The one that was like, you're lucky I didn't get my hands on you. Remember the guy that was rescuing the 3 girls before he got in the car?
I don't know if I saw that testimony.
Yeah, that was.
Oh, the other drug guy. Is that what you're talking about?
No, he's a kind of a tough guy, and he was running, and he called the cop, and he said to the cop, my friend's being assaulted. Yeah, he was good.
Let's see. Crusader Saracen just subbed to your locals legal mindset. Wait a minute. Why does he get to grift?
I'm on your channel. That's what we do. We grift. We wake up. We grift. We wake up and take a shit. We grift some more. It's lunchtime. We're fucking grifting. We're sleeping. We're still fucking grifting because the grift never goddamn sleeps. You own that grift.
We're
you let
sleeping.
It sleep in your goddamn
You're sleeping.
bones.
You're sleeping.
bitch.
I'm doing
You're
karaoke.
sleeping.
I'm not sleeping. I'm up here at night. I'm yelling into a microphone.
You're blacked out drunk, Rekieta, and I'm covering the stream. That's what's happening.
Oh, we're gonna go.
He's
there.
got you there, Nick.
Because sometimes Nick has to black out, and when he's blacked out, it's fucking the land of the rising sun over here, motherfuckers. We konnichiwa, we are grifting.
Oh no, the
It's
black
fucking
memes
free
are
for all
coming.
when Nick's out.
The black memes are coming. No. Time and tide for name and bide. Okay. It says law and cuck verdicts. Law and cuck verdict Twitter says verdict at 10:45 Central. Yes. Hi, my name is Brian. I used to work for a company that transcribed court recordings done in office, but now at home post COVID. Spatula.
Yeah, perfect job for home work, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, we don't have court reporters in the Minnesota courts. They just record. Everything's recorded. All of the audio is recorded, and they transcribe them later. When you request a transcript, they transcribe them.
Yeah, we had a great reporter when I was in Flagler County, a lady named June Fisher Lang. She was one of my favorite court reporters, and when she would court report, I would always, when I talk to the jury, I would talk to the court reporter, because it would force me to articulate and slow down because I talk too fast. And so I would slow down and articulate to the court reporter. So like you have somebody you talk to, I'd always pick on her.
Spatula says, trust not Reddit, trust only the chat. The chat is Reddit with 100% less AIDS. Tankrat says, fire. Oh, wait, this is not a theater. Xander Shade, I'm still mad they never used a bright neon pink ball gag. That would have been good.
That comes later.
Who had it? Piston Bullet says, Steve, huge Rush fan here. Will be posting a YYZ drum cover soon. And he sent a video. I linked it to you in the private chat.
I did. I have it. I thank you. I'm going to look at that later.
Marsland says, Brooks's sovereign citizen bullshit and obsession with saying things on the record was contagious, and the judge caught it.
Yeah.
Yeah, she fell into the trap several times.
She does not need to say it. If she enunciates it in court, it's on the record. You don't need to say, this is for the record, because everything you're saying is being recorded, and it will be transcribed for the appeal word for word. So all those for the records will be in there, but it's already in the record. It's because it's being printed. It says it's a bad habit. She's got a lot of bad habits. That's one of them. And the repeating of the justifications, it's in there. It's already down. You don't need to repeat it every time. Yeah, I hate to read this appellate record.
Legendary Racing. How do lawyers and judges find relevant cases to their motions and rulings quickly and efficiently? Well, there's lots of tools for it. They cost lots of money, and they require a little bit of training to navigate. And then you have to do a lot of reading.
Well, it's also, you have to know, like, that's why you go to law school. That's why experience counts, because you've seen these issues before, and you know kind of where they fall in the procedure, and what the names associated with them in the different categories. And therefore you can then do Boolean searches through this kind of computer Boolean searches, even without Westlaw, to come up with relevant. I pulled that case, the other one, Wisconsin, that we talked about last time when I said, here's the case she needs. I pulled that one off Westlaw, just like, it probably took me 3-4 minutes to pull that up. And I said, oh, this is the case that appeals to this, because I know what terms to search.
The only reason it took so long to pull it up on Westlaw is because of how slow Westlaw is. Oh my God.
So bad.
Isn't that a Minnesota corporation?
Yeah.
That's why.
They don't sponsor the stream. And I can't believe that. Like, all I want is for them to pay my $650 a month subscription. I hate Westlaw because of that. It's really a useful tool. No, it's but yeah, so once you have, if you have appropriate research software, Westlaw, LexisNexis, Bloomberg, and you become familiar with how the search works, you can throw in keywords, you can throw in statute citations, you can throw in case citations, and then what the value of those are is that they will have links to every single citation. They'll have links to cases that cite the case you're reading. They'll have links. They'll let you know if that case is valid law, if it's been questioned or called into doubt, or if it's been overturned in whole or in part. All of that is baked right into the system. So once you know the legal research tools, it's pretty easy to find what you're looking for really quickly.
And what you can do, there's sort of a looping situation. What you do is you find a case, and then you search for jurisdiction, and then you find like maybe a law review article or some sort of summary, like amjur, flawjur is what we have in Florida. And then you find an article, and then it cites the things. You read what's the sentence, and then you go back there. So there's a whole looping kind of legal process that is involved in legal research. That's kind of the other half of my job on appeals, is all that legal research and answering questions for trials. And so you just have to, it's a skill you develop over time.
But yeah,
so you guys really only have the paid ones over there, do you? Westlaw and LexisNexis.
Yes, but,
using Pacer and that sort of thing.
There's a lot. We don't do Pacer's Federal, isn't that? That's the federal.
Yeah, Pacer's Fed.
I use Westlaw. I've done LexisNexis, which I find just as good. But you can now, with the internet now, there's so many resources that it's almost like I could probably do it without Westlaw, because Google and all these DuckDuckGo, they have great search algorithms, and you can find what you're looking for if you know what you're looking for.
Right. The thing about
DuckDuckGo is they're woke, but you mean other than that, they're great.
Are they woke, really?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Yeah, they
What's the best search engines?
I'm over here using Brave. I'm over here using like weird ass shit I don't even want to talk about right now. I mean, it's
Is that Pornhub?
Yeah. X Hamster. I just search everything into X Hamster. You know,
the best search engine.
No, the only reason I asked is because the reason I ask is because we have a legal database here maintained by two of the law school universities. So part of their, so we can pretty much access case law judgments, articles, all that sort of stuff, legislation, pretty well free. And it's a really good resource that we have here. I'm just curious as to why that's not something that a couple of law schools over there haven't gotten together and, for credit or whatever, for some law students to put together.
They do have that. They do have those things, but it's just that the value added from some of these other major sites is so great that it makes it a lot easier to research once you're comfortable using them. But there are such things. They're like Florida statutes are all online. All the Florida cases are online. It's all public. It's all government run.
Which is, by the way, Steve, why we have the Florida ban stories is because of our sunshine laws.
That's
and
true.
Because all of our shit is online. You can just go in there and look up alligator bites stripper, which is literally the case that got me kicked out of Florida. But literally, guys, it's 2:30 a.m. here in Tokyo. I gotta go. Literally, the escorts are telling me I'm like an hour overdue, and they're gonna charge me for it. So seriously, guys, I'm so glad this shit is done. Nick, let's chill another time, bro. And
Absolutely.
Steve, good meeting you. Ozzy, go back to your koala den and catch some syphilis. I don't know. Do whatever you guys do. Okay.
Wow.
What the fuck did I do to you? Oh, he's gone.
He mic dropped you. He took off his headphones like Darrell Brooks in the other room. I don't need to listen to you, Judge. He did you dirty. That wasn't nice at all.
I don't know what I've done to piss him off lately. I really don't.
Yeah.
Lately.
So. Oh, I thought we were good mates, to be honest.
Oh,
fuck it.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's how it goes. So, you think you know somebody. You think you know a guy, and then suddenly you wake up with a dick on your face. Drawn with a marker is what I'm talking about. A marker. Prep Boy Rick, should pineapple be on pizza? No. Is breakfast cereal a soup? Yes. How rare should a steak be? As rare as you can get it. And I love all of you retards. And Steve, thanks for the book before it gets here. So there you go.
Coming soon.
And he said that nice stuff about you.
Isn't that nice? Seeing that so sweet. Thank you, chat, and thank you, people, for buying my book. I'm really happy. I got them all signed and labeled. See, autographed copy, and I'm very proud. This is my life's work and the culmination. And actually, you know, I got a bone to pick.
With who?
I had
With
to-
me?
Well, maybe it's a good thing.
Okay,
though.
good.
Well, the thing is that I had to reorder another load of these. So now, but the problem is I'm going to be kicked. I'm not going to be around very much longer. So I'm going to get a big box just so I can have to sell like 5 more books. So I'm going to have a big box of 100 books sitting there unsold. It's all my profit. So I'm going to be basically back to zero, no profit because I haven't. I'm going to have, you know what I mean? Like I've sold all my books, but I had to buy an extra box of 100 so that I could sell the next round. But now I'm going to have like 90. So I need to sell a whole lot more books to go back into the black.
Well, you'll have to come on for another trial. We'll have to ruin something.
Well, I don't know. We'll see what happens in the future, but I do want someday. You'll have to, when I get this streaming thing, maybe you'll come up on my Rumble channel and we can do something. You could do I could interview you.
Obviously, I'm down for this.
Would you be down for that?
Yeah,
oh, that's nice.
No, you come on my channel. No, I'm never going on yours.
Well, I don't make any money. But if I could, I don't know what I'm doing. Actually, I really have no clue. I'm just doing it.
Puppy Kicker says sell ass instead, which is a valid option. You could try that. I'm still waiting. When is this fucking press conference?
Yeah, is that going on?
Presser. 1:00 Central is what someone just said.
So 25
in a different
minutes.
chat.
25 minutes.
Where is the? Are they going to have any juror interviews? That's what I really am interested in. That.
No idea.
That would be fascinating.
No idea. Next we've got Jensen Zeiger. Real question. Oh, good. Not a fake one. Would it not have been an issue if it turned out? Oh wait, no. I read that one earlier. That was about the Reddit post. We discussed that. Whoa. Wait a minute.
I'm assuming that's in locals chat. I can't.
Oh my God. Pompey, if you cross the Rubicon, I'm going to kill you. I doubt it. Oh, God, it's beautiful. I'm sorry. I saw that pop up. I'm so happy about that picture. Oh, okay. Sorry. KX2, Nick, you popped up in the #1 slot in my Rumble feed. Oh, that's good. That's good. Wait, I'm still not on the top 50 board though.
What?
I'm mad about that. I'm very, very upset. Well,
I got one of these things. I think it was a Rumble little thing they sent me, like promoting,
Mhm.
and you were #2 in the little random email that they send you.
Oh,
so it was like Nick Rekieta. So it was there is promotion going on. I think a lot of people have been complaining on all these things that the last 4 hours of your streams gets clipped.
it just takes a little time.
Right. What happens? I think there's an initial chop and it's 4 hours. And then if you wait, you have to wait a few hours and then come back and then the full thing's in there. So
the most expensive part of these streaming platforms is the video processing and storage that happens afterwards, because they take the video, they drop it, they render it in several different resolutions, and they get for lack of a better word, they get all the file together, I guess, because of how the storage works. YouTube used to do it at a 2-hour cutoff, and then they upgraded to a 4-hour cutoff. I assume Rumble and Odyssey use the same tech. But then that back end processing, it's just so much computing that needs to be done on all of these videos that are being uploaded all the time. And that's what a lot of these companies are working on most of the time is keeping up with the amount of stuff that's coming out. When you think about how much data is being uploaded to these websites every minute, it's unreal. Even small ones, it's unreal with all of the live streaming. So.
Yeah, servers, man. Think about the server bank. I'd love to take a tour of just Rumbles, Rumble's server banks. It must be incredible.
Yeah. And I think they have them in-house. They don't use Amazon Web Services or Microsoft or anything like that. I think they have in-house servers. Right, Nick, right now you have more viewers than midday CNN. Well done. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Kay Steiny, the Institute for Justice does great work on civil forfeiture. Yeah, there's some people who are out there fighting it. It's one of the most offensive things to me. I do not see why my stuff has to be taken by the state because they accuse me of a crime. Like, I'm just not, I don't see how that logically follows, personally. It's like, oh, and you mentioned, Steve, like sometimes it's a car or a house that they take. It's like, well, I use this house to make meth. It's our house now. Like, I don't know if that's how that works.
Well, it is how it works.
Well, yeah, you know what I mean?
No, but that's the whole basis for Miami Vice. Remember when that came out?
Yeah.
And they did the RICO laws, and they said somebody, I think it was Michael Mann, was getting in. He's like, you mean that they can take these cigarette boats that are hundreds of thousands of dollars and seize them, and then they use them, the cops drive them around and use them as as undercover operation? Like, yes, those were drug dealer proceeds. So that's how he came up with the whole idea for Miami Vice.
Yep. Drive around in a Ferrari or whatever. And I wish I was a drug dealer. They get cool cars. Things I found on Vintage Media. I know a case where a drug runner was moving $50K in cash, got pulled over for out-of-state plates. Cops found the cash and civil asset it. This was drug money, but the cop had zero evidence for that. Yeah, no. Criminalizing the transportation of cash is one of the, that bothers me so much. I love it when there's like, oh, well, you just have to declare it. Why do I have to declare money to the government if I'm flying on an airplane? If I'm flying on an airplane, I want to shove $100,000 into my pants just because I want to. That should be my right. What's up, Legal Vices?
What did I miss? Did we solve all the world's problems? Did you escape?
No.
We wish.
He dismissed the court counts for subject matter jurisdiction, and he walked out because his client went to jail, but he walked out because he says, I'm not him.
That clever bastard.
Wow.
You were just talking about the thing that annoys me more than anything about international travel.
Declaring cash?
Because I'm sure you've already talked about it, but I'm just going to.
No, we can talk more.
Blood pressure went up this high when I heard that. It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. If I declare more, they're going to get suspicious. They're going to ask why. I'm going to have to prove why I have more than that. If I don't declare it, then they seize it. You cannot win.
It's not just international travel. I think it's if you have more than $11,000 domestically, you have to declare it, which I don't get why I should ever have to declare the amount of money I have. It doesn't make any sense to me. Where in that is freedom? Well, we presume that because you have large amounts of money, you might use that for an illegal activity. Why is that the presumption? Like, why is
that's
that
Minority Report bullshit there? Pre-crime bureau.
We've got the same thing here where any cash payments or multiple payments that may amount to $10,000 have to be reported for anti-money laundering. It's ridiculous. But Nick, can I take 30 seconds? I just want to address something in chat because people are going on about how I'm not abiding by the Aussie, shall we say, teasing and slamming. But now that Vices is here, I can actually cover this as well. Guys, I just need you to know, okay? I know that I mentioned some stuff in Vices chat yesterday, and I think you probably need to know why, because I'm not a fucking whinger. I can take it like the best of people, okay? I got some very nasty direct DMs in the middle of Vices stream yesterday, and that's why I'm still a little bit on edge, because some of those involved threats to my family and to my 4-year-old daughter, okay? Of basically tracking her down and doing some acts to her. It was, and don't get me wrong, that has been reported to the authorities. But that's why I was a little bit on edge, okay?
Why the hell would someone send that?
Because apparently I'm not supposed to be commenting on US case law because I'm a loser and I don't know shit.
Weird.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm leaving too. I guess I'm leaving.
Crazy.
Yeah. Jeez.
So look, I'm sorry if I haven't been my usual jovial self, laughing and copying the ribbing and all that sort of stuff. I've had that in the back of my mind, okay?
Yeah, so, that shit eats at you, man. That's bullshit.
Yeah.
Speaking of bullshit, not to change subjects, but Just an FYI, PayPal put the $2,500 fine back into its terms of service as soon as the outcry died down. So if you are the seller and receive funds for transactions that violate the acceptable use policy, then in addition to being subject to the above actions, you'll be liable to PayPal for the amount of PayPal's damages caused by your violation of the acceptable use policy. You acknowledge and agree that $2,500 US dollars per violation of the acceptable use policy is ... They have a liquidated damages clause on PayPal for wrong think or wrong speak. Misinformation and hate speech is what it was originally there for. I don't know if that's the same terms, but that's crazy. How long do you think that goes? Because the difference between liquidated damages by contract for like an NDA and liquidated damages by PayPal is PayPal has access to your bank.
Well, except that to me I'll tell you, if they did that to me, not only is that theft, it's criminal theft, it's a conspiracy to commit theft, and we have a Consumer Protection Act in Florida jurisdiction, which applies. They are a vendor and I am a consumer. I think that I can get major punitive damages against them and attorney's fees. So they better watch themselves doing that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the liquidated damages, I mean, that means this just de facto damages me, but we don't have any real way of quantifying it. Who is damaged in this situation? Where's the damage?
Right. So the reason you would normally have liquidated damages is because you would have something like a non-disclosure agreement. And then you would say, well, we know that a violation of this, a disclosure to someone, will cause some amount of damage to me because of what we're discussing. And we're going to agree that it's this amount because it will be hard to quantify what the actual amount is. Plus, if it's a reasonable amount, $2,000, $3,000, it would be unreasonable to go to court over every one of these infractions. So liquidated damages is a by contract way to kind of bypass all of the issues and expedite a court case. Did they breach the agreement? If they did, you got basically a confession of judgment straight out of the gate. It's a handy way to deal with things and just make it quick. But the whole idea is that it would be hard to determine what the damages actually are, so the two parties come to a mutually negotiated agreement on it. PayPal has put this in a adhesion contract where there is no negotiability. And I know, like, if people don't understand how this works with an NDA, you are negotiating the non-disclosure agreement. Like, you don't have to take it. And that's actually a huge advantage to the person on the other end of the NDA, is that you never have to take the agreement and then you can disclose it all day. They can't force you to take it. So you presumably have the ability to damage them as much as you want. But that's where your negotiating leverage comes from. With PayPal, you have no leverage if you want to use their system to send money back and forth. Your leverage is literally limited to not using PayPal. That's not much leverage. And they won't let you negotiate it anyway. But so they've put that into an adhesion contract, which should make it inherently weaker. But second, I just don't see how they have the authority to grab $2,500 from people. I think the test case on that will be really interesting because I think the punitive damages on it would be really high.
And do you think that Ron DeSantis would go to town on a class action, attorney general action, criminal conspiracy to deprive its Florida citizens of their banking money? I don't know. They got to really think about this. I would be happy to be lead plaintiff in such a case.
Yeah, no, it's Ron DeSantis, Ken Paxton, that Giga Chad guy down in Arizona. What was that guy's name? The attorney general there. Any of those, I mean, they would love to take a big tech woke company like PayPal to task over something like this. It'll be interesting when it happens, honestly. And to see if somebody fights back, especially if it's like a popular conservative content creator. Cause oh my gosh, like if they did it to Matt Walsh or something, someone with the money to bring it out. And yes, I say Giga Chad, not Giga Chad, because I find it more funny. Eldar Mark has the court survival guide. Oh God. Xander Shade Zero. I think they just wanted another day off work, thus the leaving last night. I mean, I think they were probably tired. So what they had to do was first listen to like 4.5 hours of jury instructions and then come back and listen to Darrell Brooks.
Well, I talked about it today and said, I streamed for 11 hours yesterday and we got to joke and talk through the whole damn thing. They had to sit there through the whole damn thing.
Right.
Yeah. And even if you're joking and talking and laughing through the whole damn thing, it's 11 hours. It still gets tiring. By the time you're done, you're done. These people the jury has to sit in silence throughout all of these proceedings. They don't have a phone. They don't have another tab on their browser. They can't do anything. They're just thinking about all the stuff that's at their house that they need to get done or how much work they're going to have when they get back. They've been off for almost a month. Housefer says, this is awesome, but I am near crying because each count is a new person's life. Jonathan, don't feel bad. I'm sure the prisoners will respect your rights as a sovereign citizen. SCA Warren, it might help some victims in their recovery to give a statement. Yeah, that's the whole purpose. And so victim impact statements are interesting to me because they're one of the few places where the victims actually have a tangible, cognizable right in the court system. The court system usually is respecting the rights entirely of the accused. Everything is leveraged for the accused's rights to be maintained and upheld. But with victim impact statements, it says, nope, they have a right and you're already guilty. And so you don't get to argue that this somehow prejudices you or harms your case because these victim impact statements are part of it and they have a right to make them. So it's kind of this unique area of the law because victims can't even demand to be witnesses. Like they don't have a right to be a witness to a case. The state or the defense has to call them to be a witness. They don't get that. Like they really want to tell their story. No. So this is their one shot to do something like that. It's about the only place I can think of where there's a true victim's right, other than restitution, I guess.
And I hope it's live streamed, but I don't think it will be an entertaining nor joke fest live stream.
No.
I mean, so I don't know if this is one that you'd want to necessarily be on and comment because I mean, you make it easy to go because you're, the funny and the joking, like Legal Vices. Your stream was pretty good. Well, I was on there and it was like hilarious. But the thing is that listening to all these victims come forward and talk about the pain.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough.
We were very quiet during the prosecution's case in chief. It didn't really start to get fun until he took the stand. Well, until he started to present his arguments.
Well, it's tough to hear victim impact statements. And Steve, you could probably testify to this when you're representing the defendant.
No, well, actually, I was just one of the tough things about my job, especially death penalty cases, but also any kind of murder cases, is reading the sentencing because you have to read through the sentencing, right? And you have all these victim impacts, and it's a traumatic thing. I mean, this is part of being a defense attorney and being an appellate attorney. I've read so many sentencings and so many hurt people, and I've gone through this, and it's like it's every time, and it's very traumatic. It's very difficult to read, and it really just makes me sad, And this is where how do you react to like pictures of gore and death? It's a sad thing because it's a life that was taken, even if your client was a side player or whatever. It is very hard. A lot of public defenders kind of get shell shocked because they're sitting next to these clients one after the other that are getting sentenced to years and years in prison, and they feel like they're getting sentenced. So there is an emotional impact as being a public defender and standing next to these people. You're go home, but you're having to represent these people who maybe you even have, because you represent people who you hate and people that you love. All the whole range in between. So it doesn't matter. You still do your best for your client, right? But yet you do get an emotional connection to some of these people and when they go away for 20 years, it can hurt you. And you really have to develop a sense of perspective when you're dealing with that.
My Ties 510. Watching the verdict as part of our homeschooling, and our son's biggest takeaway is that Andrea is hot.
Which one's Andrea? Oh, Andrea. Yeah, okay. Yeah, she's a pretty girl. This is the public defender who was on here.
Yeah. Your son has a discerning and learned eye. There we go. Marslands, Aussie. The audience and other streamers like you just fine. You just got to see them all as good-natured jabs. Laugh at yourself and dish them back out. Yeah. But I think what he was saying is that. Yeah, that there were some things that cross the line, and people, there's good-natured ribbing, and then there is stuff that crosses lines, and that does happen. That's fine. It's fine to acknowledge that happens. Speaking of fine to acknowledge, by the way, guys, tonight I will be streaming again on Rumble at 11 p.m. Central, like normal. And tonight I will have Chrissy Mayer on. We're going to discuss what's going on with her YouTube channel. She got a completely bogus strike, and talk about what's going on with their upcoming stream, which is tomorrow, I think, is when it's supposed to start. Is today Wednesday? Yeah, today's Wednesday.
I have no idea anymore.
And so then we'll figure out what her plan is with that, and we'll probably tell some jokes and have some good laughs along the way as well, knowing Chrissy. But that's who will be on tonight. So make sure you come tune in. Red Rum's Taken said you wouldn't wake up, but here you are now. Now I got a tip. Damn N-word. How are you even awake? I am a consummate professional, except the other night when I got so blitzed that there was no chance. Mooney66, opinion on Tiffany Smiley. Fuck Pat Murray. Who the fuck is Tiffany Smiley? I don't know who that is. Or Pat Murray. Project Calm. So does he keep the Sovereign Citizen Act up during sentencing or give up on it? I don't think he has the ability to grasp a reality where he doesn't go free and keeps it up. I mean, he does have the ability. He's been in prison before. So he knows that he can not go free. He's aware of that reality. So I don't know if he's going to keep it up during sentencing. I think he's probably going to be quiet until the sentence is read. And then I think he might have some sort of meltdown. I kind of hope so, but it's hard to say. People deal with it different ways. Pat's fan 12280. Steve, glad to see you were alive after all those drinks last night.
It wasn't that bad, was it? No. I don't know. I don't know. I really should go back and watch to see if I was really out of line. I hope
I delivered them to you in a good condition.
Yes. I only started drinking when I hit Nick's channel.
So many such cases. Princess Leanna, will you consider making an NSFW chat as well as the current Safe for Work chat? You can't on locals have a not safe for work chat. You can't have a that's the one rule on there are two rules, I guess, to what can be said on locals. No actual threats of violence. So it would categorize as a true threat legally, and then no nudity, pornography, that just can't be in there. But I mean, when I see it, I delete it. And I'm not here trying to ban people. Please don't ever make me have to figure out what that line is, because that would be really annoying. Let's just have the fun thing. You can go into the Discord and you can post all of the horrific content you want. That's fine. Mr. Zancap, thanks for the stream, Mr. Rackets. Want more information on geopolitics and a unique take on current events? Visit jaredhowe.net. Grift on, racketeers. So there you go, guys. Fat Viking Nerd says Darrell is praying for his booty hole. Swags, Nick, you have the equivalent of an entire MLB baseball stadium watching your stream. Congrats. Hey, thank you.
That's cool.
Icanalus, Count 77, being a moron of exceptional level and a general pain in the rear of humanity, we find the defendant guilty. Sentence 1,000,000 years. Yeah, I got it. I'm with it. Decaf Geek. Glad to see you doing so well over here, Nick. Thanks for covering this, and greets to all the guests. Well, I'm only doing so well over here on Rumble because of all of you people showing up to watch Rumble. Showing up here. That's on y'all. That's on you, chat. I've been streaming over here for a while, but it's when the people move over that it really explodes. And I intend to keep that going. Airplane Arms says, thanks, Rackets. Sin Digital Art 9 says, hello, Nick. Here again to shamelessly shill my Instagram and Twitter accounts where I post fan art. If possible, please help me get to 5,000 followers before the end of the year. So you can Sin Digital Art, guys. Fator Mephitis. I hate to dead name anyone, but salute to Mark Richards. Not easy transing from defense lawyer to DA in the Brooks case. Oh, God. You know, she does kind of look like me, but with hair a little bit. And I'm aroused. Tankrat says, well, that was expected. Too bad I couldn't watch, but listen, single seat, fast moving aeroplanes demand your attention at the worst times. They demand repair ASAP. Oh, okay. Must be some sort of mechanic, maybe Air Force. Manders 13, Your Holiness, how would he be gagged? Literally duct tape or something? I don't know. Steve, have you ever seen anyone gagged? Like what they use for it?
One of the things that we see a lot around here, this is Florida man, right? is we see spitting shields because we get a lot of spitters. And so you get people coming. I've never seen somebody.
Spitters have no commitment.
Nick and I are just trying to keep our mouths shut, but failing.
But I've never seen somebody actually gag.
Yeah, and I think.
I know. That's already giving you.
I think look at this goofy look on his face. Like, hey.
They're so happy.
He's like Beaker from the Muppets.
These guys.
Echo again.
Fucking hell.
Thanks for busting them out, though, Leland. Sure.
Hold on. Do we actually have echo, or is it just the really low audio?
Yeah, make sure.
Check.
No, as in we talking have echo. Oh,
okay.
maybe it's
Hold
gone.
on. Is it better now?
Check. Yes. Hello.
Yeah, I can't hear myself.
Okay. Perfect.
They're so relieved.
It's really.
I will say, having come back from a prosecutor, there's when the jury goes out, you crash so hard because.
Okay, thank you. Very good. So there was another family member. I'll spell her name so you guys don't have to take a picture. Amber Conkey, Amber K-O.
Okay.
She's the mother of one of the juvenile victims. She'll also be speaking. I'll start from the beginning. K-O.
Okay, so in the height meter, the ADA here, he is the tallest person in the room. I just wanted to point that out. It's my expert legal analysis of this press conference so far. Is the tallest man in the room is the tallest man in the room. That has happened. That's very important. The low volume is because they haven't actually turned on the microphones yet.
You're going to moderate the questions.
Oh, so I guess the handsome young man in the sweater is with the DA's team.
A handsome young man in the
Which
sweater.
one's that?
Oh,
Behind the podium.
you fucker.
Oh, that one.
Oh, I hate you.
Who is that? Who is that exactly?
Who knows?
That's what everybody was asking through the entire trial, but now we know they're associated with the DA's office.
Well, we're gonna get introductions. They said so.
Male prosecutor is tall and understands Reddit with the hearts emojis. Kind of sus, if you ask me. What's that? Why are they passing around this dog? What is going on with this
They
dog?
need an emotional support dog after dealing
Emotional
with
support
Brooks.
animal. Yeah.
Yeah, but who's
Or maybe
is
it's
it?
just the officer's representative.
Sniffs out red vehicle drivers. That's why it's following the lady with the red shirt that sort of looks like it. Never mind. Shut up, Jeff.
Oh, Jesus.
I just realized I'm fat too, so I should keep my mouth shut. A little too late.
I know the audio is super low. They haven't actually turned on the.
Have you tried unplugging it, Nick?
We're just hearing a very, very small residual amount of audio being picked up from some active mic somewhere. But they're going to turn these two robot penises on when someone gets in front of them, and one of those will broadcast into the feed.
Wow, the guy from that 70s show up there in the upper right-hand corner is wearing a very tight turtleneck.
Oh, Red, yeah, like a younger Red Foreman.
Yeah, or the doctor from Voyager.
Thanks, D.
I love your
Bauman.
pop culture references.
Remember, guys, if you can see the camera can see you. Very important.
So I'm interested. When's the defense team come out and give their statement?
That would be good.
How come we didn't get a press conference?
Let's see. Corpus Selecti says, the national media is going to snag up B. Ivory to comment and analyze this case. Oh, I want nothing more than that.
Go on you whenever you're ready.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're here to have a press conference to discuss some of the events that happened today.
It's still super
Speaking
low, but I
today
can fix
will be
that.
District Attorney Sue Opper, Chief Dan
How come that
Thompson
works
of
for
the
you?
Waukesha Police Department. Also,
I am a
David
practiced
Sorensen,
professional.
which is the husband of Virginia Ginny Sorensen. Tyler Pudliner, he's a Waukesha South band member.
It's just
And
unfortunate.
Amber
right?
Conkey, a mother of one of the juvenile victims. Also present with us today is County Executive Paul Farrell, the prosecution team consisting of Leslie Basie, Zach Witchow, Detective Tom Casey from the Waukesha Police Department, Detective Ryan Rugland from the Waukesha Sheriff's Office, and paralegal Christy Giese. Also to my right, your left, is Jen Dunn and Carrie Peterson from the Waukesha County District Attorney Victim Witness, and with our comfort dog Pepper, who have played an integral role with our crime victims throughout this whole process. To that, Sue Opper.
Oh, Pepper.
Thank you. First and foremost, our thoughts and concerns remain with the victims involved in this tragedy and their families. Although the defendant devastated our community, the people of the city of Waukesha, Waukesha County, and beyond demonstrated tremendous resiliency. We are so grateful for the first responders, citizens, and medical professionals who sprang into action and immediately rendered aid and saved so many lives that day. We appreciate the jury for their work and dedication to justice. We commend the police officers and citizen witnesses who testified or were prepared to testify and asked to relive the events of that horrific day. We are satisfied that this defendant has been held accountable for his actions. He now faces imprisonment of 6 consecutive life sentences plus 859 years of confinement. There is much healing ahead for the victims and for our community, but we hope today's result is a step further along that path. Remain strong, Waukesha. Thank you.
Waukesha Police Chief Dan Thompson.
Is this going to be just a round robin of everybody saying
Thank you.
Yes.
nothing?
2 days. We'll never forget. November
Yes.
Came out, we gave it 110%. We're looking forward to next week's game.
on that tragic day, and October 26th,
Dramatic zoom.
2022.
Oh, this is
Why
nice.
October 26th? Because justice was served today. I want to say thank you and praises to this community. I want to say thank you in the resiliency and strength of the families and victims who were involved in it and were impacted by this event. The investigation team, I want to send a personal thank you to the district attorney's office, Sue Opper, Leslie, Zach, and everyone on that team who assisted in this successful prosecution. I want to say thank you to the jury and the court process and the court proceedings and everyone that's involved in the court who found this defendant guilty, which is just and right. That defendant's actions did not define this great community. It refined us in our resolve and our strength in being Waukesha strong. Thank you.
David.
Okay. Oh, so the cane was a lie. You don't even need it.
Thank you. I'm David Sorensen. These are my 2 sons.
Justice was served for my wife, Virginia Sorensen, my two boys,
Or it was a
three
victim.
children,
Nice, Nick.
and the whole Sorensen clan. Thank you very much to the people that did this court case. We appreciate it. Sean or Marshall wants to say one little thing.
We've been praying for this day for a long time, and this morning my 5-year-old daughter came up to me and handed me this necklace with my mom's ashes in it, and she told me to take my mom with us for the sentencing. So she was with us today, and I just want to thank everyone for what they did today. And one last thing, my mom always used to tell us when we were kids in our family that she always said, angels watch over you guys. So I just want to say angels watch over you guys and turn on those blue lights tonight.
Oh.
And that's like a fraction of what the victim impact statements will be. Who's this guy?
I want to first thank the prosecution.
That is the state of Wisconsin.
They were the one that got us to this point. I'm thankful for all their support along the way and getting us to this day. It's been a difficult day. I know that this will give us healing. This is another step forward in this process. We've been resilient.
Wait,
all
is
the way
this the
through.
Y family?
One of the things that I've said so much throughout this is that we're stronger than him, and it's been proven today. It's just another step forward in the process. So I want to thank Sue, Zach, Leslie, all those guys for their hard work, Jen and her staff, and especially those first responders. It's been brought up. They are the ones that especially kept me here, gave us a second chance, and they've kept our community strong. So yeah, Waukesha strong. As Marshall said, he touched on it. Keep those blue lights on tonight.
I don't
Thank
know
you,
who
everybody.
that is, but was that the lady that testified that got called by Brooks to testify? I can't remember. Hey, is this the guy that got kicked out for saying burn in hell, you piece of shit?
Just want to say that I'm very happy with the verdicts and that, justice has been served today. I would just like to thank everybody, the first responders, the DA and the judge, all the law enforcement, everybody who was involved, especially those who were very much involved with my family and the support system that we have had. It's been amazing to see how wonderful this community has been to pull together for all of those who were hurt that night.
Thank you. With that, we'll take a few questions. Those available for questions will be Chief Thompson and District Attorney Sue Opper. So I'll start right here, TMJ4. Who would you like to direct your question to? Sue, come on up.
Okay, thank you.
Chief.
We just got to know, how are you and your team feeling right now about this happening?
Well, it's
How are you
obviously
and
quite
your team
satisfying
feeling right
that
now, was the
Mr. Brooks has
question.
been found guilty and held accountable for his actions. As many of these victims have said, this is a joyous day for that reason. It's also the point where we hope everyone can move on from. The support that we've gotten as this case wore on day after day was tremendous. And we're very relieved. I guess that's the best word, is relief.
Hillary?
I saw you get a tear in your eye when they were talking about Virginia's ashes. You spoke about what this meant to you and the victims. How do you begin to describe what it was like going up against Brooks as defending him, representing himself? Did that change your strategy? How did you get through all that?
Yeah. I mean, legally, it changed our strategy, certainly, because if there's an appeal, he can make a mistake in the courtroom and get a new trial. And we have to pay the price for that, we, the state, and we, the victims. So it's changed our strategy in that we had to make sure, and Judge Darrell did as well, the record was very thorough, very complete, and we didn't miss anything. But as far as handling the actual court proceedings,
Miss subject matter jurisdiction, though.
we felt very, very offended
record.
by his behavior, his disrespect of the court, the decorum, the families, his insulting the judge, his challenging the judge. That's not the way our system is designed. That's that was intentional on his part. We truly believe that. He did everything he can except claim that the dog ate his homework. And he
didn't know that was a legal
tried
defense.
to turn this into his
Would have
story.
if he was an attorney.
Let's talk about Mr. Brooks and his family. And we just kept redirecting it back to the real focus here is our families, our victims, our community, and his responsibility for this destruction.
58.
What was the most challenging part, and how did you keep your patience through all of it?
Again, it wasn't a difficult case factually, and I don't mean to sound, overly confident in that, but this case was unique because the activity was videotaped, right? And so
Are we trending on
whereas
Twitter again?
most
Cool.
cases we have to rely on eyewitness accounts or other ways to prove the case, we had videograph evidence of his behavior all up and down that crime scene and throughout the neighborhood. So that way, it wasn't difficult. Again, the difficulty and the challenges we faced was what nonsense was going to come out of his mouth next. And we were anticipating much of what would come next and being ready legally with case law and legal authority to be able to respond to that. So I think that was the hardest thing. The investigation was so thorough, so well done that we knew the facts were solid. It was just making sure the record and the presentation was done legally accurate.
We'll do Fox Local.
So what went into your decision to perhaps minimize the number of direct witnesses that went up on that stand? And I wonder, do you expect any of these antics if that went into your decision?
Protecting the victims
Yes,
from
it
further
did.
trauma.
So obviously we didn't know until very late that he'd be representing himself. But we as a team set out from day one, and this was months and months ago when he still had attorneys, we vowed we would not put children on the stand. Absolutely. It wasn't necessary. Again, there were plenty of other ways to tell this story without asking a child to testify in a courtroom and relive this very, very extreme tragic situation. So that was a commitment we made as a team months ago, and we stuck by that. Certainly, as we learned his antics, we reevaluated, and we would discuss it every night as a team: is who are we going to use tomorrow, and do we really need this person? Because we were so, again, not personally offended, but professionally offended that he would insult the process and insult the victims, accuse them of financial gain for their testimony, things like that. It was just so offensive that we definitely were conscious of that in our decision making, and how can we minimize this for the best of everyone, but still provide a compelling story. So yes, it did definitely play a factor.
Court TV.
Ms. Hopper, there were so many victims' families inside the courtroom every day, sitting behind you. How much did that motivate you and your team, and how you present your evidence and your closing argument? You mentioned them, and have you been able to speak to any of them that aren't here that maybe said something to you afterwards?
Yes. The motivation we received from those families was tremendous. And we knew, again, from the point when Mr. Brooks chose to represent himself, this was going to be a marathon. We talked about that many times as a team, that we just need to keep moving forward every day, whatever that looked like. But what motivated us was these families that are behind me, a lot of them. And we thought of those mothers and fathers sitting in hospital rooms with their children, and the ongoing care that they're still physically healing from, and certainly emotionally healing from. And that motivated us tremendously. But you couldn't meet a nicer group of people. I mean, that's the thing, is I'm not surprised, having lived in Waukesha for 35 years, that they're good people here. And they would ask us, how are you doing? Do you guys need anything? Which was really phenomenal.
This guy's
They
thinking
were
about an
a
apple
tremendous
pie
group of
right
people to work
now.
for. It was our honor to represent them, to be a voice for them in court.
Everyone deserves a reward.
Dude, I am. I'm thinking about an apple pie.
I'm thinking about apple pie. That'd be good.
Oh crap! Now I'm thinking about where I could get an apple pie at 4 in the morning.
Not enough places is the answer.
That was strategic for the appeal, to be very blunt. I wasn't throwing a lifeline to Mr. Brooks. I really had no interest in hearing what he had to say because I heard all of his lies and stories so far. So that was just trying to do what was legally required at the moment. And I frankly wasn't sure it was going to work because he was so difficult with Judge Darrell. But in the end, it did work. He
Yeah, I was going to say,
blurt out what he wanted to blurt, and then the judge struck that from the record, and we were able to move on. So
I was kind of surprised that did work, you know, when she
was the
did
result,
that.
but we talked about it at the prosecution table and came up with that idea of let's offer this again just to protect the record for the appeal.
Jim.
What caught you by surprise?
Again, his absolute disrespect and dishonor to the victims, the community, and the court process.
I'll do Brian from the Freeman, and then two more we'll do CBS, and then
Team Ruby says this press conference feels like an after-game interview.
Okay.
We sports hard, the other team sports hard, but we sported harder and prevailed. They had an easy case and douche defendant, so there is that.
Well, Mr. Brooks has a right to an appeal. Every defendant does. And I fully expect him to take advantage of his rights as a convicted defendant in this case. I am very confident in the record that Judge Darrell made and his decision to represent himself. Yes.
Go ahead.
What do you think about the length of time that the jury took to deliberate? Short, long, surprised?
We were not. We talked about it last night, and frankly, I know a lot of you were here too. We were all, by the time we got to that 8 o'clock mark, we were exhausted. And when they said they wanted to go home and rest, we were thankful, quite frankly, because we all felt the same way. It's such an emotionally draining day. And to get through all that and the nonstop banter from Mr. Brooks, it's taxing. You all witnessed it yourself. So we were grateful. We thought they gave it good thought because they went out around 6:30. Their dinner was there immediately, right? So jurors are human beings. They get a nice meal. They got a little time to talk, and then they decided, let's rest. Let's sleep on it. Always a good option for decision making for anybody, right? Get a good night's sleep on it, and come back the next day. And then, they worked again for about another hour this morning, and with the quality of the investigation in this case, we think the verdict was fair. The timing was spot on.
Go ahead.
There's a lot of people who are here today, of course, but a lot of people who are also afraid on the day of the parade who aren't here. In closing, what do you want to say to them just at the end of the process?
Well, I hope some of you caught the flavor of that. You cannot imagine until you saw some of those videos how horrific it would have been to stand there and watch that. Especially when your children and some of these witnesses testified to that, they couldn't find their children, right? And that's not just people who were struck. That there was many citizens who could not find their own child for a period of time. So just unbelievable. But
that guy looks just like Red Foreman. Is creeping me out.
And everybody had that.
I know, right?
The way the citizens of this community
Expect him to tell me about recall next.
There's no other word for it. The nurses, the doctors, the EMTs, the paramedics, anybody who knew anything about how to apply a Band-Aid walked into that street and treated those people. So that was another source of strength for us, right? Is if they could do that, we can get through this.
Thank you. As we move on to the next phases of the judicial process, I'm sure that people will be readily available to provide comment as we get into. We have a court hearing on Monday at 1 o'clock, I believe, for scheduling, and I think then we're going to go into the sentencing phase, and we'll know more about that. People here behind me will make themselves available for you. I'm pretty much sure as this goes on. But as of right now, we're going to end it and allow people to be with their families. And definitely, as prosecution,
short and
needs some
sweet
much
to the
needed
point.
rest and some time.
That's what you want.
In this courthouse. So thank you all very much for being here today.
Thank you guys.
Okay.
If we could make a line so I can allow these people up. Thank you.
I don't see any reason to keep this going.
No, I don't think it's going to be like that other court video where someone jumps and tries to tackle a guy. But
I just can't believe that they're prejudiced. They didn't interview the defense.
Yeah, that's right. They're treating him differently now. How is it that the court's letting the prosecution speak and not the defense?
Darrell's going to have to appeal that to the court that he's currently in.
Of
That'll help.
competent jurisdiction?
Team Ruby says, and to clarify, not a douche I would use for my own lady bits. I didn't think that was in question, Team Ruby. I didn't think we were under that illusion. Misty 86444 says, for Aussie Overlord, as a political commentator and broadcaster for over 25 years, I value your comments. It is important to get perspectives even from people outside.
Oh, geez, guys, look, I appreciate it. Let's not kiss ass here. I probably shouldn't have said anything, frankly, but I do appreciate the comments. Thank you.
Well, since we're not kiss assing, yeah, I can't believe you said anything at all. What the hell are you doing? No, I'm just joking. Freighter Chase says, one of my biggest pet peeves in law enforcement is bad shaped shoulder patches that don't fucking match the shape of the actual badge.
Oh my gosh. How can we get it even more trivial?
Oh no, you can. Someone was mentioning, I can't remember where I saw it, but someone was mentioning that they were getting really pissed off because the door behind the shoulder of the witnesses, lock was about 1/8 of an inch off center from the door handle.
These are first world problems.
Lexicaris, we should have had Judge Judy for this trial. Would have gone much faster. Everybody likes Judge Judy, but she annoys me a lot.
Judge Judy is the reason we have people like Darrell Brooks, because in Judge Judy's court, you get to backtalk the judge, you get to have a little bit of tood, you get to throw the comments around. It doesn't happen in real life, but people think it does.
We just saw 2 weeks of it though, so it does happen occasionally. But I don't know if this guy. I don't.
Crusader Saracen says Razor Fist says we need state level electoral college, and I agree.
State level, yeah.
So electoral colleges in states.
That's one. I wonder if there are states that have that.
None currently that I know of.
Like some kind of system like that.
Let's see. Barb loves Alaska. I was born and raised in Eastern Washington, but moved as soon as I graduated high school, thanks to my parents giving me luggage for my graduation gift. Such a subtle hint by them. Lamau. Tyler Reeves. Hi, Andrea, Nick, Andrew, Hayden, and Steve. Thanks for all you do, Nick. Take my money, you grifter king. Oh, I'll take it.
Boy, that's your favorite thing to hear. Isn't it wonderful to hear that?
Yeah. Yeah. Take me, take my money. If you insist. Barb loves Alaska. I meant to direct my comment to Andrea. She spoke of Eastern Washington, where she resides. Tortheo, find and interview the burn in hell, you piece of shit, Chad. I would interview that guy in a heartbeat. You know he's got a lot to say about Darrell Brooks. Tortheo, if this is an admiralty court, can Brooks be keel-hauled or at least made to walk the plank?
Why not? Why not?
Oh my gosh!
Kind of awesome.
I'm reading through this Sovereign Citizen guidebook. I didn't see him have a flag on the desk. He's supposed to take a US flag in without the gold trim on it to show that it's the true jurisdiction he's supposed to be under.
Well, they didn't allow him to have one in prison, probably. So it's their fault keeping him from that. Which is also how you know that it's not a true court, right? Like, you know that because of that. What the hell
sure. We got an expert on admiralty law over here. What do you think?
Yeah.
That makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, because that's exactly how admiralty law works.
Yeah.
But being keel-hauled, that's actually a pretty interesting punishment, though.
What is it? Keel-hauled?
Keel-hauled,
yeah.
Like
it's kind of awful.
What is it?
They can either do it vertically or horizontally, like widthwise or lengthwise, where they just take you, they throw a rope around you, and they drag you under the boat for the length of the vessel as punishment. And up the other side,
they take a sponge and they soak it in oil and shove that in your mouth so that the water doesn't get in past the sponge. So you sit there and you go underwater and you like will retain enough to like breathe. Well, not breathe, but you won't drown.
Yeah.
So it's the barnacles and the bashing against
I see.
the boat that really do you in.
And plus the boat is covered with barnacles and other sharp objects as you scrape along the bottom of it.
Does this really result in death?
It
Yeah, you can
depends.
drown, you can bleed to death, lots of things.
Yeah, you don't want to have it happen. Is the long and short of that. You don't want to have that. Damn. Oh my goodness. Big chat from Team Ruby. Shots on us. If the Pope could make a toast to the most awesome border collie ever on Instagram @_team_Ruby_ for her health and kick-ass stock work, we would be grateful. Well, I mean, I guess I could do a shot for that. Sure.
Why? I just happen to have one locked and loaded.
2:30. 2:30 in Florida time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's 3:30 a.m. Korea time. But Ozzy's got 5:30 a.m. for him.
Poor Ozzy.
I feel bad. I feel like my heart's breaking for Ozzy. He tells that story.
My heart's breaking for him because it's 5:30 a.m.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, 2. The most awesome border collie ever. Team Ruby. To your health, to your stock work. I don't know what that is. but to Team Ruby, who is obviously more than just a pet or a thing to a family there. They're a companion and a member. And may all of our pets be worthy of such titles as we welcome them into our homes and let them lead us around our own lives. Cheers. Okay. Outcast 77. Do you post a schedule of where your streams will be at and what time? Will it be Twitch locals only, Rumble? Is it best to subscribe to your locals to have these questions answered? Why, yes, Outcast. It's almost like I wrote that one, but I didn't. Yeah, the best way to follow what I'm doing is on locals. You can follow it for free. RekietaLaw.locals.com. You do not need to pay. You'll get a notification every time I go live on my channel, and most times where I go live somewhere else on someone else's channel. Of course, if you subscribe at the paid levels, there's more benefits to it, mainly the chat. And believe me, the chat gets pretty lit up. Last night had some interesting things happen, but that's okay. But typically speaking, right now my streaming schedule is Tuesday through Friday, 11 p.m. Central Time to 2 to 4 a.m. Central Time on Rumble. Monday, I've been streaming around 11 to midnight on Twitch, and that's because I guest on a Dungeons & Dragons show from 7 to 10 p.m. on Mondays, and that makes it a little bit more cramped in getting a show ready for Rumble. But that's the typical show schedule, and then various locals and Twitch streams sprinkled here and there throughout. But yeah, follow me on locals. You'll always know what's going on ahead of time. Read on 777. It's true this figgity faggot didn't present a good defense, but to his credit, he controlled that courtroom. This is what you get when you appoint cum guzzlers as judges. Everyone will walk over now. I feel like you sent that exact same chat yesterday. SRN30, what would it have taken for him to be deemed not competent to defend himself? How dumb do you have to be for a judge to require counsel? Very. Yeah.
Exceptionally.
Yeah.
Like
not
if you
being,
can form the sentence, I did not do it. That's good enough.
Yeah.
I may be exaggerating
I don't know.
somewhat.
Steve, do you have any insight on this as to what it would take?
Yeah, the case that you need to look at for this is called Ferretta. So, and what they do is they make it a Ferretta inquiry. It's FARRETA.
Oh yeah, we talked about this
right
earlier on in the case.
So the guideposts about why and how somebody they have to go through a dialogue, which she did the Ferretta inquiry. It's on the internet. You can look. And the defense attorney sitting there, and then he exits immediately, and he's never to be seen from again. That's after the Ferretta inquiry. So she's like, I have to ask you these questions if you want to represent yourself. I don't consent to be calling all that stuff, right? But the Ferretta inquiry. So if you want to get into all the details about what's required, that's the case.
Pure Jealousy 77. I'm hoping to see a show where Steve plays guitar while Nick sings our requests. Thanks for all who covered this mess. Let's cheers to justice. Cheers. DPC 28. Hey, Steve, I have a request. That all bass song Big Bottom from Spinal Tap.
Hey, definitely. It's Big Bottom, Spinal Tap. I don't know if I know that one, but I'm sure it's not that difficult.
Matt himself says, oh,
Talk
whistling...
about mud flaps.
Oh, wait a second. I think they're referencing my joke from last night. See, I'm such a dense person.
I don't remember.
The judge being a 3-input woman.
Oh, now I remember.
Yeah.
I'm so much happier.
Oh, already your chat was cooler than my entire panel combined just because of that one comment.
Fuck you.
Mandy, I did not dare you. I did not dare you at all. I did not know that was the picture you were going to post. But good job, Mandy.
Shit.
Good job, Mandy. Salute to you, girl. Matt himself says Whistling Diesel on YouTube wants to do a video with a lawyer to explain statute of limitations. Said he's willing to pay for their time. Could be a good grift. He has tons of subs. Why would you pay for? I don't know who Whistling Diesel is, but I'd do it. Sure. Statute of limitations is simple. There's a statute that limits the amount of time with which the state can bring a case against you, or you could bring a case against someone else from the time of the event, or sometimes from the tolling of like an injury or something like that. Kind of depends. There. I just did it. You can just clip that and play it. Solved.
And give him a super chat for it, right? That's the
Bald Eagle 1787 says, I work for a company that supplements financial monitoring for PayPal. Close your accounts. The psychopaths that have in their brand risk management department literally flag accounts for no reason. So there you go. Mandy Karavichus, Nick, did you just call me a jiggle Chad? Yes. Yes, I did. We'll retcon that in. Bald Eagle 1787. I had to review an account for a UAP violation because a PayPal employee off the clock hunted down someone they didn't like, saw he had guns, and used the system to flag his account. Dismissed it. There you go. That's the world we live in now. Team Ruby says stock work equals moving sheep and cattle. Oh, I was kind of thinking that. Okay. So yeah, the border collie is a work dog. Move sheep and cattle. Gotcha. I'm irrelevant. Just under 50% of the audience has updated this stream. That's a failing grade, Rekieta. Grift harder. Wait, you still haven't clicked the plussy? You still haven't clicked my plussy? Click it. Click it hard. Click it often. Use your finger and
10.4 out of 19.
yourself.
Come on, people.
Yeah, we got 10.4 thousand rumbles out of 19,500 watching. Click it, click it, click it. Dizzy Devil 1776. Aussie, I'm sorry. There's butt snorkelers who think family is fair game. F that. I'd have a beer with you any day. You seem cool as hell.
Cheers.
Mandy Karavichus says blonde binger cop. Whoa. Just realized that was in reference to. Great job. Thank you. Chaos Drive 50. Can Brooks's booty hole claim sovereign citizenship when he drops the soap? Colton 1711993 says the Midwest accent is an odd one. It's terrible. I don't know where it came from, but it's awful. Ugh. John Christian says the bailiff that has been stone-faced the entire time, holding back, trying to smile every time guilty was read is extremely satisfying. Yeah, Officer Tackleberry.
Is that his name?
That's what we're calling him.
He just looks like Tackleberry from Police Academy.
Okay, that's pretty good.
He just had that. He did. There was a little creep of a smile for just a second on there, but he did it.
Tackleberry.
Let's see. Cheeky Mare says, I like Aussie Overlord's ability to compare and contrast U.S. versus Australian law. Whoever crossed the line is a putz. There is no Australian law. There is no Australia. There is only U.S. This is what pisses me off about this, Aussie. You're clearly American. with a grasp on the American legal system. And I'm tired of these fucking idiots out here being like, oh, well, Aussie can't contribute to this because, guys, stop feeding into the global homo agenda. We know that Australia is fake. Therefore, Aussie is in one of 3 federal locations in the United States, walled off like that shitty movie, The Village by M. Night Shyamalan, to pretend that Australia exists. And they have them in such disparate places across the country that you think that Australia has this breadth of fauna available, like different scenery, different climates. No, it's just the United States. It's Arizona, Ohio, and Idaho. That's it. That's all it is.
Alien.
Whoop, he got frozen in time. Whoop, there he goes.
But you gotta understand that this man knows American law, and he's just commenting on the pretend structure developed to fool us all into thinking Australia is something that is real or has ever mattered. Crusader Saracen says you should keep an eye out for an email from Blaine Lee Pardo. Okay, I gotcha. Also, to the a couple people have sent me resumes for running my merch store or for helping me develop merch or whatever. I will get to those and respond. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Ramune Robot. As far as I can tell, Brooks lied about the 2010 Escape recall. There was nothing about faulty accelerators that I could find. I'm not shocked.
Brooks lied?
What? Dizzy Devil 1776 says interview Whistling Diesel. He has a very interesting court case for splashing. Look up his YouTube. Seriously, reach out. Oh, okay. Tank Imperator. Someone called Hayden baby-faced. That is just because his beard immediately crawls down to form his chest hair. I like it. I like it. Marsland says, here's a nitpick. I hate when people say hashtag city name strong. It seems so manufactured and shallow, and every city parrots it in response to any adversity, especially in 2020. Well, everybody wants to trend, including cities.
It's a slogan, but boy, I'll tell you, I believe it when this group says it. I mean, you got to have something to wave your flag under, right? But how the people actually respond is the real test. You know, it's easy to say like remember when they had like the what was her name, Obama's wife, and she's like
Mrs. Obama,
because Mrs.
Michael.
Obama. She's so sad because like the children are being kidnapped in Africa. Remember that? And it's like this whole.
I bless the rains down in Africa.
And I'm saying, what is this? There's no action at all. It's just symbol. Whereas, you can have a lame ass slogan, but how the people actually respond is what matters. And I think that these people have responded well. I mean, you can tell just by the way everybody's acting.
What the hell? I'm trying to figure out what the hell Mandy's talking about now. She's a very confusing person. AK Pilot says, Aussie Overlord, sorry to hear about those DMs. I hope those responsible face consequences. As a veteran, giving shit to friends is just a sign of love, but that is over the line. Really enjoy your commentary and wish you and your family nothing but the best. By the way, Australia doesn't exist.
Yes, we've established that.
You are the coolest. He takes all this shit, like what she's saying, and he like just rolls. I mean, it's like definitely. I feel bad.
It's the Aussie way. What the fuck am I going to do? Arc up about it every single fucking time? It'd take me way too long.
Deny the truth? Oh, we lost 2 wars to emus. We had guns, and instead, how we solved the problem of losing the wars to emus with our guns was we gave our guns away to the government.
Oh, don't even fucking start me on that. I am looking forward to being able to get across there so that I can actually go to a gun range without it being any sort of an issue. Seriously. Seriously,
well, gentlemen,
gel blasters.
Have they taken your guns yet?
I haven't had any to begin with.
Me either.
That's what pisses me off.
I don't have any either. All mine are in the swamp.
Yes,
all like G. Gordon Liddy said, as a convicted felon, I'm not allowed to own guns, but Mrs. Liddy has about 18 of them, and they're strategically placed around the house. But on that note, it is 3:42 a.m. It is time for me to get a little bit of sleep so I can do it all again tomorrow.
Oh, I guess. What are you doing tomorrow? What are you going to even cover? What are you even going to do, bro?
We'll go to work first of all in about 6 hours from now, and then tomorrow we are continuing our F. Lee Bailey cross examination of Mark Furman in the O.J. Simpson trial.
I bet that's fun.
It is. We're
How
getting
long of
we're
a
getting to the
cross-exam
N
was
bombs.
that?
It was about 4 days, and then we're going to do Barry Scheck's 8.5-day cross examination of Dennis Fung.
See, that's the thing, man. The OJ trial was like I complained. This is a month-long trial. You know, Amber Heard, Johnny Depp was like 2 months or whatever. Or I don't even know. A little over a month, 6 weeks, I think. Yeah, it was 7 weeks. 7 weeks with the 1 week break. And then you look at the OJ trial. It was catastrophic how long that was.
It was the longest jury sequestration in American history. The jury was sequestered in a hotel for 265 days. 9 months.
That's amazing. That's
Yeah.
amazing. Okay, guys, Legal Vices on YouTube and on Rumble, right? You on Rumble? Do you
Ish. That's just kind of my backup in case something goes wrong with YouTube.
Make sure you go check him
not
out.
in case when.
Yeah.
Yeah. It'll happen.
And we're
And it'll-
225 away from 32,000 subscribers.
And it'll happen fast. That's the annoying thing to everybody out there. When it happens to you, it'll happen bam, bam, bam. To me, it was I knew I was always on borrowed time on YouTube, but when it happened that fast, it was still jarring. Very,
Thank
very
you for that
jarring.
cheerful bit of encouragement.
Just saying.
You're doomed. Good luck to you.
Doomed.
Make sure when you're building it up, you're actually building it up. Okay. But anyway, guys, check out Legal Vices over on YouTube. Great dude. Good content. Give him a peep, and we'll catch you later, Jeff. Have a good one, buddy.
See you for jury scheduling. I mean, impact statement scheduling.
Well,
Bye.
I don't know if I'm going to stream the scheduling conference personally, but you can.
Bye.
See you, buddy. Peace. Okay, we're almost through the chats, and then we'll wrap up the show, and then it won't be so damn late when I'm done today. Suck It says, how about the fact that this asshole was out on the streets in the first place to commit the crime because of liberal policies DA's office endorsed and implemented? Yeah, I mean, the guy was out on bail jumping on $1,000 bail or something like that. It's stupid. Absolute idiocy in the implementation of that policy. Ghost Meter says, damn, Mandy about to make me dump mechanic with those things. Good thing I got my Pope. Look at me. Look at me. Tits are temporary. The Pope is forever. Okay? Look at me. Fire PA. DA for this case is actually retiring in 2024 and not seeking re-election. Cheers to her. Oh, wow. Good. I mean, that does not explain a lot of what happened then, because I figured that her closing statement would have been a nice re-election campaign thing. Maybe she should have passed it off to whoever's going to run next.
Well, or that she's looking for that juicy CNN gig.
Oh, that could be too. Lord Asserman, how do we get a Russell Greer and Darrell Brooks collab? We call it Smashing Swift. Oh, that'd be good. Megan Fox, I need a toast, a blessing for Mr. Fox doesn't divorce me for almost burning down the house and destroying the stove when I left the kettle on this morning. I'd send more money, but it all went to a new stove and possibly a divorce lawyer. How did you screw up a stove, Megan? You're a woman. I thought that was baked into you, like at the genetic level, how to operate kitchen equipment.
You know what's really cool about Megan Fox? I've watched. You ever read PJ Media, which is Pajamas Media? They've got a bunch. It's a really good news site, and they can collaborate. It's like a lot of news postings. And I read these stories all the time, and every time I'm like, oh, Megan Fox. I think about the Transformers girl star, you know.
Yeah.
But I always see that thing. I say, oh, that's a good article. And I've for years, I mean, I don't know how long, I've like, oh, I got Megan Fox. So I pay attention to her articles. And then all of a sudden I see her on, I think it was your chat or on one of your channels on one of your shows. And then I put the two together. I'm like, this is the same person.
Yeah, she's great. I like her quite a bit. She's very, very good writer.
her writing is excellent, and she's got a really good take on things.
Not so good with a stove, though.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah.
From what I hear, just rumors. Megan, cheers to you. A toast to your impending recovery from your non-divorce. Don't let it happen. If he tries to divorce you, just threaten to cook him something, and then he'll stop.
Cheers. I thought you were going to say whip him out.
Nope. Far more effective. Farman Tom has one more video for you, Steve.
Oh no, he did another one. I've never been memed, or what do you call this?
I don't think I actually have a word for it at the moment.
Come on, why would you do this? I like it. Here we go. Here you are,
Allowed
Steve.
to view and photograph my body, including my penis,
oh,
my buttocks, my lower torso, thighs, and any other area that they wanted.
There you go.
I don't know about that one. That's not going to get shared to anybody else.
Why not?
It just got shared to at least, 17,000 people.
At least 4 or 5 people.
It's funny because Daytona Beach, we're so insular. Nobody knows anything. I mean, it's like I come on here and it's like I go to work and nobody sees this. Nobody watches this stuff. It's like, okay, I just go back to my little hole. So it's funny. I love this, but I'm not sharing that one. I'll share the other one maybe on my LinkedIn account.
Let's see. We've got Ghost Meteor. All hail Pope. I need that stare. I needed that stare. Yeah, you got it. Johnny K 198 USDA bred in Texas. I rest my case. Kangaroo and wallaby babies for sale. We are the USDA licensed breeders of tame kangaroos and wallabies. I want a tame kangaroo as a guard dog. Those things get jacked.
Oh, hell yeah.
Slumpy,
have you seen
like,
the
forward shoulder thing? Ugh.
Oh, what do you call it? There's videos. There's a video that I showed on stream yesterday, or was it the day before now? Kangaroo literally in a boxing match. So they actually had like boxing gloves on it and it was beating the hell out of a guy, and then it beat the hell out of the ref. So, some of the videos are just hilarious.
I loved one where there was like the Australian version of Barney or whatever on some TV show, and it's like, and the kangaroo just grabs it, puts it in a headlock, and starts just kicking the shit out of it. It's like, yes, God, I love kangaroos. They're so funny. I wouldn't want to mess with one, but I feel like I could take it in a fight. I feel like I'd win because I've got.
Depends whether or not it
strategy.
gets close enough to. The main thing is try and come at them from behind or from the side, because if you go head on, they kick back on the tail, reach up with the claws, and they go at you.
Yeah,
That's what you avoid.
I always come at it from behind. Johnny K says, let's be honest, if the cop did more range training, we wouldn't be here. Exactly.
True.
Exactly. Royal Plague, get rid of one Korean, gain another. Yep, we did that. What do we got next? Johnny K on some POS on the commie news will call them racist. So we expect a sham trial and $1 billion verdict, right? On who? I don't know what that's for. Not a robot says Pepper is based Doge. Fuck off, haters. Yeah. Gosh. Why do they keep posting this picture? Where'd it go?
Why do they keep posting it and then it disappears on you?
This picture makes me so confused. I don't know what to do with this. I'm really, really attracted to her.
Who is that?
I don't know. Some
It's a
hot chick in my
feminized
office.
version of, yeah.
Okay. Unrelaxed says that's a white dog. Reformed convict. To make threats on someone's family is a Darrell Brooks move. Stop being a cowardice cunt. Brodo Baggins says, are you serious? Read this garbage news article. What? Oh, this is just, the CNN. Man accused of driving a car through the Waukesha Christmas parade delivers tearful closing arguments.
What? That's let me see the headline.
I just read it.
Why
Yeah.
accuse it? Oh my gosh.
Mainstream media for you.
Darrell
but-
Brooks told jurors today during closing arguments he did not intentionally plow a SUV through a Christmas parade in Waukesha last year, which left 6 dead, dozens more injured. In representing himself during the roughly 3-week trial, he tearfully asked jurors during his 50-minute closing argument to consider whether the car could have malfunctioned during the incident last November and the effects the trial, along with the negative press, has had on his family. I mean,
look at the next paragraph. Look what it says there.
What if the vehicle couldn't stop because of malfunction? This is a quote. What if the driver of the vehicle was unable to stop the vehicle because of that fact? What if the driver may have panicked? Does that make the driver in a rage and intent on killing people? Brooks asked, claiming there was a recall on the vehicle he drove that day. Waukesha County Judge Jennifer Darrell struck those comments from the record.
See, it sounds like, oh, there might have been a thing and they're being hidden. It's no fact checking.
Do we have anything in here? Okay, here we go. Despite Brooks's claims of him not intentionally striking people with an SUV, Opper repeatedly told the jury there's overwhelming evidence showing Brooks was fully aware of his actions. Man, they don't do anything to fact check any of this. They don't talk about any of the law. Like, it just briefly mentions that she struck his comments. Constant disruptions. That's what we got, I guess. Judge Darrow has repeatedly removed Brooks from the court for his outburst and placed him in a nearby courtroom where he can communicate via a monitor and microphone, which is most often muted. That's actually not true. No, that's decidedly untrue. Most often it's not muted.
That's a weak story. That's a story that's as pro Darrell Brooks as they can possibly make it. Isn't that sad?
It's wild. Why even write it? Why write it that way?
Because people don't know. They aren't watching. They don't know. They remember something about somebody hitting, and now it's like, oh, it's another person that's getting wrongfully accused, or it's this sort of, let's just paper it over and move on to the next one that fits our narrative.
Yeah.
Very, very bad. BD is so bad.
Vinny D95 Aussie, if you're in Texas, come shoot with me. Stuff from the 1860s to present. Also, chat, if you're feeling generous, check out my givesendgo.com/TRDWTS. Update signed for classes now. Awesome. Congrats, brother. Go get it.
Sweet. Appreciate the input.
Let's see. Johnny K198. Piers Morgan has probably been pegged not to be a misogynist. Keep that cuck away from our Constitution. Well, Piers Morgan is a Brit, so.
And being pegged is not an unusual situation for him.
I like you, Steve. M4 now.
Slowly corrupting him. That's lovely.
Did you know that guy? Oh, Piers. Yeah, yes. Well, what can we say? I don't know. What do I know? I don't know anything. I don't know any of these people.
I know Piers Morgan is getting pegged. I know that with a certainty in my life. M4A now says, what's this tab? Locals live chat. Let me just click this here. Oh my God. Johnny K. Hopefully Darrell Brooks gets mail about cases that were dismissed because of subject matter jurisdiction. He also says the court reporter deserves a raise, vacation, and therapy. And he also says, Rekieta Law, you think Natalie or Kim Kardashian will write the appeal? Hopefully Kimmy K. I want to see her get some work. I don't think she's licensed yet. I don't think she's done with law school yet, is she? Kim Kardashian?
Oh, I don't know. She could always.
I would hire the shit out of Kim Kardashian.
Yeah, we'll hire her.
Yeah, but would you hire her as a lawyer?
No. I mean, yes, but
Exactly.
I mean, I wouldn't give her any casework. Just need her to advertise the brand, Aussie.
Gotcha.
Just on your little like tiny bikini thing, just put a Rekieta Law logo right near your vagina, please. If you could do that, then I'm sure people and make it a link so that people can click right on it. So they go to click your button and they end up clicking mine. That's what I want.
Okay.
Oh, you know who's also who's got a law degree is Tiffany Trump. I actually, through a third party, I helped her with a law school exam question.
Oh my God. Sorry, it's not some pictures I posted in chats. Inaz the Gregor says, Nick, can you set up where we can donate to the commissary of the legend who offs this scumbag? Let's go.
Gonna have a bounty.
Oh my God.
I
Ben
guarantee
SC,
that'll happen at some point.
Rekieta Law, Tackleberry's just praying for laser deployment. Kim never got past the baby bar exam. She didn't do that, but I saw that picture on her Instagram of her studying.
Well,
no, I think she passed the baby bar. She she
took her
passed the baby
2
bar according
tries.
to The Guardian.
Yeah, it took her 2
she's
tries, I
not. She's
think.
not actually a lawyer yet.
Yeah, I didn't think she's done with law school.
Let's see if is she actually going to? Why are they even doing that? Like, that's the thing. Like Tiffany Trump, what's she going to do with her law degree? Is she going to practice law? I don't know.
Dude,
I mean,
Kim Kardashian can make $500,000 a year at a law firm and never enter the building.
well, yeah, that's true. That's that.
I mean, it would be so worth it just to have her advertise on her Instagram that she got hired by whatever law firm.
Yeah.
Like,
have you ever dealt with Morgan and Morgan, our local? They advertise everywhere and they're on every billboard and every television station, and it's like she could go there and just like bring down the cash.
Game.
Exactly.
Yeah, because seriously, the one post on her Instagram is 1,000 referrals to the law firm, and one of those will be a case that's worth it. That'll pay her salary. Like, that's it. There you go. There's the math.
And there's also sort of a troll level of grouping people that are good clientele because they have nothing to lose and they'll swear to anything that you can bring cases off of, PI cases, you know?
Yep, exactly. Jensen Zeiger, I don't like your ruling and want a new one. Again, Contrarian 420, the coercive power of the state is the bedrock of jurisprudence. No? I mean, kind of. USA Now, welcome to Rumble. Not only are a few vids not ranked, some never show up. Faith Diamond, I hope he goes for someone and Tackleberry takes him down. I hope for an I think he shit himself moment. Windows Sun 16, if you want a good laugh, look at the Fetterman Senate debate from last night. Prepare to show your ableism. Oh, because he had like a stroke or something, right? Fetterman?
Yes,
I don't think I could watch that.
I don't know. It's a train wreck. I guess Dr. Oz cleaned his clock on the debate. So I'm reading through my news sources, and he's basically incoherent, sort of like our president. They're going to put the same thing up. They're just going to throw up like, oh, why not just have everybody? We'll just have everybody catatonic and just let the administrative state run everything.
Tara74 says verdict is in. She also says someone needs to get a note to the bailiff to push the zap button after the verdict is read and forget how to let go for 76 minutes. Dan the Welder says, Rekieta Law, tell Aussie that he can't be real because the fact Australia was founded by rapists and murderers but still lost 2 words to birds is just too much to be real.
Hi.
It annoys me that they keep calling
Just make
them
sure you
war.
close my door.
It was 2 guys with a couple of machine guns. They called it a war so that they could engage the military. That's all it was.
They engaged the military and lost to birds.
Yes, I'm aware.
Look, I think if I was one guy with a machine gun, there's no amount of birds that could win.
That's true. A bird versus a machine gun. How did they lose that one?
They got flanked, Steve.
They
got flanked by the birds.
2 guys, 20,000 birds. You do the math.
They got flanked by birds. Team Ruby for Steve. Check out Ellen Plays Bass on YouTube. Her bass is bigger than she is, but she plays like a pro. It's impressive.
Ellen Plays Bass. We'll look.
Next. All right, here we go. H Brooks 66. I think this elevates to the kernel of full on skullduggery. Contrarian 420 says they lost air superiority. Duan says, I think they don't have editor's choice on the leaderboard. No, that's not true. Because the editor's choice was showing this stream live, but the leaderboard's for the previous day. Unrelaxed says, Steve, would you say your book is on paper?
Touchdown?
unbreaded. Unaware Toaster says, save some pussy for the rest of us, Steve. It's probably while you were playing bass. I had to guess. Philip Booty, Darrell's new covers coming soon. Cock Around the Clock and Jailhouse Cock. Oh my gosh. Wait, is there a kid in here? Will you get out?
That's right.
Unaware Toaster says, is there a way to share this video with everyone in his cell block? No. They're out now. Fucking kids. They just got back from violin, so they're putting all their instruments in our music room, which is the next room over. It's just sitting there, like sitting on the ground, zipping up the violin case. It's like, just get out. Implier says, Rekieta Law, one hurdle with the locals gifts is you can't gift it to an existing free member, only to an email. Yeah. That's okay. That's annoying. Yeah, no, I'm going to talk to them about I think they should do random gifts like they do with, like they do on Twitch and stuff, where you just gift out a single month subscription to 10 people or whatever. They need to have functionality like that. It also would get people to have a chance to participate in the chat who might otherwise not. I think that's great. So I'll be recommending that right away. Bread Pitt, hey Nick, caught some of your karaoke. Have you considered acoustic versions of rap classics such as Get Low by Lil Jon? If you don't like it, you can have $1. Also has tabs for Steve. I have not considered that, but I've heard people do acoustic versions of stuff, rap and metal songs, and I love them. I actually love acoustic covers.
I was thinking about doing an acoustic cover of Megadeth's Holy Wars on acoustic guitar.
I was thinking of doing an acoustic cover of Wet Ass Pussy.
No, that won't be happening on my channel. No, don't think so.
Not an art appreciator. Unrelaxed says, lawyers realize that they make more money live streaming and chatting than actually lawyering. Oh, that's the name of this stream? Yes, that's true. B Frederick 78. I think Steve should start drinking. He was hilarious after half of a sidecar. Johnny K198. Just let him walk down back streets of Waukesha. I'm sure he'll be okay. He'll just be on a life nullification journey. And Leaf Barstow says, change mic. Yes, because when I started, it was on the karaoke mic.
Oh, you actually have your own official karaoke mic.
Well, it's the mic that my friend Drexel usually uses as a guest, but it's on a mic stand. And I figure if you're going to sing, you should have a mic on a mic stand rather than like a boom arm. Because mic stands are cool. Because they're phallic.
Okay.
Prince vibes. Sub to Gosney when he went on a rant. When he went on about Prince, he's officially my new bestie. That said, I'm digging your t-shirt in that purple rain shade. Thanks for all you do, Lord Rackets. Oh, last night chat made me sing Purple Rain.
Really?
It's
Oh man.
Minnesota. Every time
Yeah, you missed it.
I got like 2 lines of it.
Prince is the greatest. Prince is one of the, for my generation, Prince is like the Elvis. That guy was amazing musician. He just music poured out of him. He was everything. I'm a huge, I know I'm a metalhead, but you can't deny Prince. Come on. The guy is smoking.
Yeah. Yeah, he was great. But the problem I have is that since I'm in Minnesota, this is what I was explaining last night, is that every live event since he died, all of them without fail, have Purple Rain played. Everybody will do it every time. So you hear it everywhere. Oh, it's insufferable.
Because you're in Minnesota, right?
Yeah. But I like Purple Rain. It's a good song, but hearing it constantly at every event gets really old.
Well, Sign of the Times is his best album.
Music and Fiction says, Flash, LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva now accusing LA County Board of Supervisors of electoral fraud and electoral rigging, happening right now on YouTube. Oh, you can't do that on YouTube. So, Tor Theo, everyone smash or pass on female Nick Rekieta. I know my answer. Mandy Kravitz says, subscribe to Locals for moderator tits. That may have happened. Might have happened. I don't know what even happens anymore on this show, but Project Calm says, first message from prosecutor on sentencing judge. We believe that Darrell's cooperation with telling us about other inmates should be considered. You think so? I don't think so. There's a mandatory life sentence without parole on this. Like, he's done. That's what the sentence is going to be.
The sentencing is just for the victims to be able to speak out. But Brooks could speak out too, but it's going to make no difference. In fact, I wonder if they'll he could get gagged at the sentencing.
Yeah, that would be great. I
know some judges around here that would do that. They'd gag him and make him listen to the victim's testimony. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's too polite in Wisconsin, but that could very well happen. He'll probably be shunted to the other room because he's not courageous enough to look them in the eyes.
Okay, I'm going to read a couple of these Odyssey chants, and then we're going to be done soon. Oh, wait, Corpus Delecti says, sorry, Steve, no to Prince, all hail Chuck Schuldiner, taken from us at way too young an age and way too early for the metal scene. Fernando, Brooks trying to act like he has morals after mowing down a parade, put him on the wall. Jay Winkler, Steven and Legal Vices look like a before and after 50 picture. All out of bubblegum. Here's the thing for your ass. What the business? Orgoth, upload your streams to Odyssey, Binger. I've got them there. There's this extra step I have to do to make them go publish on Odyssey. I don't get why any of these platforms don't understand that every extra step of maintenance is annoying and cumbersome. Just when the stream's over, publish it. I don't get it. I don't like, if I want to click a box that says don't publish the stream when it's over, great, but it should just default to publishing. And I don't know why so many platforms, like Rumble has it too. Odyssey and Rumble, they have these extra steps to do everything. And it's like, streamline this shit. If you want creators there, when I go to make a Rumble or an Odyssey video link right now with its own unique URL, it takes like 6 minutes for it to generate the actual live stream link. That should never happen. That's a waste of extra time. If I want to go live now, I want to go live as now as possible. And it's the same with Rumble. You got to upload this. You got to do this. You got to do that. It should be plug in the couple things, a title, a description. I should not be changing the fucking stream key every single time I want to start a stream. I should not be having to go back and publish the videos after they're done. That's all extra. When I'm done in a live stream, all I want to do is get out of my office for a little bit because I've been sitting here for hours. I want to go, like, grab a drink, go to the bathroom. Don't want to come down and fiddle with settings. And I don't know why all of these platforms have it this way. Dinky says, put Odyssey on your banner. I'll give you this 0.022 cents to do it. Glowing One says, Buck status broken. Firefox, I sentenced Darrell Brooks 2,000 years. Lamau, get Rex Scrub. Lewis Lord, Nick, I've been enjoying your streams here on Odyssey. Can you keep these streams up as VODs? Just discussed this. B-Jams, I'm so glad this worthless fucking N-word will rot. Jackson Sparks, RIP, as well as the other victims of this person. It also says, Darrell Brooks is not the exception. He is the rule for these people. Ralph Coon says, signal poot for 6 million. Let's see. Goodness gracious. BGM sent a lot of stuff that's a little bit racially motivated. Hagadouche says, you're an N-word, Harry. Scanda Hero, Rekieta Law, should bingers be forced to pick cotton? No, I don't think anybody should be forced to do anything.
I don't consent.
Mr. Yol H says, remember, Peter, with great power comes great responsibility. Rudyard Kipling called it white man's burden. Myself, I just call it as I see it. Oh my God. What is with the Odyssey chat tonight? It got very, very N-wordy. Randomness from a drunk monk says, now Darrell will be able to properly quote Shawshank Redemption when asked why he's in prison. Didn't do it. Lawyer fucked me. Hate speech. I have questions on how to fight the electric company and state on their stance on trying to put a smart meter on my house. Who should I ask? A lawyer in your jurisdiction. I said no to the smart meter every time ever. Oh, to get you a 10% discount. I don't care. I don't want your discount. You cannot turn off my AC. I have a heat allergy. I will die. That's not true, but that's what I say anyway. Not a robot as Kermit. Steven, you thought I would forget, motherfucker. Where are the arguments on life in prison versus death sentence in the hypothetical world with easy perpetual life extending medicine? He's going to talk about that with Kurt. He and Kurt were going to do a stream talking about death sentences.
I don't know if Kurt wants me to talk about that. I don't know. That hasn't happened. That's a long, big project. I do have a really good interview with somebody involved. I'm doing some death penalty stuff on my Rumble channel. So if somebody wants to really get in depth with some legal issues, I've got a whole bunch of different random topics on there, but I'm working on it. It's a long project. So thank you. I will continue on my quest to completely understand the death penalty.
Project Calm says, to clarify, make it appear he's a snitch. The Binary Surfer Brooks is an incredible case study in why we need not only a death penalty, but something suitably painful and slow. Google transanal evisceration. Second result. That sounds, I don't want to, that sounds unpleasant. What the fuck? The Binary Server says my super chat should have said transanal evisceration. Damn it. Oh no, I translated it. It was fine. Okay. That's the show. Oh my God. It's time to go to the bathroom and time to be done for the day. Thank you to my lovely guests. I very much appreciate you being here. And guys, you should check out Aussie Overlord on Rumble and YouTube.
And now Twitch and locals, apparently.
And Twitch and locals. Check him out everywhere. And check out Steve Gosney here on Rumble as well. Also buy his book, crimelaw.net, for all of the criminal law information you could ever need. With that, gentlemen, I'm going to play the outro. And to the locals chat, well, I'll be in the chat pretty soon. And to everybody else, I'll see you on Rumble at 11 p.m. Peace.
Bye.
Peace.
Yeah.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitter and Darrell. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an art bag, a bow, more of love rug. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all planet folks from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. from the wide shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet. There's no one who explains the thought better